Oh, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the County Ground at Northampton, where we're all set for more Royal London Cup cricket today between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. Just heard the 5-minute bell going, so the umpires, Chris Watson, Billy Taylor, will be on their way very shortly. The news from the ground, first off, is that the weather is fine. It's a beautiful morning here in Northampton, barely a cloud in the sky. Forecast good for the rest of the day. And Leicestershire have won the toss and have decided to bat first. Northamptonshire making one change from the side that lost last time out. That was against Nottinghamshire at Grantham a couple of days ago. Freddie Heldrick, the left-arm wrist spinner, comes in place of Tom Taylor, who's given a rest, having played pretty much every game for Northamptonshire in all formats this year. And delighted to say, I'm Andrew Rudd from BBC Radio Northampton. Delighted to say, as ever, Richard Ray is joining us in the box, and Phil Rowe as well, former Northamptonshire assistant coach. Richard, do you just want to run us down the Leicestershire side, which I think is unchanged?
Yeah, morning, Radders. Morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me all right on that. I hear myself very well in there. So there, Leicestershire, as you say, unchanged, having won both their last two games. So the batting lineup, and they are, as Radders said, batting first will be Rishi Patel, Harry Swindles, Aaron Lilly, Lewis Hill, George Rhodes, Louis Kimber, Ben Mike, Rehan Ahmed, Ed Barnes, Gavin Griffiths and Will Davis.
And of course the scenario, well, there's lots of different scenarios today. I think it's probably fair to say that Northamptonshire, barring something incredibly unlikely, even if they win today, are not likely to go through. It's just about mathematically possible, but I think we can pretty safely discount it. But Leicestershire with more of a chance if they win. Need other results to go their way.
If Northampton's chances are what? So we say 1%, Leicestershire's are probably about 10%, but stranger things have happened. Obviously they need to win here, the Foxes that is, and then need 2 of Surrey, Yorkshire and Somerset to lose their games. So you never quite know. They did qualify for the quarterfinals of the T20 trophy last season in fairly similar circumstances. So it could happen. It could happen.
Well, we shall be with you, obviously, for every ball of this match. Let's say Phil Rowe's with me. And Phil, I was looking at the Northamptonshire side. Obviously, you say just the one change with Tom Taylor given a rest, and that's fair enough. Freddie Heldrick coming in, but it does mean, I think it's a very, very long tail potentially for Northamptonshire with Simon Kerrigan in at number 8. James Sales, obviously very inexperienced at first team level, batting at 7.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a fair call. I think James is capable of batting there, and I have no worries about James there. It's kind of what's behind him from 8 downwards that looks a little on the thin side. They can all bat. Obviously, Simon Kerrigan has got some first-class runs under his belt, but it's a different game, this. And number 8 in a number of teams that do well in this competition is a player who can come in and strike it hard from ball one. That's not really Simon's game. Simon's more of a rear guard kind of accumulator, and sticking in with an in batter is what he's done. But good opportunity for James Sales, no?
I think we made the observation actually during the Warwickshire game at Edgbaston when Northamptonshire were struggling and Tom Taylor was playing so well and they just needed somebody to bat with him. And he was saying, as the scoring rate escalates and it goes up 8, 9, 10, if you've got someone like Nathan Buck, for example, in there, then he is capable. He's a hitter of the ball, and he is capable of scoring at getting 10, 15 off and over down the order. Probably less so with, as you say, with Simon Kerrigan, with Ben Sanderson. Again, it's not smashing the ball out of the ground isn't his game. He dug in quite nicely on at Grantham on Tuesday. In company with James Sales, but he's not going to get the really big overs.
Yeah.
Similarly, Jack White and Freddie Heldrick. So it does, I suppose, given that the coaches are always saying they want the top order batsmen to take responsibility, well, they're going to have to. Well,
it's clear, isn't it? If there was any doubt before, which there shouldn't have been, there certainly isn't now, because there's not the ability to add that volume of runs that the lower order can do. And I think that's one way where the game has changed. The lower order batters of yesteryear would be more interested in sort of sticking around, sticking out, being difficult to get out. Now we look at lower order batters and we want them to score. They have to be able to score, and if they can clear the ropes, and you gave Nathan Buck as a good example there, then that's even better.
Yeah, and of course Dame Patterson doing just that to Northamptonshire on Tuesday at Grantham when he hit the 4th ball of the last over from Ben Sanderson for a big 6. It didn't creep over. Yeah. It went a long way.
I think I'd actually switched off the live stream before the ball landed. That's how disappointed I was. Yeah. It was a brilliant penultimate over by Tom Taylor in that game.
Taylor is was outstanding again, as he has been for much of the season in all formats, really, without... I mean, it figures, 6 overs, 3 for 24, but yeah, it was good stuff from Taylor, but he's getting a rest today, so we have the left arm spin of Freddie Heldrick in the side. It's going to be Jack White, who's going to open the attack in this game. The Leicestershire openers, Rishi Patel and Harry Swindles, are out there. It's going to be Harry Swindles to take first ball, and Rishi Patel at the non-striker's end. I mentioned earlier, the umpires this morning, Chris Watts and Billy Taylor, and the match referee, familiar figure in these parts, Devon Malcolm. Here's Jack White, 2 slips in place, bowling outside the off stump, and Swindles just lets that shape away from him, goes into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos, and there's no run. The 2 slips in place, the close field, and then the 2 men out for the power play. At the moment, we have third man and deep backward square. Jack White, who made a terrific start in the competition this year with 3 wickets up at Scarborough, 4 wickets in the home match against Derbyshire. Here's White, in again, bowls, and Swindles is defensive, just covering up, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run there. And then I would also say about Jack White that if there's a little bit of a theme that's developed in the last couple of games, he's bowled a good opening spell and hasn't necessarily come back all that well. What can you put that down to?
It could be any one of a number of things. I think he is relatively inexperienced. Bowling up front, it's pretty clear what you need to do. Bowling in the middle when he comes back, sometimes it's a bit nuanced.
Here's White in again, bowls to Swindles, who gets the first run of the game, just steering that wide of second slip down to Freddie Heldrick on the third man boundary. And Swindles is away with a single, as are Leicestershire, 1 for no wicket.
Yeah, the sort of bowler that Jack is with the new ball, he's looking to sort of get the ball just above off bail, a little bit of out shape, he'll hit the seam and run back in. And it's kind of a case of bowl your best ball as often as you possibly can. So the game plan is pretty clear. In the middle, then he's got to look at where his boundary fielders are, where his infielders are. Do we need a wicket? Do we need to dry up? Are we happy to take some risk with bowling a little bit fuller? So possibly it's that kind of lack of experience that's counting against him there.
Here's White in again, bowls to Rishi Patel, his first ball of the game. He just plays it down to backward point.
And he has come into the white ball side sort of relatively late in the competition. He enjoys bowling with the Kookaburra ball. He spent a couple of winters, a couple in New Zealand and one particularly successful winter in Sydney, playing for Parramatta, where they obviously use the Kookaburra red ball, which is a very similar feel to the Kookaburra white ball. So he's at home with the Kookaburra in his hand.
Here's White in again, bowls to Patel down the leg side, so that's going to be called a wide. So 1 more onto the total, 2 for no wicket. Northamptonshire with certainly plenty of bowling options today, with Jack White, Ben Sanderson, presumably will take the new ball at the other end, Luke Proctor, and then on a pitch that has been used before, not surprisingly, plenty of spin options there with Heldrick, Kerrigan, Keogh, Zabe. So, if nothing else, we ought to nip through the overs fairly swiftly, as indeed was the case at Grantham. On Tuesday, is White in again, bowls to Patel's in behind that, pushing it out into the covers. Fielded there by Luke Proctor, and there's no run.
Right, I was watching on the live stream. Obviously, it's a different experience, but watching the last 4 or 5 overs on live stream, I recognise what you say. We did overall get through our overs quickly. We seemed to take a very long time
at the end,
and that worried me because that gives us too much time to think sometimes.
Yeah, they were well up with the rate, and then suddenly at the end, the last 5 overs took an eternity. So it seemed.
It seemed like that watching from my kitchen. Yeah,
definitely the case. Here's White in again. Bowls. That's a beautiful straight drive by Rishi Patel down the ground for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, lovely balance. Good timing, races away for 4, first boundary of the match, and at the end of the first over, Leicestershire are 6 for no wicket, Swindles on 1, Patel on 4. If you just bear with us a second, I understand from our technical boffins that we just need to redial, so hang on, don't go anywhere, and hopefully we'll be back with you in a minute or so.
think we're back with you.
We are, yes, all done.
Ben Sanderson, as Radas predicted, is going to open the bowling for Northamptonshire from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 2 slips behind Harry Swindles as he waits as the Yorkshireman comes in and bowls to him. A little bit of bounce, short of a length. Pops it back down the pitch, Swindles. Didn't really come on as well as he would have liked. Lovely shot, that last one from Rishi Patel. Nice straight on drive. Been a real breakthrough season in many respects for Rishi Patel. He looks a really good player, and you can see his confidence increasing with each good innings that he plays. A century against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in this competition. A 50 also at the start. Swindles too has been in good nick. It hasn't really been an issue batting for the Foxes. Hill, a couple of centuries for him as Sanderson is in, bowls to him. Again, it's a little bit in the air as he plays slightly flat-footed push out into the offside, out towards wide mid-off. Perhaps just not quite coming on, just taking a few deliveries to adjust to the pitch, which, as Radas said, has been used previously. Might be a bit dry. Should be a lot of turn. There was an awful lot of spin being practiced in the build-up. Leicestershire do have their 16-year-old leg spinner Rehan Ahmed, plus the more occasional off-spin offerings of George Rhodes and Aaron Lilly. Sanderson is in again. He has to wait for the straight delivery for an extra beat, if you like, Harry Swindles, and it pushes out into the offside. 6 without loss. No runs off the over so far. 1 or 2 little white clouds around, essentially. But we are set very fair. And the crowd beginning to fill up. I can see the Leicestershire flag away to my left. As in goes Sanderson and bowls, looking to push it off his legs, and a howling appeal, but only Sanderson. No corresponding appeal from behind the stumps. Umpire Watts walks out and lifts his right knee, so it wasn't an inside edge onto it, but we can only assume it was going to miss by a long way, judging from the fact that there was no appeal from Vasconcelos behind the stumps or either of the 2 slips.
Another notoriously bad Northamptonshire appeal.
Always worth asking. Always
very,
worth asking,
very,
Phil.
very close. Very, very close. I've just seen the replay.
Sanderson
incredibly
is
close.
in, and Rishi Patel is pushing it out towards mid-off, and there is no run. Vasconcelos, it's odd then that Vasconcelos and the slips just absolutely no response whatsoever. Was he walking across a bit? Could it have hit him outside the line?
No, it's hit him between between. It's very straight. I mean, I think on review that's probably getting at least some of leg stump, and I think a good chunk of it. But the ball went square of the wicket on the leg side, which doesn't give a good look to it, and the lone appeal doesn't help.
Sanderson is in. Patel is leaning forward. The ball bounces horribly off a very, very used pitch, incredibly used pitch. I can only assume that's a practice pitch, actually, about 2 strips away from the pitch, and it bounces up towards mid-off. But a pretty good over then, as ever, from Mr. Reliable. Normally, Mr. Reliable, that's how we tend to think of him. Ben Sanderson for Northants, just the single from it. Leicestershire, after 2 overs, are 7 without loss.
Yeah, it was a very straight delivery that the batter tried to work through the leg side. The ball hit the pad and went square on the leg side, which doesn't encourage the umpire to give it out. But it was an unaccompanied appeal, just Ben Sanderson. And Vasco, not a big appealer. Ben Curran at first slip, Emilio Gay at second slip, definitely thinking about their batting rather than appealing.
Here's Jack White running in again from the David Capel end, as it was renamed on Sunday, and Harry Swindles on the back foot, just punching it out into the covers, and there's no run. Yes, it's an emotional day at the county ground on Sunday, Richard. We had lots of former players here, and the club's decision to name this end, the David Capel end, instead of the Pavilion end or Montage Road end, I think has gone down pretty well, certainly amongst all the supporters that I've spoken to and former players, so it was a good day. 2 slips still in place, as Jack White running away from us in again, bowls to Swindles, works that away nicely for another single just behind square on the onside, where James Sales comes in from the boundary to field, sends in a nice return over the top of the stumps to Ricardo Vasconcelos.
You can still see in the outfield, in the grass, DC 331.
Yeah.
Is that going to be a sort of permanent feature? The way
I wouldn't. I don't.
It's hard, isn't it?
I don't think so. No, I think that's
just for the ceremony.
That was
really.
for the ceremony. But obviously, after today, assuming nothing very strange happens, Northamptonshire won't be here for some time. Here's White in again. Bowls to Patel, who's pulled that away for 6. I think it's just about stayed in the ground, but only just. It's cleared the burger and fries stall. Dangerously close to the curry stall. 6 good runs to Rishi Patel, who hit that very hard indeed. Stand and deliver. 10 to him, 14 for no wicket.
Beautiful pickup, but two of those a bit worrying for a moment there. It wasn't far from those 2 children who had their backs to the play at the sweet stand, but always worth keeping an eye on what's going on.
Yes,
that's the shot of a confident man, wasn't it?
Just slightly.
Yeah, in the 3rd over of the game. Hasn't seen too many balls so far. That was slightly overpitched. It wasn't a terrible delivery by any means. Kind of around top of off thereabouts, just slightly fuller than that. And he's climbed into it and picked it up through what we used to call cow corner and what we now call wide mid-on.
Well, two scoring shots for Rishi Patel so far. Beautiful straight drive back past the bowler in the previous over from Jack White, and now a pick up for half a dozen over the burger stall. 14 for no wicket. What's White's response? He comes in again, bowls to Patel, who again drives down the ground this time. He's going to get more runs. He hasn't quite timed it as well as the previous one in the last over, and he just picks up a couple as it's chased down towards the sight screen at this end of the ground by a combination of Rob Keogh rather, and Ben Sanderson. And it's Keogh who gets there first, sends in his return. 2 to Patel, 12 to him. And Leicestershire up to 16 for no wicket after winning the toss.
He's in a very good touch, this young man. There was nothing wrong with that ball. He just kind of leaned on the top of the bounce, got a full blade on it straight back past the bowler.
Impressive start from Rishi Patel. Down to 1 slip now as White comes in and bowls to him, and he plays that defensively back down the pitch for White to field in his follow-through, and there's no run. Yeah, Richard mentioned earlier, the crowd is starting to build. It's unfortunate. I mean, from the fixture list, really, Northamptonshire were very fortunate to have 3 successive home matches on Sundays. You think, really good opportunity to get punters in, but then the weather at all 3 of them was not great. There was a bit of rain interference, I think, in all 3. Decent crowd in on Sunday when the weather forecast was a bit better for later. Here's White in again, bowls down the leg side, clipped away by Rishi Patel, and that's 4 more. Straying on leg stump, he just had to get something on it, and he did, and it rattles away down to the boundary in front of the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre. 4 more to Patel, 16 to him, and Leicestershire up to 20 for no wicket at the end of Jack White's 2nd over. He's bowled 2. Presumably Ben Sanderson will bowl the 4th one, but terrific start from Patel. 16 to him, 2 to Swindles, 3 gone, 20 for no wicket.
It's the second over from Jack White, and the 2nd over where the final ball has gone for a boundary as well, which just leaks energy. You get a good dot in there or a nice bit of fielding, and the baton is passed on to Ben Sanderson, and everyone's pumped up a little bit. After a boundary, everyone's kind of looking at their shoes a wee bit. Let's hope Sando can pull it back here, get some dots on the board.
Sanderson is in 2 Swindles down the leg side, will be signalled wide. There was almost a bit of a crowd celebration in front of us there. He thought he'd nicked it down the leg side. A gentleman in front of me. In fact, it was quite wide
that was
down the leg side.
Richard, wasn't it, from the man in the crowd?
A little bit. He's hopeful still. See what he's like in about half an hour's time. 21 without loss. Yeah, the use of the sort of term cow corner implies that was a little bit of a sort of slog from Patel, but it was such an elegant pickup. He's such a lovely player to watch. In goes Sanderson and bowls straighter, but it was fairly straight, so able to work it away off middle and leg. Didn't try and overhit it. Swindles just pushed it out towards the vacant mid-wicket area and jogged 1. Rishi Patel, acquired by Leicestershire from Essex, where he hadn't had many opportunities. Scored a lot of runs for their 2nd team, but didn't make a breakthrough into the firsts. Been given every opportunity at Leicestershire, and is responding in some style. Style's the sort of word you use when you look at Patel, who waits with bat raised. Sanderson is in, bowls to him and goes past the outside edge. A little bit of swing, says Patel. A gesture with the right hand. First time the bat genuinely beaten this morning.
Yeah, I think it did. It offered a little bit of swing, and then as it sometimes does, it sort of went with the swing off the pitch, so a little bit off the pitch as well. And that's where we need to be. We haven't been there very often in the first sort of 3.5, 4 overs, and we need to be more. And it's a bit of a slow, sluggish start from Northampton with the ball.
Sanderson, big man, is in and bowling to Patel. Fuller, and he's looking too dry. Bit of a thick inside edge though, so it might just have deceived him slightly. Works it out towards mid-wicket, where Gay is the fielder. Rishi Patel in this competition, 278 runs at just about 46. Let's say that 1 century at Edgbaston, where Brunty is this morning. Good morning to Brunty on Twitter, at Oldman Radders, at Rich M. Ray. The Twitter feeds. Phil Wisely isn't on Twitter. In goes Sanderson. That one is defended. A good line and length from Sanderson, calmly blocked out into the offside by Rishi Patel. Wanders off towards short leg. But Brunty's in Birmingham this morning. He says where the sun is shining, but that doesn't improve things. So it's a bit harsh on Brum and all things to do with it. Depends about where you are, I guess.
I'm still struggling with Phil Wisely. I've never heard those two words run together, not in relation to myself.
Well, I think, yeah.
That's a great start to my day, Richard.
I'm pleased you're happy. Sanderson is in. I got a straight run and bowls to Patel. Clipped in the air, not so very far wide of Gay at mid-wicket. He sort of gestured towards it, Emilio Gay. Couldn't get there, didn't dive, didn't sort of take off and pluck it out of the air. Rolls out towards deep mid-wicket, and Patel picks up 2, but just for half a second his heart might have been in his mouth.
It's interesting the way he's shaping up. I haven't seen a lot of him. I've heard bits about him, Patel. He's obviously a man in great form and full of confidence and a very elegant player. Sometimes a young player can just get ahead of themselves sometimes and just take that ball on that isn't quite there. That last shot had the feeling that it might not have been quite for him to score off.
Sanderson is in to him. He's pulling a short ball and not getting it at all. It limps down towards, I think that must be Heldrick down there without a number on his back, but I recognise the hairstyle. I don't hesitate to use the word mullet, but it's a bit of one.
The flowing locks of Freddie Heldrick.
No, let's call it a mullet. That's great. Love that.
25 without loss at the end of the over. Swindles just the 3. Hasn't seen much of the strike. Patel, who's played rather nicely, has 19 off 14. That said, a couple of mistimed shots in that over.
I think it's a pitch. It's obviously the same pitch that was used on Sunday, and it is a pitch that you probably need to get yourself in on just to understand the pace and the slight kind of tennis bally bounce. Just sits on the pitch a little bit, and therefore you can be through your shot early. But Patel's showing very good early signs here.
Jack White starting his 3rd over, 5th of the innings from the David Capel end, and this ball is played up to mid-wicket by Rishi Patel.
Foxy Phil has a query for you, Radders. James Sales related to David, he asks? Son of.
Yes,
there you go, Foxy.
And he's making his 3rd appearance in first team cricket. Made his debut in the match here on Sunday against Somerset, which was very appropriate because his club is Overston Park, which we'll come back to in a second as Jack White runs in again away from us. Sun behind a cloud at the moment, and that's picked up, just clearing again mid-on, and there's a chase back to the boundary by Rob Keogh, and Patel, again, it was aerial, it was in the air for a while, but it just cleared the man in there at mid-wicket. Keogh's fairly straight at mid-on, so there was no real chance of a catch, but he picks up 2 more runs, 21 to Patel, and Leicestershire to 27 for no wicket. And his club is Overston Park, and that was the club that David Capel went and did some coaching at after he finished here, and so he worked, I know, with James Sales, I think from almost like from day one of his cricket. Here's White in again, bowls short, pulled by Patel out towards deep mid-wicket. There is a man out there, James Sales, but this time he gets just a single, goes to Sales on about the 2nd bounce. 1 more to Patel, who's up to 22, and Leicestershire to 28 for no wicket. He's taking it on, isn't he?
He is. He's a man in form, and it was there to be played. He didn't quite get it, but nothing wrong with the intent. It was the right ball to play. He was a little bit early on it, I think. Just dawned on me. obviously David Sales nicknamed Jumbo. Does that make James Sales car boot?
Here's White in again. Bowls to Harry Swindles. Turned away nicely and cleverly past the man, saving the one on the edge of the circle at backward square. And it runs away for 4. Wanted to beat Simon Kerrigan. He was pretty much nailed on to go to the boundary. And although James Sales is very, very quick over the ground, he couldn't pull that one back. So 4 more to Leicestershire. 32 for no wicket. Harry Swindles up to 7. And once again, White's line just a little bit lacking.
It's been a poor start from Jack White, I have to say, with the new ball. It's the first time I've needed to say that this season. I think this is probably his last over. I think we should get the shepherd's crook out.
32 for no wicket is White in again. Bowls to Swindle, stands up, punches that up to mid-off. It's fielded there by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run there. Yes, it was very appropriate, I think, that James Sales should make his debut in that match. 18 years old, and he'd been at Wellingborough School. Made a double 100 for Wellingborough this year. And it's not the only one of the Sales family as well. No, Ben Sales is...
Ben and Charlie, both very talented. Look out for those guys coming through as well.
Coming up on the rails. Yeah. Here's White in, bowls to Swindles, who again stands up tall, ball just short of a length, plays it down to third man, where Freddie Heldrick comes in off the boundary to field. And they're able to come through for a single. And Harry Swindles nicks the bowling. 8 to him, 22 to Patel. And with 5 overs gone, Leicestershire 33 for no wicket.
Yeah, disappointing start with the ball. Really, both ends. Ben Sanderson not quite on. I think he had a good shout for LBW in his first over. He's had one ball that's nipped away and gone past Patel's outside edge. That's 2 balls out of, what's that now, 32 we've bowled with a couple of wides. 2 balls out of 32 that have been really in the business area is nowhere near where Northampton wanted to be. And that's reflected in the score of 33 for no wicket. So we've bowled Leicestershire in some ways. They've got themselves in. They've played very well. Some attractive cricket in particular from Patel. And Northampton's now on the back foot somewhat.
27 off 3 for Jack White. As Sanderson, who's conceded just 5 off his 2, comes in and bowls to Swindles, who just calmly deflects the ball down to Jack White on the third man boundary. Jogs a single, just keeping it moving nicely. Swindles on to 8 from 13. Foxy Phil's follow-up in a slightly mischievous spirit, I suspect. Does this Jack White have any relation to Wayne? No, I'm pretty sure he doesn't. You never know. But I'm pretty sure Wayne, formerly of Leicestershire.
I think Jack White just kind of landed on planet Earth. Not sure what his connections are to the rest of the human race. He's a one-off, that man.
He's come up to short third as in goes Sanderson and bowls to Rishi Patel. Tries to work it off the straight out into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. Comes off the pad. Pops up towards what would be short mid-wicket. Sanderson sort of follows up towards it just in case. Might have been a bit of inside edge involved as it looped in off the pad. It didn't. Dropped short anyway. It reminds me a bit in sort of appearance of former Northamptonshire pace bowler who I saw the other day. I had a long chat to, Jack Brooks, actually. Sort of long, sort of slightly wildish hair. Who was slightly eccentric as well.
There are similarities there, actually, yeah.
The headband warrior. In goes Sanderson, bowls outside off stump. Foolish delivery, looking to get a bit of swing. It was just outside off stump, and Patel just let it go through to Vasconcelos behind the stumps. 34 without loss. Swindles 9, Patel 22. 5.5 overs done.
Sando's decided that straight is the ploy. He's gone. Both his boundary men are on the leg side now. He's got a long leg and a deep forward square leg. So he's looking to go sort of wicket to wicket. Perhaps there is a bit of variable bounce there. He thinks that's his best go.
And he goes and bowls to Patel, who's leaning forward, thick outside edge, but on top of the bounce, steering it really slightly wide of White. Has to move to his right on the edge of the circle, and there was always a single to be had and was duly taken. Swindles calling Patel through.
So we're going to think, if Charlie and Ben Sales do make the grade, as James looks like he's going to, we're going to run out of nicknames, aren't we?
Yes.
January.
Yeah, that's good.
Billowing.
Oh, that's very good.
Short and in the air, should be caught, went for the pull, and Swindles could only sky it out towards the covers where the most simple of catches was taken. He, unlike Rishi Patel. Well, he might just have been a little bit, obviously mistimed it, but he might actually have been a little bit late on it rather than early on it in that case, and it spooned out for a simple catch. So Sanderson has made the breakthrough. The Foxes 35 for 1. Swindles goes caught in the covers for 9.
I think you're right, Richard. I think he did get done by the extra pace of that ball. Ben Sanderson has a fantastic bouncer. I've said that so many times. He very rarely wastes it, and it can be quicker than one might think, and I think that's exactly what happened to Swindles there. Did him for a bit of pace, and he ended up splicing it out to extra cover. So that will give Northants a sort of a bit of impetus that they really need to get into this game, because it doesn't look so far that they've been quite on it. But that wicket, getting another new guy in, we can nip another one out now, then we'll think we're right back in the game. But well bowled again, Ben Sanderson, using the pitch, using the conditions, bowling to his field. He had 2 men out on the leg side, so if the hook had been played successfully, it perhaps would have been 1, maybe 2. So he's an experienced campaigner, isn't he? And he does bowl a mean bouncer.
Yeah. A bit too good for Harry Swindles on that occasion. Aaron Lilly comes to the crease. He only plays one way, Lilly. Just a white ball contract with Leicestershire now. And so this potentially, if things don't work out for the Foxes, could be his last game of the season, essentially.
With Graham White, of course, having gone to the 100, he's unlikely to play for Northamptonshire again this season.
Yeah, it's not been a great campaign for the Welsh Dragons, or whatever they're called. It's Welsh something, isn't it?
Fire.
Welsh Cottages or something. Oh yeah, Fire.
In goes Sanderson, bowls to Lilly, who steps across his stumps and twitches slightly at a good length delivery, pushes it out without too much foot movement into the offside. A successful over for Ben Sanderson. Contrast to Jack White at the other end. 3 overs for 27 for White. 3 overs, 1 for 7 for Ben Sanderson.
And how often has that been the case for Northants in all formats, really? Ben Sanderson doing the kind of the senior pro job with the ball yet again. Jack White is going to get another over. He just needs to hold his act. Sometimes Jack White, sort of technically, and for young bowlers listening in, the front arm is really very, very important, as we know. It's a very basic thing, but sometimes basics get overlooked. And if Jack White gets that front arm nice and high and pulls it into his left sort of rib cage, then generally things go pretty well. Sometimes the left arm pulls across the body a wee bit.
Here is Jack White running in to bowl to Rishi Patel, who's pulled that flat away through mid-wicket for 4. First bounce. James Sales out there at deep square might have thought he was in business for a moment or two, but in the end it went well wide of him. And despite the fact that, again, as we say, he's very quick over the ground, the ball just landing about, 10 yards in from the boundary and skipping away over the rope. First bounce for 4. Patel to 27, 39 for 1. I just wonder, Phil, you said about Jack White getting an over. Did the wicket get him an over?
I would think so. Yeah, I think a new batter in. He wasn't facing, that would have been a decision, but I would have gone the other way and given someone else the ball.
Here's White in again, bowls just over, pulled away by Patel, just over the man at mid-wicket in the ring. That's Emilio Gay, and it's 4 more. And Jack White's having a little bit of a nightmare start here, and in contrast to dream start for Rishi Patel, who's up to 31 off 22 balls, and Leicestershire 43 for 1. And the field is going to have to be changed a little bit. They're bringing now Ben Curran coming out of slip into sort of mid-wicket, almost a catching position, just on the drive there, with Emilio Gay at mid-wicket on the edge of the circle, a mid-on and a deep mid-wicket as well. Here's White bowling better ball this time on the line of just outside off stump, decent length, and he just drops that down into the offside. And there's no run, but 2 boundaries to begin the over.
Yeah, it was a case of 3 consecutive boundaries to Jack, wasn't it? Because the last ball of his previous over went as well. So it's one of those things about captaincy. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. I did suggest it before this start of the over, just to get that one, in quickly. But some we win, some we lose.
Here's White in again, bowls to Patel, short again, and it's pulled away down towards deep square. It's another chase for James Sales. This time he comes round and keeps it down to a single. Lovely bit of fielding. And just 1 more onto the total. Patel up to 32 and Leicestershire to 44 for 1. Good applause from around the ground for James Sales. Played nicely, batted nicely at Grantham on Tuesday, 18 not out. just with the tail to bat with, and just really had to try and get Northamptonshire probably up over 200. He was 174 for 8 at one point, and he and the tail end has just managed to take it over 200 to 210, which wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, I didn't see that in it, so he just nursed the tail through, did he?
Played really sensibly. Here's White in again, bowls to Lilly, much better ball. Again, the line is much better, the length is better, and the outcome for Jack White is better because it's a dot ball just played back down the pitch by Aaron Lilly. Yeah, and took a good catch as well in the deep. So he had a decent game, and talking to John Sadler, Northampton's acting head coach, afterwards, he said, yeah, he's at the start of what they hope will be a long and productive career, and if he does anything like his dad, scored 23,000 runs.
Yeah, we'll take that,
won't
we?
Cricket for Northamptonshire. I think we'd definitely take that. Here's White in again straying onto Aaron Lilly's legs. He turns it away. It's another long chase for James Sales. This time having to run down towards long leg from his position at deep square, and they're able to come through for a couple of runs. 46 for 1 at the end of the 7th over. Lilly is 2, Patel is 32, and surely now take a blow, Jack.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? And it's all very well to sit here and call the shots. It's very much more difficult to do so when you're down there in the heat of battle. I do think, that said, that the amount of bowling options Northants have, if we'd only got sort of 5.5, 6 options, then maybe you'd try and squeeze one more from Jack in this spell, although it's not going so well. Given the vast resources with the ball that we have on offer today, I think I would have called it after that previous over.
Well, White 4 overs for 38, and interestingly, James Sales is having a little limber up. Here's Sanderson.
I did see that out of the corner of my eye.
Here's Sanderson in again, start a fresh over, bowling to Rishi Patel, who plays that up to Ben Curran, to say tight on the single in there at mid-wicket. And there's no run. So James Sales, who, I say, this is his 3rd game, he hasn't had a bowl yet in either of the first 2 matches he played against Somerset and against Nottinghamshire, but he's going through a vigorous warming up routine at backward point at the moment.
Sales is renowned for that kind of warm up, Brad, as you'll remember from watching his dad.
It's not quite the recollection I have of his dad, but here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Patel, who drives down the pitch and fielded by Sanderson on the first bounce, and there's no run. I don't quite remember Jumble doing like the old star jumps.
He must have missed it. He did it so quickly. So if James Sales is to replace Jack White at the David Capel end, it's a tough gig, isn't it? There's a man flying on 32. He's in great nick, and Lilly smacks it a bit. I wondered whether he might be saved to bowl just out of the power play, but obviously not.
Maybe, we'll see. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Patel, who drives up to mid-on, fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's just a single there for Rishi Patel. It goes up to 33, 27 balls faced, and Leicestershire 47 for 1 in the 8th wicket, in the 8th over rather. Swindles the man out, caught by Luke Proctor, probably the easiest catch I think he's probably ever taken in his fairly lengthy professional career. Has looped to extra cover, Proctor taking the catch. Sanderson, the successful bowler, Swindles out for 9. And now Aaron Lilly on strike facing Ben Sanderson, works that away just in front of square on the onside, and it's Safe Zabe who comes in off the boundary in front of the west stand, sends in his return on the bounce, and Aaron Lilly goes up to 3, and Leicestershire to 48 for 1.
Lilly played that like a man who's on 150 not out, didn't he? That was his 4th ball, and it was just back of a length ball straight, and he just waited for it and clipped it off kind of middle and leg stump.
Did seem to have a lot of time.
Didn't he? Yeah.
Here's Patel on strike now as Sanderson goes short, and it's pulled away to deep mid-wicket. Once again, it's Safe Zabe who's in business on the mid-wicket boundary, and they come through for a single. One more to Patel, 34 to him, 49 for 1. Certainly there's been a stark contrast between Jack White and Ben Sanderson here today. I say White 4 overs, 0 for 38. Sanderson at the moment, 1 ball left of his 4th over, I think 1 for 10. Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's cut away. That's a clever stroke by Aaron Lilly. A little bit short from Ben Sanderson, and Lilly just getting inside it, helping it down over the man at short 3rd man, and it rattles away down to the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion for 4, and it brings up the 50 for Leicestershire. The last ball of the 8th over with Patel 34, Lilly 7, and conceding a boundary off the last ball of the over. Phil, something I know always annoys you. 53 for 1 off 8, and we are going to see for the first time in first team cricket for Northamptonshire, James Sales have a bowl.
The young man's heart will be beating a little faster than normal.
So will his old man.
Yeah, the whole family, I'm sure, will be, and everybody be wishing him the best. He's not short of advice out there, one way or the other, I wouldn't imagine. He's swinging his arms now, no name or number on his back, of course. Rishi Patel. As Phil said, he's although he's done very well, he has once or twice got ahead of himself and got out when going really nicely in this competition. But he's clearly got licence to go sort of hard early. And so that can happen. But real opportunity for him here. Established to really give the innings a really big and solid foundation. So young Sales, he's got long leg wide and deep backward square as his riders. He bowls straight enough, slightly short of a decent length, but nothing wrong with that one. That's worked by Patel off the back foot out towards short mid wicket. And there's no run. That'll make him feel better. Dot ball to start with, 53 for 1.
Isn't it great to see a young man making his debut with the ball? That's absolutely brilliant. I've got a smile on my face. He's not done anything yet. Come on, Jimbo.
Turns. Not particularly energetic run up and bowls. It's all in his action and just leans forward, Patel, and strokes it out in front of point. Might go all the way. Good work running back there on the boundary. It is dragged back by Zabe, I think it is. And a little bit of relay work by Heldrick means it's 2 instead of 4, which it was within probably a couple of inches of being.
A lovely cricket shot, wasn't it? Just, it was about 4.5 stumps, a good line on length. He just leant on it, timed it square of the wicket on the offside. Yeah. Beautiful bit of batting.
Trying not to get too excited about Patel, but he does look a good player. Hopefully, from Leicestershire's point of view, he can keep developing the way he's developed this season. But Paul Nixon, who is a pretty good judge, is genuinely excited about it. He said, look, if he's got the application, he could really go on. In goes Sales, bowls very full. No foot movement from Lilly, and rather thick inside edge as he looked to drive that straight, runs it out towards mid-on pretty quickly on the edge of the circle, but no run as a consequence. But by that he meant, and he means and says he could play international cricket. He's got that sort of level of talent.
Is he
whether
an
he's got the
Essex
mental,
boy,
yes, he is.
Boy,
Yeah,
right, okay.
Yes, he is. Yeah, Chingford, I think it is.
Okay.
He's from, actually born. In goes Sales and bowls slightly short, cut down into the ground by Lilly, but bounces up nicely for Zabe. Safe Zabe, who is at backward point, not on the edge of the circle. He's at sort of fairly genuine, but now he's retreating slightly towards the edge of the circle. Good so far, pretty good so far from Sales. Just the one scoring shot conceded. 2 Patel. 37 he's on. Lilly has 7.
Yeah, it's been a good start so far. It's finished the over off now, James. A couple of tight balls now.
He is in and bowls full, looking to drive, not timed by Lilly. Sounded a bit tinny off the bottom of the bat. Bounces out towards wide extra cover. So another dot ball. Expressionless, young Sales. Serious face as he walks back towards his mark.
I'd love to be able to get eyeballs on Jumble right now to see how nervous he is.
I was looking around the ground for him. I can't see him.
Sales is in. That one's worked off his legs by Lilly. Should be a couple because it's wide of the man at the deep backward square. He's got about 20 yards to run away to his right. Throws on the bounce of Vasconcelos. Lilly picks up a couple. So nothing wrong with the over as such. No boundaries conceded in it. Leicestershire have moved on to 58 for 1. 1 over left of the power play. At the moment, they'll be pretty pleased. I would think they haven't always gone really big in the power play so far. It's been a very different attitude towards it than it is in the T20. But another over, and if they can finish on something like 64, 65 for 1, I think they'd be fairly happy with their start.
Yeah, I think it's a balancing act between wickets and runs, isn't it, in the power play? And you'd have to say 58 for 1 off 9. If that becomes early 60s, mid 60s after this over 4-1, then Leicestershire can definitely put a big tick in the box of having won the first power play. Northampton nip another one out now. It might be more even Stevens.
It's Rishi Patel, who's been outstanding so far, 37 to his name already, facing Ben Sanderson, as we've been saying, last over the power play. And he drives that back down the pitch, and, well, he couldn't have driven it much straighter because it actually went into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Umpire just repairing the damage. So a dot ball to start the over from Ben Sanderson. Just want to be keeping an eye on what's happening elsewhere in the country, particularly of relevance to Leicestershire, of course. The other scores, we'll tell you on the test match at Lords. They're just underway a bit late. They've had some rain down there in NW8. Here's Sanderson in. Bowled is to that's cracked away off the back foot by Rishi Patel. That's a beautiful shot. Just stood tall and punched it away through backward point. It raced away for 4. It's the shorter boundary of the two over that eastern side of the ground. But that went like a rocket. Beautifully timed. 62 for 1. Patel to 41.
He just stepped back and made room, didn't he? Sanderson didn't see him or didn't follow him.
Yeah, good bit of cricket.
Yeah,
I like that. It's a low risk option just to put more pressure on the bowler.
What's Ben Sanderson's reply going to be? He's in again, bowls short. It's pulled by Patel. Is he going to be caught? He is very well caught indeed by Saif Zaib, coming in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, and I think Rishi Patel will rather feel that he's given that away. Last over of the power play, short ball, took it on as he has done right the way through the match so far. It was in the air a long time, but Saif Zaib had to come in from the deep mid-wicket boundary and took it very well. Good low catch. Patel goes for 41 and Leicestershire 62 for 2.
There was a sort of an air of predictability about that. It's one of the things the young player, talented young player, shot maker, wants to impose himself, was going well, striking the ball well, just got ahead of himself. He'd got 4 off the first ball of the over, imposed himself on the over, imposed himself on Sanderson, and then got a banged in ball, didn't really try to keep it down, could have let it go through, could have done a number of things with it. Just got on a bit of a roll and he's playing shot after shot, and that's where the young man, just with a bit of inexperience, and now he's out for a very well played 41. That's where the experienced player walks off with 90, 100 plus, and the team score is then well into the 300s. He'll learn from that, but he looks one for the future, but he should learn from that, I guess.
Yeah, you say that, but he was out for 40 in his last innings as well, in pretty much exactly the same sort of circumstances, getting a little bit carried away with himself when well established and going very nicely. So he hasn't learned in the last couple of days, but let's hopefully he will when he thinks about it a little bit.
Two ways to learn. There's the quick way, and then there's the other way.
The painful way.
He may learn the other way.
41 off 33 balls with a 6 and 5 fours. So he's given Leicestershire a brisk start here, but he's gone. And as you were saying, Phil, I think Northamptonshire just picking up that wicket in the last over of the power play. It's just brought the match closer to parity so far. Northamptonshire certainly been guilty on a number of occasions in white ball cricket this season, last season as well, going too hard, I think, in the power play. Mm-hmm. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Lilly, who's going to be caught. Is he? No, he's not. He went for the pull. Obviously, Lilly was on strike because the batsman crossed. Again, Sanderson bowling that just short of a length. Lilly trying to pull, and he just again got it, I think, high up the bat, and it looped tantalisingly down towards the man at backward square, Jack White. And in the end, it dropped well short of him, but it was in the air a while. It was a full shot, and it could easily have been a bang bang, as they say. 63 for 2.
Getting bounced out by Ben Sanderson, the top order. That hasn't happened very often.
So Lilly up to 10, 63 for 2, and now Lewis Hill on strike. And first ball outside the off stump, and Hill lets it go through. Lewis Hill, of course, fresh from that terrific century against Somerset, a long partnership with Louis Kimber to take Leicestershire to a magnificent victory. 158 was it, I think, 5th wicket partnership.
It was, yeah, record against Somerset for Leicestershire.
He's an underrated player, Lewis Hill. I think he's a very, very fine young player.
There he is facing Ben Sanderson, short, and again he just sways out of the way of it. And Ben Sanderson all of a sudden has got the bit between his teeth in a big way, banging it in. Picked up a wicket, and at the end of 10 overs, and that's the end of the power play, Leicestershire 63 for 2. Aaron Lilly has made 10. Lewis Hill yet to get off the mark. Batsman out, Swindles for 9, Patel for 41, both out to Ben Sanderson. You're just going to mention the fact that, as I say, the Test match has now started, and England, who won the toss and chose to bowl first, India are 3 for no wicket at the start of the 4th over. In the other matches in the Royal London Cup, we'll come back to those, I think, perhaps at the start of the next over, but suffice it to say that Leicestershire are probably ahead of where the other sides are in terms of runs scored, at least in the early stages.
James Sales to continue from the David Capel end. Bowls wide outside off stump. Whisper, a little bit of a half volley, but it was quite wide and he had to reach for it, Lilly, so didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. Steered it out into the gaps in the covers. Coming in off the boundary is Safe Zabe, and Lilly has to settle for 1, moves on to 11.
I'd like to see us get a catcher in here.
Hill on the leg side.
No, slip.
In goes Sales and bowls to Hill, who is also steering through the gap with a slightly higher degree of certainty than Lilly previously. It wasn't quite as full a delivery, but Hill on top of the bounce steers it out to Zabe. Picks up 1. He will love you, Phil, Lewis Hill, because you described him as a good young batter. And
well, he's young compared to me.
Well, he's 30 now, Lewis.
He's been around, hasn't he? Yeah.
He's the only one who's been at the club the same amount of time. In goes James Sales, both slightly short outside off stump, and Lee waits for it, dabs it down to third man, steers it down to third man, takes 1, which is an indication, I think, of the turnover in the last 8 years at Leicestershire. In fact, it was pointed out on the Leicestershire website that 2 years ago these two sides met. There's only 2 surviving members of the Leicestershire side in the 11 today. As Sales is in, Hill is looking to turn it off his legs, gets a bit of a thin inside edge. He's going to pick up 4, actually, maybe doing him a little bit of an injustice. I suspect he wasn't trying to play it quite as finely as that, but it fairly raced away down to the fine leg boundary, and he picks up 4. 70 for 2, Hill on to 5. But it has been a great season for Lewis Hill, having scored just 1 century in his previous career up to this point, when he's had 2 in this competition alone, plus in the championship as well. Sales is in, good straight delivery, full-ish. Hill is forward, but treating the ball with respect, plays it firmly out towards mid-off. Half stopped in his follow-through by the reaching Sales, slowed on its way towards mid-off, and there is no run. Hill 5 off 5, Lilly 12 off 12. Sales is in and bowling. Again, a good length, just steered out towards wide mid-off, and Hill immediately calls for the single, seeing that mid-off has to move to his left slightly. Keogh does so, but doesn't pick up the ball cleanly, and most miffed with himself. Double teapot as he walks back towards it, having stopped the ball but not picked it up as he tempted to do so. End of the over, 71 for 2. Sales, having conceded 5 from his first over, with that 4, conceded 7 from his second. 8 actually from his second. 13 off 2 for him.
That would have been a tight single, I think, had Ben Sanderson picked the ball up. Lewis Hill and Ben Sanderson do know each other. They've been to a 6-a-side tournament in Houston, Texas together a few years ago, almost unbelievably. And he will know, Lewis Hill will know that Ben Sanderson is incredibly quick across the ground, so I think he slightly misjudged that. Had he picked it up, which he didn't, and hit the stumps, which he obviously didn't, I think that would have been very tight.
Here's Ben Sanderson to start his 6th over from the far end, the indoor centre end. The first ball turned away by Lewis Hill down towards the backward square. Safe Zabe quickly in off the boundary to field and keeps it to a single. 1 more to Hill, 7 to him, 72 for 2.
6-a-side tournament in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think it was, as it might sound, I think it was a bit of a fiasco, but the lads had a good time.
Alex Wakely went on that, didn't he? I think
he did. Alex Wakely, yes. Rob Newton, Rob Keogh, and I saw they sent me some photos of some of the pitches they played on. I don't think it was the greatest cricket tournament in the world.
Here's Sanderson in bowling to Aaron Lilly, pushes that out into the covers, fielded there by Luke Proctor, who's tight in on the single there at extra cover, and there's no run. Now, I do remember that and seeing some of those photographs, and yes, it did look as though they sort of rather adapted stadia designed for other sporting events to. I don't know, it was done an awful lot for the cause of global cricket and getting it into the Olympics or whatever, but as you say, a good time was had by
so I understand.
Yeah. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Lilly, and again he's playing it defensively out to Proctor, an extra cover, and there's no run. Did promise you just to look at the other scores, particularly the ones in this group. At Derby, Derbyshire against Surrey, Derbyshire 59 for 2 after batting first, that's in the 13th over. At Cardiff, Yorkshire 59 for 1 in the 14th over against Glamorgan, that's also one that's relevant here. And just break off as Sanderson comes in again to bowl to Aaron Lilly. Short, pulled away, just wide of mid-wicket. Emilio Geiger just sticking up a hand and almost waving it goodbye as it disappears over the rope at mid-wicket. 4 to Lilly, 16 to him. Leicestershire 76 for 2. And the other match in this Group 1 is at Edgbaston, where Somerset are playing Warwickshire. Somerset again won the toss and chose to bat. They are 53 for 1 in the 13th. So nothing too dramatic in any of the Group 1 matches so far.
That's the first one from Sanderson that sat up. Just maybe a little bit too short.
Here's Lilly facing this ball from Sanderson. Again short, and he pulls, and he clothed it really, and again it just looped tantalisingly over Emilio Gay at mid-wicket. Runs back towards the boundary. Rob Keogh has to chase back from mid-on, and they come through for a couple. 78 for 2, 18 to Lilly, and it's very obvious what Ben Sanderson's tactics are here. He's going to persist with the short ball. And, well, that one in particular, Lilly didn't really get hold of it.
He bowled well into the pitch against Somerset on Sunday from the same end, didn't he?
He did. That was certainly not timed at all well, and could easily just have found Gay at mid-wicket, but it didn't. Here's Sanderson again, Butch Fuller this time, and driven away out towards the gap at extra cover between extra cover, who's tight in there and mid-off, and well fielded by Simon Kerrigan, diving away to his left. Manages to keep it to a single off the last ball of the over. 19 to Lilly, 7 to Hill, and at the end of the over, 79 for 2, 12 overs gone. And are we going to see James Sales continue? Yes, we are.
Real intent from the Leicestershire players. Everyone we've seen so far has come out to sort of impose themselves on Northampton. If they've got a short ball or a wide ball, obviously looking to score off that, but otherwise really busy, looking to find gaps, pushing into the gaps, pushing 2s for 3s and so on. It's a very sort of high intensity start from Leicestershire. They're obviously a team that have got some confidence behind them.
In goes Sales and bowls. Driving pleasantly is Lilly's got it away out towards deep extra cover. Long run for Zabe. Gets there, picks up. Always going to be 2 in those circumstances. Brunty says, delighted to hear Phil Rowe on the air. One of the best bosses I ever had. And definitely the nicest.
Oh, Martin Brunt. Fantastic. I wish I could say the same about him. No, that's not. And he'll know that's humorous. He's a good man, Martin Brunt.
There you go.
Great to hear from you.
Great Leicestershire supporter. Morning Springsteen at the cobbler's end. In goes Sales and bowls. Good line and length on off stump. Just dabs it down into the ground. Lilly in front of him, and with both the offside fielders a little bit on their heels towards the back of the circle, towards the edge of the circle. Comfortable single to be taken. Jason Tipping. Don't know if I've missed this, but White has the same action, mannerisms and haircut as Chris Wright. Had to double take after the first ball I watched.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
There's something in that, isn't there? Yeah.
See what you're saying.
Yeah.
Sales is in to Hill. Good ball. And Hill can only defend that one out into the offside from middle and off.
And that last ball there is an example, really. There's a static defensive shot, and then there's a kind of cover-up defensive shot which looks busy. And Lewis Hill looking busy there. He's making the bowler work very hard. It sends a message, you've got to be right on it, James Sales, if you want to get a dot out of me, which he did.
He bowls again, a little bit short. Up on his toes is Hill. Thick bottom edge as he chops it down into the offside. Out towards short third man. Vasconcelos, having shed a gauntlet, jogs back and picks it up on the edge of the circle. Hill takes one, fairly brimming with confidence at the moment. Lewis Hill, Di Davis, having attended and played for Cambridge Uni. Rishi is taking a frustratingly long time to, quote, learn his lesson. Intelligence doesn't always have anything to do with it. In he goes, Sales, and bowls short, pulled by Lilly, but doesn't time it. Trickles out towards that long-haired figure of White running away to his left. Yeah, I see what you mean about the Chris Wright likeness. Jason? Chris Wright went for a few in his one appearance in the Royal London Cup as well earlier this season. Came in for the game against Warwickshire. In goes Sales and bowls. Waits for it this time. Lillian dabs it down off just wide of off stump. Out towards short third man and takes one. Again, perfectly respectable over from young Mr. Sales as he takes his cap and marches off to his fielding position. 84 for 2 off 13. The run rate 6.5, but they have lost a couple of wickets, the Foxes. So the innings sort of balanced at the moment.
I think it's been a nice start from James Sales. You sometimes see youngsters coming in. He hasn't bowled a lot this year, and obviously he hasn't bowled in this level of cricket ever. And sometimes that can lead to a bit of nerve with the ball, and it gets a bit stuck in your hand sometimes, and you drag a couple down or push one down the leg side. And he hasn't done that. He's been there or thereabouts. He's bowling against players of high quality who are confident and have got a bit of a platform, and he's holding his own. It's a really good start from the young man.
Sanderson in again, starting a fresh over. Bowls to Aaron Lilly, who, with the stroke of a man taking a 4-iron off the tee, goes to try and clear the Lynn Wilson indoor centre, doesn't make contact, beats the outside edge, goes into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos.
And then pretends it was a deliberate miss, you know, sort of on the tee. Don't you? That was just a warm-up swing.
Yes, that was... Well, he would have probably been hoping for a mulligan after that one, I think. But if he'd made contact, as we often say, it would have gone a very, very long way. But he didn't. And now a change in the field, deep mid-wicket being pushed out. That's Emilio Gay and Jack White coming into the circle at fine leg. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Lilly, drives up to mid-off. That could be very tight. Keogh Fields, underarms at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but he'd missed the stumps in any case, and Lilly was very quick over the ground. I think he probably would just about have been okay, but it was tight. One more onto the total, 85 for 2, Lilly to 24. Just to warn you, about 3 or 4 minutes I should be updating BBC Radio Northampton to let them know what's going on. Here's Sanderson into his 7th over now, bowling to Lewis Hill, the Leicester captain, and he's bowled him. Beauty. That is a terrific delivery from Lewis Hill, who is almost rooted to the spot as that ball just nipped away, hit the top of off stump, and just a little nod as he walked off to Ben Sanderson to say, well bowled. And a big wicket for Northamptonshire as the in-form man, Lewis Hill, goes for 8, and Leicestershire 85 for 3.
Yeah, beautiful delivery, sort of almost a bit of red ball cricket there, just left him. He wasn't trying to hit it hard. He just leant forward in defence, swung past the outside edge, clipped the top of off stump. Perfect. From Ben Sanderson, 3 for him.
He did nothing wrong, did he, Lewis Hill?
No, he did nothing wrong. I mean, the best he could have done was edged it, and he'd been caught behind anyway. That's about the bit. And I think he was indicating to Ben Sanderson, that's too good for me on this occasion, Ben. Or words to that. They certainly had a nice, friendly exchange. And, yeah, that gets most people out. Pitched about sort of middle and off, straightened, hit the top of off, and that's where he's been for most of his career, isn't it, Ben Sanderson?
I was going to say he's been doing that for most of the last 7 years when he's been here at Northamptonshire, and yeah, well that but it's like I think Richard said it was like a red ball dismissal, really, wasn't it? It was an absolute beauty, and it accounts for Lewis Hill. So Ben Sanderson picks up his 3rd wicket of the innings. He's picked up all the wickets to fall so far. 6.3 overs, 3 for 28 now for Ben Sanderson. And he's given Northamptonshire a really good start here.
Am I being old school, Radders? I want to slip into the new batter.
Well, I was just thinking it was George Rhodes is the new batsman coming in. Well, it's a slightly tricky time for Leicestershire, and yeah, and immediately got deep cover back on the boundary sweeping, and no close catcher at all. Sanderson comes in and bowls to Rhodes, who's just dabbing that away on the onside to get off the mark, goes just in front of square, and there's a single, so Rhodes is away. 1 run, and Leicestershire up to 86 for 3. Apologies if you were just wondering why we were hesitating there. We were just being slightly deafened by something coming through our headphones. But a little bit of fiddling with our equipment, but we're okay now. Here's Aaron Lilly facing this ball from Ben Sanderson. Again, he's just dropping that one short of a length. And Lilly plays it well, goes up on his toes, plays it down behind square on the onside for a single. Goes out there to save Zabe, who is also just doing a little bit of limbering up, so I won't be surprised to see him get a bowl as well. He bowled quite pleasantly down at Grantham last time out. Bowled his full 10-over stint, having not bowled very much this year at all in any format. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Rhodes, is in behind that, playing it back down the pitch. And the end of another excellent over from Ben Sanderson. 3 wickets to his name now. And Leicestershire with 14 overs gone at 87 for 3. Aaron Lilly's made 25 of those. George Rhodes on 1.
Yeah, a bit of a conundrum for the captain now. Does he give Sanderson another one? Particularly if George Rhodes is on strike. He's only got 3 overs left in his spell, so that's a real 50-50 call for Ben Sanderson and Ricardo Vasconcelos to make a decision on.
Yeah, 7 overs. And 3 for 31 for Ben Sanderson. And it is going to be James Sales who's going to continue from this David Capel end. Do we know where? Have we established where David Sales is on the ground? I'm sure he's on the ground.
Oh, I know where he is.
Right.
He's watching on a screen. He's listening to us.
Ah, right. Okay. I was looking. He wasn't at his usual haunts when I usually sort of know where to look for him. I didn't see him on the ground. Here's James Sales in again. Bowls, and that just jacks back in a little bit too. Aaron Lilly, who plays it down to backward point. They come through for a quick single. A little bit of movement there for off the seam, I think, for James Sales. Emilio Gay completes the fielding, and they're through for a single. 26 to Lilly. Leicestershire up to 88 for 3. Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a second or two. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat, are 88 for 3, and Ben Sanderson's been the hero of the morning so far for Northamptonshire, having picked up all 3 wickets to fall. Harry Swindles for 9, Rishi Patel for 41, and Lewis Hill for 8 in there at the moment. Aaron Lilly, who's made 26. George Rhodes is on 1, and we're seeing James Sales, the 18-year-old, making only his 3rd first-team appearance for Northamptonshire, getting his first bowl, and he's bowled pretty tidily so far. 15th over we're in. Leicestershire won the toss and batted, 89 for 3. And here's James Sales in again, bowling to Aaron Lilly, who's going to pick up a single there, turning it out towards deep mid-wicket. Jack White comes in off the boundary in front of the main scoreboard, the old main scoreboard to field. And they're through for 1, 27 to Lilly, and Leicestershire up to 90 for 3.
How's George Rhodes gone in this competition, Richard?
Not brilliantly, it's got to be said. I'll go through his scores after this delivery.
Here's Sales in again, bowls short to Rhodes, who pulls without any great timing, but it goes down to deep backward square. Ben Curran comes in off the boundary to field, and another single to Rhodes, 3 to him, 91 for 3.
Started well enough with 39 not out, but then 8, 14, 2, 3, and a first baller last time out. He's actually been more use, if you're objective about it, with the ball, when he sort of fiddles quite a few overs very economically.
Sales in again, bowls to Lilly, who cuts, and it's going to go away for 4. Nice stroke, again a little bit of width, just short of a length. And Aaron Lilly pouncing on that one and cutting it away just behind square through backward point for 4. Lilly up to 31 and Leicestershire to 95 for 3.
He's actually top of the bowling averages in the competition in terms of economy, conceding just about 5 runs and over from his 40 overs so far, and he's picked up 6 wickets. So he's found a role, but it's certainly love an innings here.
Sales in again. Bowls to Lilly, who's going to be caught. I think, no, he's not. It just landed in front of Rob Keogh at mid-on. It was a miscued pull from Aaron Lilly, and it flew down towards mid-on, and Rob Keogh coming across to his left, stuck out a left hand. It just barely carried. He didn't get a hand to it in the end, and they're able to come through for a couple of runs. 97 for 3 at the end of the over. Lily 33, but a full stroke. The nearest James Sales has come so far to picking up a wicket. Lily's 33, Rhodes is 3, and we've had 15 overs.
Lily has to sort of change his role slightly, really. He's always had licence to just basically go out and hit, but he has to take a little bit more responsibility with those 3 wickets going early. Louis Kimber, hugely promising young batsman. He's due in next, but who's he waving at? He doesn't want to change. No, he's waving for gloves. I thought for a second Lily was waving at us there, saying I don't have to take more responsibility. I'm perfectly fine here. But change or close the windows or something. But I don't think he sees that far anyway.
It was a bit unlucky there, James Sales. He bowled a decent short ball, and it was mishit by Lily. And Rob Key, I think it was one of those where you don't know quite how hard it's been hit, because it was a full shot, but it came very slowly to him. In the end, he got a good dive and just evaded his grasp.
So we are now going to see a little bit of spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Rhodes steps forward and pushes Eldritch's first delivery, left armour. He's bowling over the wicket, and he just pushed it out into the offside and took a quick single. See what Lily will make of Freddie Heldrick. He's got a long on, cover point, mid-wicket and deep backward square on the boundary. He's going to try and reverse sweep straight away and misses it. Vasconcelos takes the ball and offers it to the stumps, because it looked for a second as though Lily might just topple over there. He didn't, so Vasconcelos didn't bother demolishing the stumps, as is often the modern way. In goes Heldrick. Again, he's trying to reverse sweep. All 3 things happen, and this time Vasconcelos did take the bails off, although Lily didn't look like overbalancing quite as much. He's decided that there's a space down there at wide third man that he can hit into, with Sales on the edge of the circle at short third. He's going to try for the 3rd time, and he has got it away. This time inside Sales, down to fine third man for 4. So 3 attempts in a row, and Heldrick kept it out there, and the 3rd one he connected.
It was probably the best of the 3 balls in a way, wasn't it? It was the straightest. Anyway,
yes.
It won't be long before Gay comes out of mid-wicket and goes to backward point, I think.
Well, if he's going to keep trying that shot, it would make sense. And there is going to be a change in the field. Heldrick's doing his own directing, and yes, it is going to be White moving across from backward square to fine short third, and he's for the 3rd time, and he's swept over White there. For a second it was going to go straight to him, or between the 2 men who were only sort of 10 yards, maybe 12 yards apart, but he got plenty of it in the end. Lily, it's deja vu all over again. 4 balls in a row, and they did change the field, Northants, for the 4th, and it was in the air, and it could so easily have gone to the field.
It wasn't the greatest attempt, was it?
No, it wasn't.
He could have thrown his cap at it or something.
Well, in goes Heldrick, and he's going to try for a 5th time. Are we going to have 5 in a row? This time he has reverse swept it along the ground to Sales. 5 in a row then from Aaron Lilly, and no wonder Freddie Heldrick looks a little perturbed at the end of the over. 106 for 3, and well, if I tell you that one of the Leicestershire supporters has just messaged me to the effect that he thinks Lilly actually has the talent to be the best batsman on the Leicestershire side, brackets, if he had half a brain, you'll sort of kind of see roughly what he's talking about, maybe.
So I guess he's not talking about taking half of it away. He's suggesting that he starts with none. What I would say about that and Aaron Lilly, his cricket, I don't know a great deal about. Obviously, he's been around for a while. I haven't seen a lot of him. Most of his career at Lancashire. Is it takes some fortitude to do that. You know, to play that reverse sweep so often. He had 2 balls in the slot for that shot and missed them, but carried on doing it and got 8 away. And you know, people talk about mental strength, and there's some mental strength in that. Say, no, it's a shot I play. It's a shot I've rehearsed. I'm going to keep going with that. A lesser player would have just knocked one into the leg side and run up the other end and left it to Rhodes to deal with. So there's something in that. You know, it's not all about digging in. Sometimes it's about backing yourself.
You're a generous and kind man.
It's official. James Sales is going to continue bowling his 5th over from the David Capel end, appropriately enough. And he's He's running in, bowling to George Rhodes. Good ball from Sales first up. It's back of a length, and Rhodes playing it back down the pitch. Sales fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. A lot brighter now. It went, after a beautiful sunshine first thing this morning, it went a bit murky for a little spell. Cloud coming over, but it's much, much brighter now. Clouds well scattered, bit of sunshine rippling across the ground from time to time as Sales comes in again and bowls, and Rhodes again is forced onto the defensive, plays it up this time to Rob Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run.
Let's bowl more balls at George Rhodes at the minute. It's very hard to get a dot against Aaron Lilly. You know, he's a wily old campaigner. I'd want my fielders in the ring. There are 5 fielders in the ring currently. Get really tight, squeeze Rhodes. I'd even perhaps get a 6th fielder in the ring now.
Sales in again, bowling to Rhodes, who's picked that one up. Is he going to be caught? I think it's just going to bounce in front. It is. He just tried to play that away on the leg side, and it finished up going off an edge, top edge, and looped down in the general direction of deep square, where Ben Curran head in off the boundary, but it landed in the end well short of him. But they're through for a single.
It's not easy, is it, to time the ball on the back foot all the time?
No.
There are a number of cloth shots, some early, some late as well.
5 to Rhodes, 107 for 3. Aaron Lilly on strike, who's made 41, made it look pretty easy so far. And he's cut that away and he's dropped at backward point. It's good diving effort by Emilio Gay. But it's one that at this level, I should think probably, 6, 7 times out of 10 you would see caught.
Yeah, I'd say 6, yeah. 6 out of 10.
Diving away to his left. It was a good effort by Emilio Gay, but it didn't stick. And a reprieve for Aaron Lilly, who goes up to 42 with the single, and Leicestershire to 108 for 3. Short ball, cut it away. It was a diving attempt by Emilio Gay, who looks cross with himself now. His Sales in, bowls short, and that's pulled by George Rhodes out towards deep mid-wicket. Once again, it's Ben Curran back in the action, and just has to chase round to his left, and they're able to come through for a couple of runs. 7 to Rhodes, 110 for 3.
Emilio Gay at backward point won't have spent long there in his career.
No.
And didn't usually find himself there. I was thinking in earlier over, with Lilly holding on the back foot, you can go a bit finer at backward point. If someone's more on the front foot, you perhaps want to get squarer. Sorry, Radders.
No, it's fine. James Sales finishing the over with a dot ball. A good ball, again, right on line and length, and Rhodes just playing it defensively back down the pitch. 17 overs gone. Lilly is 42, Rhodes 710 for 3. Yeah, it's a good point, actually. I don't think I've seen him field there very much at all in the matches he's played so far this season. It's not. It used to be, the backward point always used to be the position, wasn't it? It's where it used to put your gun fielder, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think that to some degree that's changed a wee bit over the years, particularly in white ball cricket. You now want that your best fielder in front of the bat, often at extra cover kind of area. But I think, what I was trying to say there was batter who sits more on the back foot. If you're at backward point, you can go 2 paces to your left. Had he done so, that ball would have been straight at him. And for somebody who's getting forward more, you perhaps want to be a little bit squarer, unless they're playing very open-faced. So it's perhaps a little bit of inexperience, wasn't quite in the perfect spot.
Heldrick is in, bowls a horrible full toss and gets away with it as Lilly was advancing down the wicket, got a little bit high, came to it too soon, and all he could do was bottom edge it out towards mid-wicket, and swipes at the air in frustration as Heldrick is in. Another full toss, and this time it is hit over mid-off for 4 by Lilly. So his approach continues to bear fruit. Lucky last time. Sales hasn't been lucky. He was unfortunate in that. Could have picked up 2 wickets in that over easily.
Yeah.
And, his luck, he will find, will go in and out over his hopefully long career. Heldrick wipes his hand, having started the over with 2 rank full tosses, is in and bowled to Lilly, who's going to be stumped, and is. What a comeback from Heldrick there. Down the wicket when Lilly pushed it through. Heldrick outside off stump. He tried to dab it away, didn't get anything on it. Vasconcelos took the ball, took the bails off, and Heldrick has his wicket. Another important breakthrough. Another Leicestershire batsman who's got in, was going nicely, and has got out at potentially a crucial time.
I would give Paul Nixon some distance at this point if I was Aaron Lilly, because that was I praised him earlier for backing himself. That was crazy cricket. Absolutely crazy cricket, half a brain. Yeah, it was mentioned earlier by one of the Leicestershire tweeters. First two balls, as Richard said, full tosses. The first one he clothed a wee bit, was very high. The second one he stood still a bit better and hit it over mid-off before. The third ball of the wicket, he ran down the wicket really early. Freddie Heldrick really fired it quickly outside off stump. If the keeper catches it, it's out. It goes down as a stump in, could be a run out. And poor cricket, really, from Aaron Lilly, who'd batted really nicely up to that point and brings Northampton another, just as Leicestershire were building another partnership, a soft dismissal, you'd have to say.
And as you heard, the PA announcer announced the arrival. Louis Kimber, one of Leicestershire's finds of the season, played quite brilliantly at Taunton a few days ago. Made a really fine 85. Took on Marchant de Lange, which isn't easy. And some of the sixes he hit, John Mallett, Leicestershire's club photographer, took several sort of shots of him with the sort of machine gun-like cameras they have these days. Said his bat speed was so great that he was struggling to pick up the ball off the bat, and he could actually time it because, as I say, of the shutter speed. Cleared the ropes at Taunton and the stands by a long way, and one I think is still floating down the Tone now. But again, different sort of innings required of him now. And Heldrick, having picked up a wicket, has a slip in. Maybe just turned a little bit away from Lilly, that previous delivery, but as you say, it wasn't the brightest piece of cricket. Heldrick is in, floats that one up towards Kimber, who is suspiciously prodding forward, pushing the ball back up the wicket to the Ipswich-born Freddie Heldrick. Pushes his long hair back from his eyes and tosses the ball from hand to hand. He is in again, drops short, pulls it down into the ground. A bit of a long hop, but Kimber, just the second ball he's faced, content to stand up and play it firmly back down through the vacant mid-on area, down towards long on, and takes one.
Where's he from, Kimber?
He's a Lincolnshire boy. Went to Oakham School.
Was he with Notts for a while?
He was.
Yeah, I
correct.
thought so. Yeah.
He was. Heldrick is in, tosses it up and flicked down the leg side by Rhodes. Might just pick up 3 there. Might even pick up 4. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. In fact, he doesn't pick up 4 because its leg buys. It was a noticeable deflection that took it away from Vasconcelos, but it didn't run very quickly and it forced Keogh to pursue it every step of the way. And I thought for a second he was feeling his left hamstring there. He was just pulling up whatever covering he's got underneath his dark blue Northamptonshire clobber. Light blue shirts this season in the Royal London Cup.
Very fetching, aren't they?
Yes, they're not too bad, are they, really? I'm so used to the sort of maroon of some shade or description.
Well, yeah, and I suppose that's the only thing, isn't it, that the 2 supporters have made the observation that for a club whose traditional colours are maroon and gold, for they're playing it all in blue. But anyway, there you go. It is going to be Simon Kerrigan who's coming into the attack.
It's not an aggressive blue, is it? It's quite pleasant.
It's not an aggressive blue. No, it's sort of. It's not quite as light as Cambridge blue.
Is it sky blue? Is it the old Man City?
It's a bit Coventry.
It is.
Coventry.
I was going to say Coventry.
Yeah. Well, that'll please Martin Brunt if he's still listening. He's a very big Coventry supporter.
Well, Coventry would have been delighted with the result last night. Northampton Town knocked them out of the League Cup last night. So, well done, the Cobblers. 119 for 4. 18 overs gone, and Simon Kerrigan coming into the attack to replace James Sales from the David Capel end. Kerrigan got through his full stint on Tuesday up at Grantham, and he starts here bowling round the wicket with a slip in place, left arm spin, and Louis Kimber immediately working that one out to deep mid wicket for a single. Kimber up to 2, and Leicestershire up to 120 for 4. And picked up 4 wickets in the match against Somerset, the victory over Somerset at the county ground on Sunday, 4 for 48. Here's Kerrigan in bowling to George Rhodes, who comes right across his stumps, just drops it down on the onside, runs away through square leg for a single. Freddie Heldrick running back from mid-wicket to complete the fielding. 1 more onto the total, Rhodes to 8, and Leicestershire to 121 for 4. Kerrigan, as he does, already back at his mark, flights that one up to Louis Kimber, who drives it up to mid-on, fielded by Emilio Gay. He's probably feeling a little bit relieved that Aaron Lilly is now back in the pavilion, having dropped him on 41. Here's Kerrigan in again, bowls to Kimber. And again, he's just pushing defensively out on the offside this time. Goes out to Luke Proctor with the elbow bandages on both arms. He's in there at extra cover. Kerrigan firing that one in a little bit quicker. And my goodness, he almost deceived Kimber, who was looking to punch it away. It went to extra cover, Luke Proctor on the bounce, but only just on the half volley, and it was uppish for quite a little while of its journey. Kerrigan finishing his over, bowling again on the back foot, punch just wide of the man at extra cover. Luke Proctor diving away to his left, and he's cross with himself. You can see him banging his left hand on the ground as they're able to come through for a single, just relieving the pressure a little bit. 19 gone, tidy first over from Simon Kerrigan, as you would expect. Kimber's 3, Rhodes 8, and Leicestershire 122 for 4, and now Simon Kerrigan's into the attack. We have no time to talk about anything during an over.
Which is a shame, because I'd love to talk about Simon Kerrigan's bowling, but it doesn't give you much chance. He's just a craftsman, isn't he? You know,
he's a joy. He's an absolute joy to watch. I love watching.
Absolutely, he doesn't bowl two balls exactly the same. You know, there'll be a slight variation in line, pace, length. He often gets all over a younger batter and can squeeze them really, really well, and then something untoward happens and leads to their demise. I'm really pleased to see him in the 50 over team.
Kind of great for Heldrick as well to watch and learn a little bit
for sure.
From Kerrigan. In he bowls and bowls a horrible full toss that is wiped out towards deep mid-wicket for a 2-bounce 4 by Kimber. So as he started the last over as well, Freddie Heldrick with almost a no ball on. It was almost over waist high, that, wasn't it?
That was called, that one.
It was called.
Yeah.
So it will be a no. So that's a 6, and obviously 4 plus the 2 for the no ball plus a free hit.
And
so
another
an expensive
one,
delivery.
Another one, and he's off, I think.
Yes, got to be a little bit careful here, Heldrick, who is in and bowls, and the free hit is wiped out towards deep mid-wicket by Kimber, but a little bit closer to safe save out there. He's able to run across to his left and make the stop. So rather got away with that one. Heldrick just the single from that ball. Nonetheless, 7 essentially from the first ball of the over. He's in now to Rhodes, who goes back and is deceived by one. Might just have come back in. Has he got one that comes sort of back in?
He's got all of them, Freddie. He really does.
To the right-hander?
Yeah, he's got all of the variations. It's consistency for the young wrist spinner, isn't it? But he's got the all.
He is in again. Back goes Rhodes and plays it firmly out into the offside. Heldrick tumbles across to his left, but it was always going straight to mid-off anyway, so no run.
That was a
taken.
Graham White tumble, that one.
It was just a
Graham, for the cameras.
And he goes again, tosses it up. Rhodes leans forward and plays it firmly out through wide-ish mid-on, down towards fielder on the long on boundary, who's White, I think, down there. Single taken, 130 for 4. Be interesting to see how Kimber plays this innings, because, as I said, very different demands of him in this match. In goes Heldrick, bowls to him, looking, I think, to push that one through a little bit. Doesn't really get too much out of the pitch. Kimber goes back, bit of a thick inside edge out towards square leg. He has to run around to his right, so a single taken by Kimber. His 80 against Somerset as Heldrick is in and bowls very full outside off stump, driven away by Rhodes. He's got that one out towards deep extra cover. Good diving stop out there by Curran. That one wasn't for the cameras. He had to really work on that one and flung himself forward and made the stop and saved a run in so doing. Well fielded out there. 134 for 4. Kimber has 9. Rhodes has 12. Just to finish that point, his 85 came off 57 balls against Somerset. And he had Hill going well at the other end as well. But this is a very different sort of requirement. He's just going to have a little bit of a look, because another wicket now and Northamptonshire into the all-rounders.
Absolutely, and it's interesting. Freddie Heldrick coming into the back into the 50 over team, bowling in the middle overs, because he is a risk spinner as well as a wrist spinner. Terry Jenner called them risk spinners. It's sometimes difficult to pick up wickets in the middle overs, and Freddie does tend to do that, and he will go for a few, but he'll pick up wickets as well.
Simon Kerrigan bowling his left arm round the wicket. More orthodox left arm spin, of course, with a slip in place. And the first ball is driven up to mid-off by George Rhodes, fielded there by Ben Sanderson. And there's no run. Kerrigan in again. Bowling. He just goes for the paddle sweep. Appeal for LBW and he's out. And it looked a pretty straight ball, maybe just coming in with the arm. Rhodes looking to play that little paddle sweep, didn't make contact. And Kerrigan straight up, appealing for LBW. Out, says the umpire, after just a moment or two of consideration. And Rhodes goes for 12. Kerrigan strikes, and Leicestershire, the start of the 21st over, 5 down, 134 for 5.
You know, just little things make a difference. The ball before, there was a potential single to mid-off, but Ben Sanderson reacted really, really quickly. I talked about squeezing George Rhodes a little bit. The fielders were tight. Ben Sanderson reacted quickly, kept him on strike. A little bit more pressure built on the batter, and he tries to finesse a little paddle sweep. If you miss that, generally you're dead. And he did miss it, and he was plumb in front with a very full delivery. So not that the Northants players will be giving high fives to Ben Sanderson, but he deserves a little bit of a pat on the back for keeping Rhodes on strike. And it's Simon Kerrigan again, building dots, building pressure, really quick with his overs. You look up and he's in at you again, all over you like a bad suit. And Northants now with 5 down, unless you are under the pump a wee bit here.
It's interesting with Kerrigan, isn't it, in this competition, Phil, because you and I saw him were on commentary when Northamptonshire played Bedfordshire in the warm-up match for this tournament. He bowled beautifully, and we sort of, I think, probably assumed that he was going to have a role to play in the 50-over competition. Then he didn't play in the early matches, and the word back from the camp was, well, he's probably actually not going to have a lot to do in this, and he got his opportunity only really because Graham White was spirited away to the 100. And since he's come into the side, bowled 10 overs of 53 in the carnage at Edgbaston, which was just a poor Northamptonshire performance. And then 4 for 48 against Somerset, and 10 tidy overs against Nottinghamshire at Grantham earlier in this week. So he's proved his worth already, and he struck in his second over with the wicket of George Rhodes. New batsman in there is Ben Mike. He's on strike with a slip in place. Kerrigan round the wicket, bowling to him, and he's just defensively, watchfully forward, playing it out into the covers for Luke Proctor to field, and there's no run. And Kerrigan, as he does, just hassling the batsman, trying to whip through overs quickly, in again, and again he drives it, Mike, into the covers. Once again, it's Proctor who fields, carbon copy of the previous delivery, and there's no run. Kerrigan already back at the end of his mark, flights that one up, beautifully bowled to Ben Mike, just giving that little bit of air, and Mike looking to work it into the onside. Just finds Freddie Heldrick, who's in there pretty close in at mid-wicket, saving 1. And Kerrigan, to finish the over, finds a leading edge. Just held its line a little bit as Mike was looking to play on the onside. It finished up going to White at backward point, and you can hear what the Northamptonshire supporters think about, and I'm sure the Leicestershire supporters as well, because that was a beautiful over from Simon Kerrigan. As you say, he's a craftsman at work, and he's picked up a wicket in his second over. At the end of it, 21 gone, and Leicestershire 134 for 5.
It's a good bowling partnership, this, isn't it? The craft, the skill, the experience of Simon Kerrigan. He won't be going for more than 3.5 and over through this spell, I suspect. And at the other end, Freddie Heldrick, who he's learning his way. He's a wrist spinner. They generally bowl you a few loose deliveries, but the batter's willing to take a little bit more risk against him, and it brings wickets into the game. So it's a really good partnership, bowling partnership that Vasconcelos has got working together here.
Wicket maiden for Simon Kerrigan. Sometimes you have to remind yourself he's only 32, really. He's been around for so long. In goes Heldrick and bowls outside off stump, or on off stump, and stroked by Kimber out towards mid-off, and there is no run.
When he came into the side at against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, Richard, it was his first List A match for 4 years. It was 2017.
Heldrick is in. Back goes Kimber and stylishly punches it out towards deep extra cover. It's hard work for Curran this time. Although he puts in the sprint, he is not going to get there. Nice looking shot from Kimber. He just went back and punched it away through extra cover.
It was a lovely shot, lovely timing, and he hit the ball very hard. I think Ben Curran was too square. He'd been pushed square for the reverse sweeps that Aaron Lilly was playing, and kind of got himself stuck square of the wicket. He needs to be doing 2 jobs there. The one that goes behind square and in front. He was a little bit too square. Great cricket shot, that.
Heldrick wants his offside strengthening. He goes across to a fairly conventional cover. It was slightly wideish. There is a short extra cover at the moment. So plenty of cover for him, excuse the pun, on that side and straight into the game. He is saving a run by just moving to his left as Kimber looks to drive but doesn't put any real weight into the shot, having picked up 4 from the previous delivery. Opens his stance slightly as in goes Heldrick, bowls, and again he goes back and punches it away through the offside without quite the timing of the previously successful shot for 4. And Curran can just come in off that squarish cover boundary and field. Kimber takes one, then wanders down and has a word with Ben Mike, explaining what's what as best he can when it comes to Heldrick, to Mike, who is taking guard. No, a slip coming in maybe for the new man, perhaps. Was that a bit ambitious?
I'd get one in. I would get one in. He fires one across sometimes. Is this one too high for Ben Mike? Is he more of a number 8, Richard?
He has the ability to bat 7, that is for sure. In goes Heldrick and bowls to him. He advances down the wicket, gets to the ball on the half volley, clips it away off his toes down towards deep backward square. I think he genuinely has the ability to bat at 7. I think he'd probably just about classify himself as a batting all-rounder. Okay. So batting first. In goes Heldrick and bowls. Kimber waits for it, and he too clips away through the leg side out towards mid-wicket in his case, and takes one again. But yet to really prove it. There's so much talent there with Ben Mike, the Nottingham-born player, but always been at Leicestershire in his case, son of Greg, former Nottinghamshire batsman. And they use him almost as an enforcer with the ball. He's probably the quickest of the Leicestershire seamers and often is required to bang it in. It's a little bit expensive sometimes with it, but you never quite know what you're going to get with Ben, with bat or ball. And looking for a little bit of consistency from him, but so much talent.
Right.
And he really could, he too could go on and press for international honours if he finds a way of harnessing that talent on a consistent basis.
Yeah. He's got an opportunity here, hasn't he? He won't have batted many times in this competition with 28 overs left to bat, so he's got an opportunity to put a good number together.
Simon Kerrigan starting his 3rd over, just drops that one a little bit short, and it's punched away by Louis Kimber out to the extra cover boundary, where safe save field sends in a good return just next to the bails at the bowler's end, taken by Kerrigan through for a single. Kimber up to 16, 142 for 5. Here's Kerrigan, again round the wicket, bowling to Mike, and again he just stands tall, punches it away out to Zabe, who comes in off the cover boundary in front of the West Stand. Another single accrues, 2 to Mike, 143 for 5. Can reveal, Phil, that one of the best known of the Northamptonshire and Leicestershire sort of dual players who've played for both counties is now on the ground. Here's Kerrigan driven away again for a 3rd single of the over, 3rd one that's gone out to safe save.
Try and guess who that is.
Yeah, go on then.
Well, I'm going to guess Peter Willey.
Absolutely.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Peter Willey is in the house, or on the ground at any rate. Doesn't live very far away. Popped in to see his 2 former counties. Kerrigan flighting that ball up, driven up to mid-off where Sanderson fields, and there's no run. Stays at 144 for 5. Ben Mike, bat raised, slip in place. Kerrigan bowls to him, and he works that away into the onside. And well, it wasn't possibly the greatest bit of fielding by Freddie Heldrick in there at mid-wicket. To be fair, he was just on the edge of the square with a few old wickets there. It's never terribly easy, but nevertheless, he probably would have hoped to get something on that and prevent the single. As it was, they were able to pick up a single. Kerrigan in again, bowls to Kimber, who drives back down the pitch. Kerrigan fields in his follow-through, and that's the end of another rapid over from Simon Kerrigan. 23 overs gone. Kimber 17, Mike is 3, 145 for 5. Just saying, Richard, while you were updating BBC Radio Leicester, that Peter Willey is on the ground. Man, of course, played with distinction for both counties. doesn't live very far away. He's hovering close to the curry stall at the moment, I can see. I don't know if he's actually partaken, but he's certainly down there at the moment. He was on the ground on Sunday for the David Capel Memorial Day.
And Mrs. Willie as well with him.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, she is indeed, yeah. Charmaine down there.
Charmaine. I was chatting to their son online yesterday, David. He's catching up with him. Still managed to keep in touch with a few of our old boys, and good to catch up with Will.
Well, Heldrick, having bowled 4 overs, taken 1 for 33. The one's the important bit. I suspect the big wicket of Aaron Lilly is being taken off now, and looks as though Mr. White is going to be back with us. This time, obviously, from the Wilson centre end.
Surprises me a little bit, that, I have to say. I would have given Freddie 1, maybe 2 more.
White is in and bowled slightly short to Ben Mike, who gets up on his toes, tries to cut it away through the offside. Might have just been a little bit closer to him than he thought it was going to be. Mistimed it, hit it down into the ground. Dot ball.
Yeah, we've got Ben Mike in at 7. He's got, as I said earlier, 28, 29 overs to about when he first came in. He's 3 off 9 balls, and it's sometimes more difficult to start against spin, sometimes easier to build dots. So perhaps wanting to get some more of Jack White's overs through at this stage.
White is in to Ben Mike. Again, slightly short of a perfect length, but it's nice and straight on off stump, and Mike up on his toes, forcing out into the offside again. There is no run. Request for you, Radders. Can you ask Radders and where Nathan Buck stands re-contract and fitness?
He is fit, and he had a bit of a calf problem, which went for a scan, but he certainly was fit for selection, I think, for the last couple of games.
White is in bowls. Again, that length and up on his toes. A little bit more width this time, up on his toes. Mike, ready for it on this occasion, can dab it down to third man and take 1.
Yeah, that's not from Nathan Buck, is it, that message?
And contractually, he has another season. He's here in his current deal takes him through to the end of 2022.
There you go.
But I actually thought they might he might get a game this time, especially when I saw Tom Taylor was being rested. But they went for the spinner rather than the seamer. Given the pitch, I suppose, is a reasonable call.
White is in and bowls. Kimber, looking, I suspect, initially to force out into the offside, has to adjust and does so slightly inelegantly. Ends up playing it firmly out towards mid-on. Good so far, this over from White.
He's had a bit of a frustrating time because I think he was in the picture for Scarborough, the match up there against Yorkshire, and then we saw him up there, and they said no, his calf's just gone again, and we've got to go and have a scan, and it's just taking sort of 1 step forward and 2 steps back.
White is in, bowls outside off stump and forced again off the back foot by Kimber, but only picking out the man at backward point really on the edge of the circle.
In fact, he was just having a bat on the outdoor nets at the far side of the ground and was talking to Peter Willey as he came out of the nets. I was just watching them through the glasses. The other reason I thought Nathan Butt might get a game today is obviously a useful man to have coming in at 8 and 9, and as it is, Northampton in this game do have a long tail, looks a long tail.
White, good over so far, is in. Can he finish it strong? He can. Keeps it that slightly short of a length delivery, and on the back foot, Kimber can only force it out towards mid-on. So having conceded, I think, 38 from his first 4, was it just a single from that over from Jack White? I think it was. But a good comeback from him. Not particularly threatening, but kept it very, very tight indeed. 146 for 5. Still not even at the halfway point of the innings.
Yeah, it was a good comeback over, wasn't it? I wasn't sure myself, as I mentioned, but certainly well bowled, Jack White. There were 6 good balls, sort of back of a length, nothing, I say, particularly threatening, safe length really, but the line was immaculate. It didn't leave the stumps, everything going over off bail or thereabouts. And the Leicestershire players looking perhaps to score with strong shots rather than finesse shots, looking to score down the ground and didn't time any of them particularly well.
Ben Mike on strike against Simon Kerrigan, flighting that ball up, driven back past the bowler. Kerrigan putting down a right hand, not managing to stop it, but it only went as far as Emilio Gay at mid-on, who completes the fielding, and there's no run, and immediately Kerrigan is already back at the end of his mark. In again, bowling to Mike, who drives uppishly up towards mid-off. They're going through for a quick single as it goes up there to Ben Sanderson. And they come through for the run okay in the end, but the ball was in the air for a while. Just went on the bounce to Sanderson at mid-off, just on the edge of the circle. One more to Mike, 5 to him, 147 for 5. Still the slip in place as Kerrigan comes round the wicket to bowl to Louis Kimber, and he drives that pleasantly out to extra cover. Prop to Fields. No run, underarms the ball, flicks the ball back to Kerrigan, who's already back at the end of his mark. Bowls to Kimber, drive back down the pitch, Fields himself off his own bowling. And there's no run. We could be in for another sub-minute over here, as we were.
Strikes the ball very clean, doesn't he, Kimber?
He certainly does. It's a good contest. Is Kerrigan in bowling to Kimber, plays that up to Proctor, an extra cover, and there's no run.
He went to Loughborough, captained them.
Oh, did he?
Which is why at 24 he's only just sort of come into the Leicestershire setup.
Sanderson pushed back from mid-off to long off for the last ball of the over. It's worked round the corner, just straying onto his legs a little bit, and Kimber working it round the corner down towards long leg. It's a long, long chase down there for Ben Curran, and they're able to come through for 3 runs, which brings up the 150 for Leicestershire and ends the over. 20 to Kimber, 5 to Mike, 150 for 5. We're at the halfway stage, so 25 overs gone, 150 for 5. Richard will just bring you up to date with the other scores in Group 1, which I'm sure in particular our Leicestershire listeners will be keen to keep tabs on. Derbyshire against Surrey at Derby. Derbyshire 134 for 5 at the halfway stage against Surrey. At Cardiff, Yorkshire 107 for 4 against Glamorgan. They're in the 27th over there. And at Edgbaston, Somerset are 128 for 2 in the 27th over against Warwickshire.
White is in to Kimber, who again, that sort of back of a length delivery, looking to force it out, and the offside picks out mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a little bit like Hassan Azad. It wanted to get his degree done. Although Hassan's first-class honours degree was in chemical engineering, I think, really high-powered stuff. Louis Kimber's is in sports science.
Still at Loughborough, they don't give them away there.
No, absolutely not. Yeah. White is in and bowls to Louis Kimber, who again is forcing off the back foot. Again, he's not piercing the field this time. Mid-on, who falls away to his left, usually Keogh over there. And it is indeed, makes the stop. So White has settled into a restrictive line and length, restrictive as far as the batsman is concerned, that is. But next man in is the 16-year-old, Rehan Ahmed, the last of the all-rounders, and then into the seamers, into the batters. So they really do have to really be taking care, these two. In goes White, bowls Kimber back foot this time, not forcing it quite as hard, and as a consequence, with Keogh having to move to his right at mid-on on the edge of the circle, there is a single to be taken quickly, but safely enough in the end. Kimber on to 21.
Yeah, Rob Keogh at mid-on. The ball went to Emilio Gay's left at mid-wicket. Rob Keogh just suggesting to him now that he comes a wee bit straighter when Kimber's on strike, because he does look to score down the ground. I think that's right. Just reading those little plays here and there.
White bustles in and bowls to Mike, who waits for it, dabs it down through the vacant slip area, down towards third man. Delicate, neat little shot by Ben Mike. Picks up a single, moves on to 6.
There's a bit of Ian Bell about that. It's a very Ian Bell shot. As a bowler, you think you've got a dot, and then he just lets it come under his eyes and runs it down. Very fine. Very well played. Again,
another high compliment to a batter. I'll mention that to Ben next time I see him. It's been an up and down sort of season for him, really. White is in, bowls outside off stump, a little bit of room, cut by Kimber, only just short of Sales at that backward point position, and I thought for a second he might just be able to get his hands underneath it. Almost reached him on the half volley, maybe a couple of inches short. He went down and got 2 hands to it, not underneath it, after it had bounced, and just burst through for another foot or 2. So I think Kimber able to pick up 1, but again, almost a catch for Northants, who are squeezing nicely here now. White is in, bowls. Mike drives pleasantly. It was a little bit fuller, but again, he wasn't at the pitch of it, had to check the shot rather. An extra cover made the stop. End of the over. Proctor it is out there. 153 for 5. White, again, keeping things tight.
Kimber's got a decision to make here again against White, because it's it's almost every ball is a carbon copy, just banged in back of a length, and Kimber looking to score strongly down the ground, and the wicket's not really racing on, so he's not quite timing them well enough. So is he going to concede sort of the play and just go square of the wicket and get his single, maybe a two, or is he going to continue to try and look for fours in those extra cover mid-wicket gaps? It's at the moment Jack White's got him pretty tied up in his as he comes back from the far end, and he's come back very well.
Harry Goulston, Northamptonshire's 12th man, being kept gainfully occupied today by Ricardo Vasconcelos, keeping wicket, obviously in a cap to the seamer and in a helmet to the spinner, so he's running on and off, just vacated the playing area, and that's gone over the top by Louis Kimber. His first ball of a fresh over from Simon Kerrigan, just playing it inside out, lovely shot, good execution, runs away for 4, 26 to Kimber, 157 for 5. Good strong start to the over by the batsman. And what will Simon Kerrigan's response be? He flights it up and just drops it down in the offside, out towards cover for a single. Fielded out there by Rob Keogh. One more to Kimber, 27 to him, 158 for 5. A beautiful shot to start the over.
Coach's dream, that. Risk early for 4, take a single off the next ball. Lovely.
Here's Kerrigan in again, bowls to Ben Mike, who plays that back down the pitch. Kerrigan scampering away to his right.
There was a noticeable burst of applause from the Leicestershire dugout.
You
could hear it.
Yeah.
You know, you could hear the coach, you could hear Nico.
Here's Kerrigan in again, bowls to Ben Mike, goes for the reverse sweep, which he does, makes contact but goes straight to the man at short third man, Jack White. And there's no run, one of those where a yard either side of him and he would have got runs. Just picked out the man. 5th ball of the over coming down from Kerrigan. Again goes for the reverse sweep once again. Doesn't get hold of it quite as well this time, and Jack White's just able to move to his left to field. So good start to the over for Leicestershire. But Kerrigan has come back strongly. Kerrigan bowling to Mike, who drives that nicely up to long off. Ben Sanderson coming off the boundary, so a single to end the over. 6 runs off it. At the end of it, 159 for 5, 27 gone. And Louis Kimber has made 27 of those. Ben Mike on 7. Harry Goulston once again doing the cap run, cap stroke helmet run.
I think that's Gus Miller.
That is Gus, yes, they must be taking it in turns.
He's delegated, I think.
It was certainly Harry Goulston for the previous one, yes. Augustus Horatio Miller is on the field.
That should get you a game, shouldn't it? Having a name like that, surely.
Well, I can think of an era where it probably would have done in the old days when Northamptonshire loved an aristocrat or a hyphen. They weren't alone.
I would like to see Northampton squeezing a little bit more here. Just bring one more man in. We're kind of on top because of 5 wickets down. The rate's decent for Leicestershire, but let's just squeeze a little. See if we can force another wicket at this stage.
White is in, bowls to Mike on off stump. Defended out into the offside, takes a couple of steps down the wicket. Kimber didn't respond, seeing that Proctor was quickly closing on the ball, and was correct not to respond.
Somebody did ask me actually if Northamptonshire have had an Augustus play for them before, and the answer is they have.
Don't tell me Fink Nottle.
Yeah, Gussie Fink Nottle, the newt lover in the Bertie Wooster stories.
Then she married Madeline Bassett.
Yes, oh, wonderful.
To Bertie's relief, in goes White, and bowls whipped away. Or not whipped away, played firmly away off a thick inside edge, and White, hand to his head. He thought that was going to creep through onto the pads, and it would have, you would still be hearing, you'd have heard the appeal in Leicester, I suspect, had it done so. He managed to pick up 1, though, get something on it. Moves on to 8.
After the affair of the cow creamer, wasn't it? It was wonderful stuff. Yes, Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford. Played for Northamptonshire in the 1880s, 1890s.
That's a name. White is in to Kimber, stands up tall and does punch it back through the very straight. Did that go just on the onside, I suspect, of the stumps? Very, very straight, and White collapsed almost as he was trying to change direction in his follow-through to stick out his right hand. I'm laughing a little bit at him because, as I say, he just went sort of down like a pack of cards there, really. And I thought for a second he might be able to stick out his hand, but again, it's just what you were saying. Essentially, Phil, he was still that length, isn't it? And Kimber had found a way to get it away.
That was a heck of a shot, that.
Was.
That's a very, on the back foot, straight back past mid-on. That's a fantastic cricket shot.
White into him again. A slightly fuller length brings him forward, and then having played it out into the offside, he raises his bat to Ben Mike, sends him back, seeing Sales close on the ball quickly. But no, he's a very serious cricketer, young Louis Kimber.
It reminded me of a shot on this ground by a guy called Craig Reeker, who was on the staff many years ago. And in a club game, I was playing for Overston, fielding at short leg. Alan Donald was bowling. I'll come back to that.
White hair bouncing is in and bowls to Kimber, who again is on the back foot trying to force, doesn't time it this time and squirts out towards wide mid-on where Keogh fields.
So there I am crouched down at short leg. Craig Reeker had only been in a couple of balls. Alan Donald bowled a sort of back of a length ball, and Craig Reeker played that shot straight back past Alan Donald for 4 and looked down at me and said, "Oh my God, what have I done?" The next one was a bit quicker.
I remember that game.
And shorter.
And shorter.
In goes White and bowls, and again back on his stumps. Kimber is defending firmly with nice timing, but only as far as Keogh at that mid-on position. So he came back well there. White, who has been rather more consistent in his second spell than he was in his first, when he was looking for wickets, in fairness to him, giving the ball a chance perhaps to swing, and he was rather picked off by Rishi Patel in particular. But as I say, much better in his second spell. None for 47 from his 7 overs so far. Kimber has 31 off 34 balls, carrying Leicestershire's hopes at the moment, Louis Kimber, of setting a really competitive score. They are 164 for 5, the Foxes, with 22 overs of their innings remaining.
Hand sand time, and I do remember that game, Phil. In fact, if memory serves, Alan Donald, we ought to explain, was a playing. It was a one-off for Overston, wasn't it? I think while he warmed up for the 1994 South African tour over here through a family connection, and playing for Overston, and he hit Kevin Innes, who later was went on played for Northamptonshire, played for Sussex, and is now on the coaching staff here at Northampton, and hit him in the face. And I seem to remember Craig Ricker going in and having to take guard in a crease that had got a certain amount of Kevin Innes's blood on it.
Let me tell you another story which will be interesting to Leicestershire supporters during that game. On the Northampton staff at that time, and you're going to have to help me out with the name here, was a young seamer who went on to play for Leicestershire and had an unfortunate incident in a cup final.
Scott Boswell.
Scott Boswell. Okay, so Scott, I'll come back to Scott Boswell. This was very funny.
He's going to be Saif Zabe coming into the attack to have a bowl. 6th bowler used by Northamptonshire, bowling left arm spin round the wicket. And it's rather extraordinary because the first ball he punched back
Pad first,
Ben Mike, and I think Ricardo Vasconcelos thought it was pad first and let out a strangled solo appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Second ball driven up to Ben Sanderson, coming in off the boundary at long off. Single to Mike, 9 to him, 165 for 5.
Andy Reg Roberts batting. Many people from Finder will know that name, and from around the county. And I was again at short leg, Alan Donald bowling. Ran into bowl and his boot exploded and just fell to pieces. And Reg Roberts said to me, "That's the end of Donald, Rowie. He's not going to be bowling anymore at me today." And I'll come back to that.
Here's Zabe. The slip has disappeared that was in there for Kerrigan. Bowling that one, firing it in, and my goodness, it was played on the onside by Louis Kimber, and Ben Mike had come a long way down. In fact, he ran one because he ran a half and then had to run back the other half. Fortunately, Freddie Heldrick had a little bit of ground to make up, so they weren't able to think about a run out, and that's flicked away down the leg side. That's a bit of a loose one from Saif Zabe, and it's a very long chase for Ben Curran, round from deep backward square to deep fine, and they're able to come through for 3 runs. Takes Louis Kimber up to 34 and Leicestershire to 168 for 5. 2 balls to go in the over.
He kind of draws that ball from the bowler because the bowler doesn't want to give him any whip because he's hitting it so hard through the offside, so they overcorrect, get too straight, and he tucks them away.
Here's Zabe in again, bowls, and that's paddled away round the corner. Nicely executed by Ben Mike. Just a single this time as it rolls down towards deep backward square, fielded by Curran. 1 more to Mike, 10 to him, 169 for 5. 1 ball to go in the over. And we'll find out what happened to Alan Donald's boot. Here's Zabin, bowls again to firing that one into Louis Kimber, works it into the onside, but only as far as Freddie Heldrick at mid-wicket. And there's no run, dot ball to finish at the end of the 29th over. Leicestershire 169 for 5. Louis Kimber 34, Ben Mike is 10.
Yeah, so Reg, I've never seen Reg as happy. He's saying he's not going to bowl anymore, his boot's exploded, he can't bowl that, they won't mend that. And Alan Donald turned to the pavilion and shouted out, "Does anyone have a size 12? I need a size 12. And Reg says to me, "No one's got a size." Scott Boswell standing up. "Sit down, Bozzy. Sit down, Bozzy." And Scott Boswell lifted it. "You can use these." "What are you doing?" says Reggie. Yeah, that was hilarious.
So he did.
So he did. Yeah, Scott Boswell loaned his boots to Alan Donald.
Jack White is in and bowling to Ben Mike. Looked to be perhaps took a bit of pace off that one. White might have been the slower one, and in position very early, Ben Mike waiting for it, looking to push it out into the gap in the covers, gets a thick inside edge and it rolls out towards Gay at mid-wicket. No run.
Television cameras here today. I've been seeing Northampton's Chief Executive Ray Payne being interviewed on the balcony of the indoor centre at the far end.
White is in, played back firmly to him by Ben Mike, then he raises his eyes to the heavens as he didn't get it past the reaching right hand of White. Did well that time, deflected it slightly towards the stumps, had to be a bit careful. Louis Kimber at the non-striker's end, made sure his bat was back down, it didn't hit the stumps.
It's interesting, Kimber just trying to calm his partner down. They just give him a thumbs up, good shot, something like that's been transmitted, because Mike's 10 off 26 balls and he's just getting a bit twitchy.
White is in, bowls to Mike, who hits in the air, over the man on the square leg boundary. I thought for a second it was going to go straight into his hands out there. Safe Zabe's not the tallest of men, but he would have had to have been 2 or 3 feet taller to have got to that one. It was a beautifully picked up shot, but it was very close to the fielder, Ben Mike. And as you were saying, Phil, he was something of a release shot for him, but he nearly got himself out playing it.
He did, and I'm not sure Simon Kerrigan's out there now.
Oh, was it Kerrigan? I beg his pardon.
Yeah, they've just swapped, actually.
Zabe.
They've just swapped, and he was in sort of 5-10 yards. Had he been right with heels on the line, he might have caught that.
White, considering himself a bit unlucky, comes in and bowls to Ben Mike. Again, line and length. Again, he might just have taken a bit of pace off that one. Dropped out into the offside. Proctor clapping his hands, having fielded the ball at extra cover.
Yeah, Simon Kerrigan, he's got a double teapot on at the moment, and he's kind of thinking, I think I should have done better with that. He kind of initially, he was just in off the rope trying to save 2, as it were, and then he just took off into the flight of the ball as though it wasn't going to reach him, and it went right over his head.
White in again to Mike. Good delivery on off stump that blocked out into the offside. It continues to look, as Phil said, a little bit twitchy, Ben Mike. That 6 notwithstanding. Took him on to 16. Kimber has 34 off 38 and has played pretty well. And as I say, has adapted to his innings to the circumstances. Impressively so far, but they badly need him to go on, the Foxes. 175 for 5. 1 ball left in the 30th over. White in, bowls it in the air, straight to mid-wicket by Ben Mike. And may have just taken a little bit, it may have been a bit of a cutter, I'm not quite sure there from White, but he has got his reward. Mike looking to be positive, didn't keep it down, clipped it straight to mid-wicket, the most comfortable of catches for Gay, and Leicestershire have lost another wicket at a potentially key time. They're at the 30 over point. Traditionally, you double it at this stage, but 175 for 6. Very hard to see them getting 350, put it that way. 175 for 6 after 30.
Yeah, at the beginning of the over, just signs of twitchiness coming from Ben Mike. His partner tried to kind of calm him down, saying good shot. He then played an extravagant kind of pull shot, which just evaded Simon Kerrigan on the deep square leg boundary. So he got his 6 for that. But we're still looking a wee bit twitchy and went into kind of overdrive. Really, in that situation, the young player needs to just get himself off strike, hand the baton over to his partner. His partner's playing beautifully. Let Kimber take the lead. He's happy to do that, playing strong cricket shots all around the ground. But Mike just got himself in a bit of a pickle and lifted that ball very comfortably to mid-wicket. I think it was a slightly slower ball, so some credit to the bowler as well. But really, I think just got his game planning a little bit wrong there, Ben Mike, on reflection.
Interesting that they sent Barnes in ahead of Riemann, who's a much better attacking batsman, but Barnes is has adhesive qualities, if you like a good Yorkshire seamer who can sort of hold his end up, and they've clearly decided to give Kimber a bit more sort of solid support than Riemann, who is, as I say, quite an attacking batsman.
Is that another one to avoid Paul Nixon when he gets into the dressing room? I just wonder, having got in, got out.
Yeah, I'd say if I was Ben Mike, I'd be sitting very close to Aaron Lilly, because he's in the firing line first, because he's a bit more senior and it was a bit more of a soft one. Now, Northampton need to squeeze the new player here. 6 down. If that becomes 7 very quickly, then that's obviously advantageous to Northampton. So I'd like to see them getting more players in the ring here to Barnes, try and bowl as many balls as possible as they can to Barnes at this stage, and keep Kimber starved really as much as is possible.
Well, it's going to be Saif Zaid to start his second over, bowling his left arm spin round the wicket to Louis Kimber, who on drive straight away back past the bowler, and Freddie Heldrick comes in off the boundary, underarms the ball back to the bowler. They're able to come through for a single. 1 more to Kimber, 35 to him, 176 for 6. I have to say, Freddie Heldrick's underarm throw slightly lacks the vigour and power of Peter Willis, who was, as we mentioned earlier, on the ground.
More of a Beesh and Betty who used to do that.
That's right, yes, he did. What a great bowler he was. Here's Zabin again, bowls to the new batsman Ed Barnes, who's back and across, pushing it just up on the offside, where it's fielded by Luke Proctor, tight in there on the single and extra cover. And there's almost a catching position on the drive there for Proctor. There's Zabin again, and that was Barnes looking to work it away just behind square on the onside, came a long way across. If he hadn't got something on it, I think Saif Zaid may have asked the question. As it was, he did. And there's no run. There's Zabin again, flights that one up to Barnes, nicely bowled, plays it up to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Rob Keogh when there's no run. And
good cricket this, good from Northampton, 7 in the ring, it's really good stuff.
And trying to hustle through the overs as well. Zabe trotting back to his mark, looking to replicate what Simon Kerrigan does and really sort of hurry the batsman, and that's good ball again for Zabe, just right on line, off stump thereabouts, plays it up to extra cover, fielded by Proctor, who immediately gestures Ben Sanderson to go back, to drop back for the last ball of the over, and both mid-on and mid-on being dropped back is flighted up by Zabe, and they are going to get a single for Barnes, so Barnes is going to be on strike at the start of the next over, which is, again, good tactics to starve Kimber of the strike. End of another over, tidy one from Zabe, and a quick one, 31 gone, 177 for 6, Kimber is 35, Barnes is 1.
Yeah, the last ball of the over there, mid-on and mid-off going back. Safe Zabe bowling a very, very full and very long ball. Pretty much the only place that ball could go was to long on. It did. And Barnes keeps the strike, which Northampton will be very pleased with. There's going to be a change at the far end.
Rob Keogh is coming into the attack. Now, interestingly, the 3 spinners, Kerrigan, Keogh and Zabe, all got through their full 10-over allocation in the previous match up at Grantham. Keogh in particular, I thought, bowled very well, and John Sadler made the point afterwards that Keogh had done well, considering he hadn't actually bowled a great deal this year. It's going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton, and here at the county ground, I can tell you that Leicestershire, who won the toss and chose to bat, are 177 for 6. We've just about to start the 32nd over with Rob Keogh coming into the attack. Louis Kimber's played nicely for 35. Ed Barnes has just gone in on 1. Early damage done by Ben Sanderson, who picked up the first 3 wickets. Since then, there have been a wicket apiece for Freddie Heldrick, Simon Kerrigan and Jack White. Northampton are almost certainly out of the competition, won't make the knockout stages no matter what happens today. Leicestershire could still qualify if they win and other results go their way. Start of the 32nd over, Leicestershire 177 for 6. First ball from Rob Keogh worked up to Luke Proctor at mid-wicket for no run. Here's Keogh in again from the far end, the indoor centre end, and worked very well. Again, coming a long way across his stumps, as in the previous over to Zabe. Ed Barnes plays it down to backward square where Freddie Heldrick fields, and they're able to come through for a single. 2 to Barnes, 178 for 6. But Rob Keogh was always starting to already starting the appeal. Barnes came a long way across, but just managed to get some bat on it. And picks up a single. And now Kimber taking a fresh guard for the off spinner. There's a man back at long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. And sweeping on the cover boundary as Keogh flights that one up, and it's driven to the man we mentioned on there on the boundary at long on. That's Safe Zabe, and they're coming through for the single. One more to Kimber, 36 to him. 179 for 6 is Keogh in again, and he beats the bat outside the off stump. It just held its line. Maybe just does he bowl the little floater, the away swinger? That's
Yeah, well, I think that just drifted. I think
Yeah.
he did get some drift. It's gone with the breeze a wee bit, but he put so many revs on the ball that drift is always in his locker.
It was taken by Vasconcelos, who had the bails off, but it was not out, and that ball from Keogh is fired away down the leg side, so there's going to be a wide. There is indeed a wide signalled. So one more onto the total, 179, 180 for 6, Leicestershire. Keogh in again, bowls to Barnes, who squeezes that one again, just behind square on the onside for Freddie Heldrick to field, and they're able to come through for one more. 3 to Barnes, 181 for 6, one ball to go in the over. First one bowled by Rob Keogh, 7th bowler used by Northamptonshire. Here's Keogh in, flights that one up, driven up to mid-off, where Jack White fields, and Louis Kimber slightly frustrated at not making a bit more of that, but it was flighted up, driven straight to mid-off, and White did the fielding. Kimber is 36, Barnes is 3. Really rattling through the overs now. 32 gone, and Leicestershire 181 for 6.
The scoring rate at the moment is 5.7, and earlier on it was 6.7. Quite a long way into the Leicestershire innings, so it just shows how well Northants have fought back, and the wickets, which have been aided by the Leicestershire batters on occasion, you'd have to say that. But the dots have brought errors, and the errors have led to the run rate going back down to 5.7. It's a very, very critical stage now. These two need a partnership for the next 10 overs, really. They need to be at the crease. That'll be their objective. If they only score 40 in that time, then they've done a good job if they're still together.
That's why Barnes is at the wicket. 33 not out. He's only batted 3 times in the competition, so I've only been required to bat 3 times as he defends that one from Safe Zabe. Not too much foot movement from the young Yorkshireman, pushing it out, shoveling it out rather into the offside, where Proctor, who's at a very short cover now, fields. In goes Zabe and bowls, trying to push it through. Barnes resolutely on the back foot, waiting for the ball, playing it off the pitch, is turning it out to mid-wicket where Keogh is the fielder. They really do whip through these. Zabe is in, Barnes is forward, turning it off middle and leg, and hands started to go up, save Zabe, and intake of breath from Phil alongside me. Thought that might have snuck through.
It just looks like a bit of French cricket at the moment from Barnes. He's not really getting to the ball. He's just sitting in his crease, and if he misses one, he's gone ski.
Picked up one there, though. Tosses that one up, Zabe, and is sliced out in the air by Kimber, who coming under a little bit of pressure, I think probably in the circumstances, to try and pick up 1 or 2 runs. Got away with it. It bounced out to the man on the point boundary, who's Kerrigan, so he does pick up one, but false shot from Louis Kimber. Zabe in again to Barnes, who's waiting for it, turning it out to mid-wicket. It's going to have to hurry. It does hurry, and they're going to be as a buzzer, an overthrow. Barnes had overrun his crease, but even so, he can turn, and Kimber waited for him to see how far the Yorkshireman had gone, but out it went towards the sort of wide third man boundary. Not a great piece of work by Keogh, throwing from mid-wicket. Vasconcelos couldn't get there, nor could White backing up. It was slowed, which was as well, but still managed to pick up an extra run. Zabe is in to Barnes, who's very deep in his crease, and again playing it off middle, and off out into the offside end of the over. 185 for 6. Barnes has 6 from 14. Kimber 37 from 42. I'll tell this story for pretty much the last time, hopefully, as Northants listeners won't have heard it. When he made his maiden red ball 50, his maiden first class 50 against Somerset at Taunton, Ed Barnes, earlier this season. When he went out, Leicester were in a fair bit of trouble. And Leicester head coach Paul Nixon said to him, he's a big soap opera fan. If you get a 50, Ed, I will pay for you to go on a tour of the Coronation Street studios. And he did, and went on to get 80, in fact. So it was Paul Nixon was on the internet trying to find him a tour for the Coronation Street studios, and all the Leicestershire players had the theme tune of Coronation Street playing on their phones when he came in.
Great stuff. Here's Rob Keogh starting a fresh over, and he went for the reverse sweep, Louis Kimber. What's that come off? It's beaten Ricardo Vasconcelos, and it was off the bat, so a little bottom edge. Just eluded the keeper, and first ball of the over brings a single to Louis Kimber, who's up to 38. And Leicester should have won 86 for 6. A bit cloudier now, a lot more cloud around. I see they're off for rain in the Test match. 65 miles down the road at Lords. India 46 for no wicket in the 19th over, but they're off for rain. Here's Keogh bowling to Ed Barnes, who steps back, cuts that away out to James Sales, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. And Ed Barnes is through for a single, 7 to him. And Leicester should have won 8-7 for 6. Here's Keogh bowling his off spin in again, and that's driven up to mid-off by Louis Kimber, fielded by Jack White just on the edge of the circle. And there's no run. Keogh already back at his mark and in again, bowling to Kimber, who works that away just in front of square on the onside. It goes out to Simon Kerrigan. They're at deep mid-wicket, and they're through for another single, 39 to Kimber. And Leicestershire up to 188 for 6. Breeze seems to be picking up a little bit here as well, as Keogh bowls that ball to Barnes, who just chips it up on the offside out to extra cover, fielded by Emilio Gay. And there's no run, and already we're at the last ball of the over. Here's Keogh in again, flights that one up and driven by Barnes. And it just eludes the man there at mid-on, Luke Proctor, and goes up for a single, up to Safe Zabe, who completes the fielding. And he's going to start and, trot down to the other end to bowl the next over, the 35th of the innings. 34 gone, 189 for 6. Kimber is 39, Barnes is 8. James Tarry's been on to us on Twitter and saying how much he enjoyed the story of Alan Donald and Scott Boswell's boots. I can't. The slightly frightening thing is that was 27 years ago, because I was, if memory serves, watching it from almost the same spot that I'm sitting in now. I was actually up here in the press box watching it.
Do you remember my catch that day, Redders? Oh, it was a beauty.
Put that out of my mind.
Oh dear.
So he is in, tossing it up, full toss, but Kimber can't get it. I beg your pardon, Barnes can't get it away.
Rob Williams
straight to mid-off.
Caught square leg, Rob Williams over my head, off Nick Stairs.
I'm sure it was jolly good.
Oh, it's terrific.
Sahib is in again, just drags his length back a little bit, still quite full. Barnes turns his wrists on it and plays it straight out to mid-wicket. Keogh is the fielder. Zabe just a couple of steps and in he goes, very slow delivery, goes back on his stumps as ever, Barnes, and plenty of time to turn that one away down through square leg out towards fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. Takes 1, moves on to 9.
I think Ben Sanson's off the field at the moment. I think Gus Miller's on.
Zabe is in to Kimber, who goes back and plays it firmly out through the vacant mid-on area, out towards Heldrick, who jogs in to meet the ball, underarms it to Zabe. And a very different feel to the game now, having gone hard early. Leicestershire lost a lot of wickets. You have to think now about that's going to be leg before. He went back, it stayed a little bit low. Barnes, as we have been predicting, Phil's certainly been predicting for some time, if he misses one, he's gone ski, and he is gone ski. Leg before wicket to save Zabe. It did stay a bit low, but even so.
Yeah, so Barnes was trying to do the right thing. He was trying to knock the balls into gaps. There are a few gaps there. Northants have tried to squeeze him a wee bit, still a couple of gaps, and one of them's square on the leg side. His method of getting the ball there was to stay very deep in his crease and play across the line, and that one did skid at him a little bit, to be fair, and rattled into his pad. He was always going to be giving out LBW. The safer method, of course, would have been to get his head forward and play an authentic turn into the leg side, and maybe he'll be thinking about that as he walks off. I feel that's quite a big wicket though for Northants. It breaks the partnership. We said that was important, and now with 15 overs and 1 ball to go, 7 wickets down, Northampton will want to be polishing this off before the 50 overs.
Rian Ahmed is, he does not lack confidence, as you will hopefully see for a short while or a while at any rate. And he's as good with the bat as he is with the ball. And an opportunity for him here in its own way. He's still too young to be driving, so his dad brings him, which is, yeah, his birthday is on Friday, his 17th. Tomorrow, 13th, is it tomorrow? Yes. But at the moment, his age matches the number on the back of his shirt.
So is he a local boy?
Nottingham born. Rian Ahmed, but
Blue Coat School, isn't he? I think Nottingham. I
think so. But he's been at the Leicester Academy. He came across when he was 13.
Oh, okay.
So just felt happier at the Leicestershire Academy and has developed very nicely. Zabe is in and bowls to him, thick inside part of the bat as he rather loses his footing slightly. Rian Ahmed as he plays that one. Back down the wicket it goes, and he just rehearses a few. But another good over from Zabe, and Northants will feel they've got every chance of restricting Leicestershire to 240, 250 perhaps, if they can pick up another wicket or two. Kimber holds the key because there are still 15 overs to go. 4 and over, 5 and over from here to 60. Would that be competitive, do you think?
Yeah, I think it would on this pitch. He bowled well on this pitch. That needs getting. I've been impressed with Kimber. I hope I don't put the mockers on him because he clearly is a good striker of a cricket ball. He's worked at the ball into gaps. He's had to just rein back a wee bit as wickets have fallen around him. And now he is the key to Leicestershire posting a competitive total. But so far, my first sighting, he's played beautifully.
Here's Rob Keogh starting another over to Louis Kimber, who works that up to man at fairly straight mid-wicket there, just on the edge of the circle. Luke Proctor, and there's no run. 5 in the ring at the moment, 3 on the offside, 2 on the on, looking to save 1. Kimber drives that up. I think about a single, but again, it's very well fielded by Luke Proctor on the edge of the circle, who shies at the stumps, misses. Fortunately, Gus Miller, I think he was on his 12th man, was backing up.
That was very good from Gus. He read that play very well.
Otherwise, we might have been in the realms of buzzers again.
Yeah, that was going to the boundary, I think.
Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Kimber, steps back, and this time he is going to get a single because it goes up to long on, where Saif Zabe is fielding in front of the indoor centre, and sends in a slightly scruffy return to Ricardo Vasconcelos, but 1 more onto the total, 192 for 7. Kimber is up to 41. Rian Ahmed is now on strike, taking guard, and Kimber coming down and having a chat with him, making a few helpful suggestions. Been suggested by Alex from the comms team at Northamptonshire that was the plumbest LBW he's ever seen. I think it was rivaled, I think the one that does rival it is Keogh in, bowls to Ahmed, who drops it down on the offside, steered to backward point. But Ben Curran is there, and there's no run. Ben Sanderson, LBW2, one of the Overtons last year.
Fill in the gap.
And down the wicket comes Ahmed, not lacking confidence. Plays the ball back to bowler Rob Keogh. Yes, in the championship or Bob Willis Trophy match, he walked. I think Nick Cook just gave him the nod, and he did walk. I can't remember, it was one of the Overtons got him out. It was absolutely plumb. Last ball of the over. Keogh just getting a bottom edge as Ahmed looking to force that away on the offside. Got a little bit close to him, and he ends up playing it off a bottom edge back down the pitch. Bowler fields, end of the over, 192 for 7, 36 gone. Kimber's 41. Ahmed yet to get off the mark.
He made a very good 35 not out, Rian Ahmed, in the defeat by Notts up at Welbeck on a really difficult pitch when Luke Fletcher was hitting the top of off stump and moving it around, and Leicestershire in trouble from the very start, but really did apply himself, and if he can do a similar job, Leicestershire will be delighted.
Looks quite stylish, a batter. The few balls he's faced so far.
A lot of ability. Saif Zabe, left armour is in, tossing it up. Kimber just leans forward, plays it firmly through the vacant mid-on area, down to Heldrick, coming in from the long on boundary. Underarms the ball to Zabe. Kimber on to 42, having to restrict his attacking instincts somewhat. Zabe is in. Bowles waits for it a little bit. Rian Ahmed and just turns it out towards mid-wicket. 5 balls he's faced so far. Zabe is in. Ahmed is forward on off stump, just dropping it out towards point. There isn't a point at the moment. White runs in from sort of short third, short-ish third to field, and Ahmed is off the mark. It has filled in a little bit, and especially where the weather is coming from. Zabe is in. Back goes Kimber, slightly short ball, forced away through the offside, out to the sweeper on the boundary. Kerrigan is out there. In front of, actually, it's been repainted, hasn't it? It used to have was it a brewer's name on the top of that stand?
Sponsor, certainly.
Sponsor. But now it's just got a black topping to the cover of the stand. In goes, oh, Zabe, and that one hurries through, and Ahmed had gone back, tried to turn it into the leg side, just got a bottom edge down on it in time.
But the white seats all around the ground, I think, makes it look much better. I think that the ground looks as well as it ever has, I think. Because it now looks sort of like joined up.
Uniform, pleasing uniformity. Ahmed is driving that one. It's a fuller delivery, and he's much more comfortable on off stump, driving it away down towards Sanderson, who's back with us at long off. Takes 1, moves on to 2. 196 for 7 now, just 13 overs of the innings remain. But like you said, Phil, there's a feeling among the Leicester supporters on Twitter and on various social media sites that 250, 260 will be competitive against the Northants batting lineup as it is at the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that at all. I think that's going to be the ambition, that set a total you think you can get to from this stage. And if these two stay together, that's the job now again of Ahmed. Stay with Kimber, have Kimber in going into the last sort of 5-6 overs, and then that total is definitely within reach.
Ahmed on strike at the start of a fresh over from Rob Keogh, who's down the pitch, taken on the pad. There's a not particularly confident appeal from bowler and keeper.
Shocking.
And
was a bit, actually.
It was one of those altogether or not at all chaps, wasn't it? But not out anyway. Here's Keogh in again, flights that one up, and Ahmed just able to pick up a single as he plays it down to Curran, who has to come in from the edge of the circle at backward point. And Ahmed through for a single, 3 to him, 197 for 7. Kimber back on strike, 43 off 51 balls so far. And Keogh bowling to him, and he's going to pick up another run as it just eludes the dive of Luke Proctor at the edge of the circle in there at mid-on, and safe Zabe, who came in off the boundary from long onto field, just slightly misfielded. Thought of possibility of a 2, but it wasn't. Kimber to 44, 198 for 7, and Ahmed. Well, that's what happens when you're 16 and full of confidence. He's come down the pitch, lovely little chassé, driven it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. Super shot, brings up the 200 for Leicestershire, and it hits the, I think it's the little tarp, there's a big tarpaulin, isn't there, at the far end of the ground, just in front of the advertising boards, in front of the indoor centre, and the ball's now going to have to be sanitised because I think a spectator handled it, so the umpire's going to have to get the wet wipe out. But 6 to Ahmed, lovely shot, 9 to him, 204 for 7. Confidence of youth, Phil.
That was a proper cricket shot, wasn't it? Rob Keogh bowling very slowly and saying to the batter, you're going to have to play a shot, and he did. He got to the pitch and spanked it straight. So, this one might be a bit flatter.
I think it might be. Here's Keogh. Well, no, actually, he's flighted it up again, and it's worked into the onside where Proctor lurking there at mid-wicket fields.
I'm loving this youngster. He's got some game. He really got some game about him.
You wait till you see him bowl.
Here's Keogh in again, bowls it short, and he pulls that up to long on, where Zabe once again doesn't pick it up cleanly, but he just dribbles. I think it probably took him on the knee, I think, as he went down to field it. Just rolls away a little way, but this just keeps it to a single at any rate. End of the over, and Ahmed, well, not only does he get a single, he keeps the bowling as well. 10 to him, 44 to Kimber. Don't worry, Louis, I'll sort it. 205 for 7, 38 gone.
I mean, obviously it was a 6, and he did come down the wicket, but he came down in in a controlled way, as a
It was a
proper
proper
batter.
chassé, wasn't it?
So, you know, if the bowler sees that and drops it in, he's not going to run past that. He can respond to it because he's in control. So, really fine bit of batting, and he just looks like a very stylish. He loves his batting. This kid, you can just tell, likes to entertain.
Zabe to continue from the Capel end. Drags it down a little bit. Ahmed goes back, tries to force, doesn't time it, and it runs quite comfortably and quickly down towards mid on the edge of the circle. No run. Eldrick the fielder. Zabe in again. Tosses that one up. Respectfully played back down the pitch towards him on the offside by Ahmed. His eyes might have lit up, but he did restrain himself. Asks Zabe to wait for a second as he tries to hurry through the over. He is in. Drops a bit short. He goes back and plays it nicely through the vacant point area down to Kerrigan, about 15 yards inside the rope, down there on the point boundary. Where's the cover boundary? He's in front of square anyway. Single taken. Ahmed into double figures. He's on 11 now. Kimber is on 44, waiting for that one from Zabe. Just calmly leans forward and plays it firmly down to long on. Eldrick again is the fielder. Single taken. Zabe is in and bowling, and a nice delivery, flighted, tossed up. Ahmed leans forward and just defends it out maturely into the offside. He's all movements and little nervous ticks as he prepares to face the ball, but he plays much more calmly as he leans forward and clips that one firmly out towards Heldrick down on the long on boundary. Takes one. Zabe takes the return and then throws the ball to the umpire. End of his 6th over, 1 for 20. His figures pretty good from him. 208 for 7 the score. 39 overs have been bowled. If these two stay together, they can think in terms of maybe 260, 270. But to come, just the two seamers essentially now, once these two are parted. Gavin Griffiths, who can hold an end up. Will Davis likewise. But whether they'll do so remains to be seen.
Well, you probably heard there from the public address announcer. It's Freddie Heldrick coming back into the attack. The left arm wrist spinner picked up the wicket of Aaron Lilly early on. Nice bit of bowling, which Lilly obligingly ran past and was stumped by Ricardo Vasconcelos for 46, having made a very promising start. 46 off 36 balls with 5 fours. Top scorer for Leicestershire so far, although Louis Kimber is closing in on him. Here's Heldrick over the wicket, bowls, and that's nicked away by Rian Ahmed. It's running down to the boundary, and he's going to pick up a boundary off the first ball of the over. Not intentionally, but Ben Curran left with too much to do. All he can do is retrieve the ball from the front of the sight screen. Ahmed to 16, and Leicestershire to 212 for 7.
It's an interesting change by Vasco, bringing Freddie back at this stage. I would have wanted to bring an accurate, a more accurate. That's not Freddie's go-to just now. He's a work in progress and a good work in progress, but I'm surprised he's back just now.
Here's Heldrick bowls short, and Ahmed looking to pull it. Doesn't connect particularly well. Again, just cloths it a little bit off a bottom edge, runs out to deep mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Simon Kerrigan coming in off the boundary, and a single is the outcome. 17 to Ahmed, 213 for 7. Heldrick at the end of his mark, bowling from the indoor centre end, and that's flayed away through the covers by Louis Kimber, but only as far as James Sales sweeping on the boundary at extra cover, and they come through for a single. 46 to Kimber, 214 for 7. Still off for rain in the test match. India 46 for no wicket there. Here's Heldrick in again, bowls to Ahmed, drops it down on the onside, come through for a quick single as Luke Proctor sprints in from mid-wicket, but they come through for the single, and Ahmed moves up to 18, and Leicestershire to 215 for 7.
That's a disappointing single there, Adam.
Wasn't really one there, was there?
Wasn't one there. Proc's on the single and it went straight to him. He'll be disappointed with that.
Heldrick staying over the wicket to Louis Kimber, 4 from a half century, and he's cut that one away. He's only going to get a single again, just Heldrick taking the pace, all the pace off the ball And Kimber playing it out to James Sales, sweeping at extra cover. And they're through for another single, 47 to Louis Kimber, who's now top scorer in the innings, 216 for 7. Heldrick in again, bowls to Ahmed, forces him to play defensively this time, back down the pitch. Heldrick finishing the over with a dot ball, 47 to Kimber, 18 to Rian Ahmed, and 40 overs gone, 216 for 7.
I think we're going to see a double change now with Simon Kerrigan coming back at the David Capel end, replacing Save. Simon Kerrigan 5 overs, 1 for 17 so far, along with Save going just over 3. So the two slow left armers, finger spinners going very well. Good over by Freddie there, didn't go for a boundary. He's got obviously his field quite deeply set, so it may be Vasconcelos saying, well, we'll concede the singles, we'll go at 5-6s off Freddie. If you want to get a boundary, you need to take more risk and bring in sort of risk reward into play. That could be his thinking there. He may think he's a seamer light. That might be his thinking as well.
Well, yes, he's only really bowled. The only 3 seamers who've bowled, obviously White and Sanderson with the new ball, and James Sales getting his first bowl in first team cricket, bowling 5 tidy enough overs. Ben Sanderson was excellent early on. Jack White less so, but came back quite well. Here's Kerrigan starting a new spell from round the wicket from this David Capel end, and first ball played up to long on by Louis Kimber for a single. Freddie Heldrick coming in off the boundary to field. Kimber up to 48, and Leicestershire to 217 for 7. A lot more cloud around now. It's something light, not as great as it was. Lovely wristy drive away through extra cover by Rian Ahmed off the next ball. Goes out to Rob Keogh, fielding there in front of the West Stand. And they're through for another single, 19 to Ahmed. And Leicestershire up to 218 for 7. Kerrigan 3 saving 1 in the ring on the offside. Just 1 in front of square on the onside, saving 1. And a dot ball there as Kerrigan firing that one in, and Kimber playing it defensively back down the pitch. Kimber stays on 48, 218 for 7. Here's Kerrigan in again. That's worked away just behind square. Bit of a chase round for Ben Curran, and they'll come through for an easy couple, and that's 50 for Louis Kimber. Reaches his half century off 58 balls. Good applause from around Wantage Road, which he acknowledges by raising the bat, and a fist bump from his partner Rian Ahmed as well. So 50 off 58 balls for Louis Kimber with 4 fours. So the Leicestershire supporters giving voice around the ground, and he's going to pick up more runs here, and he's driven that away beautifully through extra cover. Beats Luke Proctor, and it goes out to Rob Keogh, who again has to run round from in front of the West Stand to field, and they're able to come through for a couple. 222 for 7. 1 ball to go in the 41st over. Kimber up to 52. And Keogh bowling to him, and he's not going to get anything there as he plays that to backward point. Emilio Gay quickly to the ball, and that's the end of the 41st over, so 9 to go. 222 for 7. Louis Kimber building on his performance in the previous game when he got 85 in that long partnership with Lewis Hill against Somerset. He's on 52. And Rian Ahmed is on 19.
Looks a good player, Kimber. Really impressed with him. He scored both sides of the wickets off front and back foot. Looks good. He's got plenty of time. He's organised his innings very well here. He clearly likes to strike the ball, but he's played a more delicate innings of that at times. And there's wickets falling around him. He's taken that pressure on and scored a runner ball himself with low risk options. So, a perfect innings so far. He'll want to now kick on over the next 9 overs. Hopefully he'll be thinking Ahmed can stay with me and we can have a blast towards the end. Meanwhile, Vasconcelos is sort of marshalling his troops a wee bit. He's probably a seamer light. He's got to think about his death options, and he's trying to get some spin overs in to take him to that period where Ben Sanderson and one other, probably Jack White, might look to close out.
Heldrick is the man with the ball in his hands from the Lynn Winnelson centre end. Abington Avenue end. In he goes and bowls that inevitable full toss, first ball up, and it's smashed away to mid-wicket by Rian Ahmed for 4. Didn't quite have the legs to go all the way, bounced around about 4 or 5 yards inside the ropes, and over it goes. But Time and again, Heldrick has started an over with a full toss. And a high full toss after that. Has he got away? He did get away with that one, didn't he?
Yeah, even though he's only short, it was just below.
In he goes and bowls and clipped past him on the onside by Ahmed. Did tumble across, couldn't quite get his hand there, nor could Proctor, moving across from short mid-wicket, runs down towards Zabe, who's at long on. Ahmed takes one, moves on to 24 off 25 balls. Heldrick is in to Kimber, who goes back, works it away just slightly wide of the fielder. Proctor has to move to his right at mid-wicket. Take one. Why not?
I don't know. It declined.
There was clearly a single there.
You're right.
I'm startled. In goes Heldrick and bowls smacked back past Ahmed, who has to get out of the way quickly, out towards long off. Gets to him quickly, so it is only going to be one.
Yeah, it was extraordinary, wasn't it? Yeah, the previous ball.
Did they think it was? Must have thought it was closer to Proctor than it actually was. Or? Odd.
He was on the back foot. I just wonder whether he might have slipped as he's pushed off. Went to push off for the single, possibly.
Possibly. Heldrick is in to Ahmed, who goes back and cuts it wristily in front of square on the offside. But Curran, was it Sales out there? I think it's. Sales.
Yeah, it's January billowing Sales.
Yeah, they'll come up with something
better than that.
Hopefully original. In goes Heldrick and bowls, and a slightly cross-batted drive by Kimber. Swats it rather out towards long off, wide long off. White is the fielder. One is taken. Keeps the strike then on that basis. Umpires are going to have a chat about something, are they? What, one wonders?
Sanitisation, I think. They're calling for the...
Time out of some kind.
Calling for the hand san. He's talking about timeouts, Richard. Lee Wade, who's on the ground, I think today, tweets as at Wadey Cobbler is saying how much he's enjoying watching the live game, and he says it's proper overs and everything. So, and apparently he's not finding it confusing. So that's jolly good.
Good to hear. 230 for 7. There are 8 overs remaining. Northampton not going to have a problem with the cut-off time.
No,
2:32.
2:32.
So the best part of an hour to bowl 8 overs.
But it was an interesting point that Phil made actually about Grantham, because again Northamptonshire bowling a lot of spin on Tuesday at Grantham with Keogh, Kerrigan and Zabe all bowling the full 10. And they were way ahead of the timing, and then suddenly the last 5 overs took forever, and it didn't matter because obviously they were so far ahead. But
I don't think it was a good pace to play the game. That was my point,
No.
and it gave everyone too much time to think about it, including the bowlers.
It was such a contrast to what had gone before, because they were again just really rattling.
So they deliberately slowed.
No, I don't think they did.
I think we were just trying to get the options right.
But it was. We were actually talking on commentary about using it as a tactic to get through overs quickly. Here's Simon Kerrigan, who gets through them pretty quickly anyway, and that's a lovely shot from Louis Kimber. First ball of the over. Just gave himself a little bit of room, came down the pitch, speared it away over extra cover for 4. Beautiful shot, 58 to Kimber. 234 for 7. That's an impressive bit of batting.
Yeah, we used to call that the Ricky Clark and the Samit Patel position. They both find that gap, those two guys, brilliantly. And you'd want your cover boundary fielder very much straighter. And Kimber looks like he's in that bracket as well.
Here's Kerrigan, bowls again, and that's swept away by Louis Kimber, but straight down there. Oh. It's gone straight through him. Straight through safe Zabe, who looked to have it all covered at deep backward square, and it's run away for 4. Back-to-back boundaries at the start of the over. 62 to Kimber. 238 for 7. That's a bit of a collector's item. You don't see Safe Zabe.
It is, but the last 3 balls he's misfielded.
Yeah.
And that was a shocker, because he was going to spin at some point. He got his long barrier out too early and then couldn't move.
Straight through his legs. 238 for 7. Kerrigan in again. Hits him on the pad as he played back Louis Kimber. But obviously not out. Going down the leg side, I would imagine. That's what Simon Kerrigan, I would imagine, thought. He's just moving... I think mid-off a little bit wider, down below us, long off rather, as Kimber is going to pick up a single there, driven up to long on. Freddie Heldrick coming off the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion comes through for the single 63 now to Kimber. And Leicestershire 239 for 7. Still 7 overs to go after this one, so if Louis Kimber in particular stays in, they could have a really seriously substantial total. And Rian Ahmed playing that nicely away for a single, out towards mid-wicket. There's nobody in the ring in front of square on the onside, and Ben Curran had to come round from backward square to field out towards mid-wicket. So there was an easy single, 26 to Ahmed, 240 for 7. 1 to go in the over. And he's bowling to Louis Kimber.
Oh.
He's bowled. Well, that's a beauty from Simon Kerrigan. It just pitched, what, middle and leg maybe, and looked to hit the top of off stump, just zipped through. And Kimber, his superb innings, he's played really well, but he's out now, and Kerrigan has Northamptonshire have just, on a number of occasions in this innings, just when they looked as though Leicestershire were going to get away, they've just nipped one out, and that's a valuable wicket. Kimber goes for a well-played 63, and at the end of 43, Leicestershire 240 for 8.
He won't have bowled many better balls than that.
That was a Jaffa.
Simon Kerrigan, wow. Bit and spun, and he wasn't trying to hit the ball away, Kimber. He was trying to defend it, and it was a bit like the Hill delivery, wasn't it? It was just a beautiful delivery.
It was, yeah. Well, we've said there's been a few soft ones from Leicestershire, but that wasn't one of them. That was just got out. The ball pitched just on leg stump and turned and hit off bail. There's nothing he could do about it.
Pitched leg, you reckon?
Yeah, I think it pitched on leg stump. Yeah, it drifted
Absolutely did loads.
Bounced, turned, hit off bail. That gets everyone out any day of the week. So just on Kimber, though, for 63, I thought he played really, really well. It took a delivery of that quality to get him out. He'll be disappointed not to have seen his team towards the conclusion of this innings where he could have freed himself up and so on. Northants, by contrast, will be very happy to see the back of him because he's a dangerous player. The 50-over format, unlike other formats that are available, require a number of different skills. And Kimber showed as a batsman, there, a young player, he's got the skills that are required. He got himself in, played some nice, attractive shots, was positive, ran well, but also defended well and rotated when that was called for through the middle overs when wickets were falling around him. So there's a lot to like about that young man's cricket.
And that partnership of... looking at that partnership of 49 realised for the 8th wicket in just 8 overs, so going along nicely at a run of ball.
But as you say, key timing in terms of the dismissal. Kimber been there at the end. Leicestershire might have got somewhere close to 280, 290. It'd be difficult now. Griffiths will have to try and give Ahmed as much of the strike as he can. He won't be on strike, Gavin Griffiths. That was the last ball of the over from Kerrigan. It's going to be Zabe, who's swapped ends and is going to bowl from the Wilson centre end. In he goes and bowls to Ahmed, who reaches forward, steers it out to wide mid-off, stroke extra cover. Coming in off the boundary is White, keeps it 2-1. They thought about it briefly for a second. Griffiths with a job to do now because there are still, what are the 6.5 overs left to be bowled in the innings. Need to use them all, Leicestershire, and get the score up to... They could still, if it just playing out the overs, could still get up to 270, 275, which will give them something to bowl at any rate, that's for sure. Zabe, as the field closes in on Gavin Griffiths, who is in and a thinnest of edges just past the wicket-keeper and the stumps. He's going to pick up a couple there. He was on the back foot. It might just have straightened a little bit. We can assume it did. It hurried on to him, certainly. And Griffiths fortunate to get away with it, even more so to pick up a couple of runs.
Yeah, it was a good bit of bowling. Very flat, quicker first ball.
Zabe is in, tosses that one up to Griffiths, goes through him and bowls him. Griffiths, well, did not last very long. Fortunate to escape his first delivery. And the second, far too good for him, save Zabe. Good bowling from the left armour, having pushed that first one through, toss the second one up. Griffiths beaten to the wide, bowled for 2. And Leicestershire with, as I say, 6.5 overs left to be bowled. They've only got 1 wicket now, 243 for 9.
Yeah, Richard, I think you were spot on a couple of balls ago. You said if they just stay in and occupy the crease, they're going to get a number around 275. And actually, I was going to come in at that point and say, and that's what they should probably do, because you've got to set a number that takes account of the surface that you're playing and the opposition that you're playing against as well. Northampton haven't really been banging out big numbers, particularly when chasing at times. And the wicket is tricky. I think we've seen the seam as the ball sort of stopping a little bit. There's a little bit of bounce in it, and obviously with the spin, it is starting to turn considerably. So 275 is a very difficult number. They do look like that's going to be a long way from them now with one wicket left.
Davis, again, like everybody these days at top level cricket, he's no mug with the bat, and he can hang around.
I remember Will Davis as a youth cricketer, actually. I think he was a Staffordshire boy.
Correct.
I think, and he was definitely an
he was
all-rounder.
quickish at Derby. He was considered quickish at Derby. He's not
quick
quickish
young
now.
man. No,
Yeah.
it's not trained on, has he? He's probably as quick now as he was when he was about 15, because he was lightning.
Correct.
And he could bat as well. So talented all-rounder.
But he did make 15 in his only innings in this competition so far, and they need it again. Zabe is in to him. He's pushing it out into the offside. Gay is the fielder, and there is no run. Job to do here in support of Rian Ahmed, who is 27 at the moment. Davis just bends at the knees, stays not much foot movement, always dangerous, and that one didn't really turn. He played it off the pitch, back down the pitch to save Zabe, who then decides he can take one if he likes and sends his mid-off back to long off bowls. And that could be a shout for leg before it is from Vasconcelos. And to a slightly unconvincing degree from Save Zabe himself, turned in appeal to the umpire. It was turned down. End of a successful over for Safe Zabe nonetheless. 243 for 9 Leicestershire. 6 overs remain in the innings. Zabe has 2 for 23 now from his 7.
Yeah, following his 2 for 44 in the full 10 at Grantham. Nice to see him bowling into some form, just in time for Northamptonshire not to play for 3 weeks. Never mind.
That was very sour, Radis.
Well, I just think this schedule is just so ridiculous. But anyway,
it is.
Here's Simon Kerrigan starting a fresh over, bowling to Rian Ahmed, who is going to be looking for 2, possibly, as it went out to deep mid-wicket. But James Sales quickly and off the boundary. Ended up fielding it just on the edge of the circle. They're just able to come through for a single. So Will Davis is going to be exposed to Simon Kerrigan to see if he can come up with another delivery like the one, the last ball of the previous over that accounted for Louis Kimber. 244 for 9.
If he does, it's going to be too good for Davis,
well,
that's for sure.
I wasn't going to say that, sure. But slip in place. Here's Kerrigan bowling to Will Davis, who just on the back foot pushes it out the offside for Luke Proctor to trot in from extra cover to field. So the field for Will Davis, they've got a slip and a backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and backward square, all in the circle, playing defensively there. Will Davis back down the pitch for Kerrigan to take 3 or 4 steps down the pitch and field.
Sweep. The sweep is on, I think.
You reckon the sweep? Yeah, there's a man in the ring. That's Safe Zabe at backward square. And then Ben Curran out there at deep square leg would have an awful lot of ground to cover. Here's Kerrigan. Not going to sweep that one. They push it out in the offside, going for a single. And they come through for the single. Again, Luke Proctor, maybe just half a beat slow setting off to come in and pick that one up, and they're able to come through for 2. The good batting because they went straight away. 1 to Davis, 245 for 9, and suddenly with Rian Ahmed on strike, 16-year-old, the field scatters far and wide, works that into the onside, coming through for a quick single. He should be out if, well, he would have been out if Ricardo Vasconcelos had hit the stumps, shied at the stumps at the non-striker's end as Ahmed was looking for the single, but in the end wasn't actually close to hitting the stumps. So they come through for the single, 29 to Rian Ahmed, 246 for 9, 1 ball to go in the 45th over. And slip goes back in for Will Davis as Kerrigan comes in, flights that one up, driven back down the pitch. Kerrigan fields on the bounce. End of the over. 45 gone. 246 for 9. Ahmed 29. Davis 1. Shouldn't really have got a single there, should they, Phil?
What makes you think?
I'll throw that one over to you.
What makes you think I was disappointed with that? Well,
Yeah.
it was. I mean, I'm a big Luke Proctor fan, and he is a good fielder. But twice in this game, he's been in the ring on the one, not just on the edge of in the ring on the one, squeezing, and the ball's been played straight to him, and they've come through pretty comfortably both times. And you know, Proc's just switched off there a couple of times, but well spotted by the batters as well. They've spotted that he's on his heels and called through and responded well.
Ahmed then. 5 overs still to go. 30 balls potentially. That's a lot of runs available to Leicestershire, but just the 1 wicket to fall. Rian Ahmed learning all the time. Never quite been in a situation like this at this sort of level. 2 men behind square on the offside inside the circle as down the wicket he goes and hits it out through wide extra cover. Curran runs across and fields, going to pick up 2. Davis is still pretty quick between the wickets. Good throw down there from that extra cover boundary, but he did have a bit of ground to make up, and Ahmed picks up a couple, moves into the 30s on 231, 248 for 9.
She's got to bowl a little bit straighter.
Zabe does bowl a little bit straighter, turned off his legs by Safe Zabe, and then he raises his eyes to the heavens as Gay comes in and comfortably makes sure it is just a single. Not quite sure, I suspect, how to play this. Ahmed, he's conscious of the fact that he needs to be taking the strike, but as I say, it's an unfamiliar situation for him at this level. Slip comes in and the field closes in on Will Davis as Zabe is in. Drops a little bit short, and Davis good enough to whip it away through mid-wicket and take the single. Poor ball from Zabe in the circumstances.
It was a poor ball. I've been bought slip in. I wouldn't bring a slip in at this stage, actually, which might be controversial because I do like slips in. I just feel let's bowl as many balls at Davis as we can to have ring fielders and build pressure that way.
250 up for Leicestershire. Zabe is in and reaching for it. I thought he was going to try and play some sort of weird reverse scoop there, but in the end, Ahmed played it fairly conventionally, just turned his wrists on it, pushed it out towards mid-wicket and took 1. But he just seemed to be shaping there to do something different.
I think he had the field running it off the face of the bat, but it was a bit too full in the end.
Zabe is in to Davis, who is very solidly forward. As I say, a very capable batsman. Hands in the air from both Zabe and Vasconcelos, but not for an appeal. It's because they're sending mid-on and mid-off back to the boundary. Ditto, short mid-wicket. They want to give Davis 1 here. There is 1 there if he wants it. He goes back and tries to whip it into the leg side, gets a leading edge. It bounces out into the offside, and he's going to get one way or another one as Kerrigan has to run across to his right and field. But Ahmed prepared to give the benefit of the doubt, if you like, to Will Davis and give him the strike at the end of the over. 252 for 9, Davis 3, Ahmed 33.
A difficult one to turn down at this stage, isn't it? But certainly for Leicestershire, I think Ahmed needs to be on strike for as many of these last 24 balls as possible. I think Safe was a bit flat in that over. You know, against these guys, I think, to try and spin the ball because it is gripping, it is turning a wee bit. Still.
Here's Simon Kerrigan starting a fresh over. 2, and he's always that just zipped away, beat the outside edge. Don't think it got an edge. It wasn't taken cleanly by Vasconcelos, but Kerrigan certainly getting a bit of grip and turn.
Wish Callum Parkinson was here.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Here's Kerrigan in.
But he's not.
Driven up to mid-off by Davis, going through for the single. If it hit the stumps, Ben Sanderson, it might have been tight. Through at the stumps at the bowler's end. Missed the stumps. Fortunately, Ben Curran was backing up, but they're through for the single. Davis gets off strike with 4 balls in the over remaining. 4 to him, 253 for 9.
Don't hit the stumps a lot.
No, we've that's been commented on, I think, by 1 or 2 of those that analyse these things.
Yeah.
It's I was having this conversation the other day. We'll come back to that as Kerrigan bowls, and Ahmed just playing that cleverly out into the onside, out towards mid-wicket, but there's nobody in front of square in the ring, saving one. Kerrigan has to field himself, so they're through for a straightforward single. 34 to Ahmed, 254 for 9. Field suddenly converges on the edge of the ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the ring now, saving one for Davis, who immediately pierces the ring, punching away off the back foot out to the cover boundary. Emilio Gay fields and sends in a return to the feet of Ricardo Vasconcelos, which will please him not a great deal. 255 for 9. 2 balls to go in the over. Ahmed on strike on 34. Kerrigan just firing that one a little bit wider, and Ahmed trying to just go over the top of extra cover. In the end, finishes up playing it out to cover Emilio Gay out there on the boundary, and they come through for 1. 35 to Ahmed. 256 for 9. Kerrigan in again, bowls to Davis, works it away out to deep mid-wicket where Ben Curran fields. And another over ticks by with useful runs contributed by this last pair. At the end of it, 47 gone, 257 for 9. Davis is 6. Ahmed's 35. Don't know what you're worried about, Will Davis. Richard? Playing like,
no, it was just
playing
that,
like Tom Graveney at the moment.
No, it was just saying, if Kerrigan had produced that ball, would have bowled just about anybody. I think the ball that accounted for Louis
Yes,
Kimber, so
indeed.
it wasn't directly a reflection on Davis's ability with the bat. As I say, he's, as everybody seems to be in senior cricket these days, pretty capable. You don't get many rabbits anymore, and he's going to be on strike 2. Saif Zaib, who is going to be bowling. No, he's got 2 to go, actually. I wonder if they'll continue with the spinners to the very end. Is into Davis, who's driving through the vacant mid-off area, down to long off for 1. It bounces off the knee of White, but not very far. Picks it up quickly and gets his throw away. Ahmed, 35 not out, matching his senior career best against Nottinghamshire. So could be about to get his highest score. We'll jinx him if nothing else will. Down the wicket he goes. Sees him coming, Zabe, and drags his length back, but he just waits calmly, Ahmed, and plays it out through mid-off to White again, down at long off, and takes 1. Does now have a senior best score. Zabe is in, and Davis is whipping it away along the ground all the way through mid-on, this time out towards long on. The throw pleases Saif Zaib. It's right next to the stumps on the bounce. He takes it nice and cleanly.
Again, very flat at Davis, and I think we should try and make him make the running, take pace off.
Zaib is in to Ahmed. That is flat and full and going down the leg side, although Vasconcelos appeals. Saif Zaib doesn't really do so. And an indication from the umpire Watts at that end, that it was going down the leg side. Zaib is in, down the wicket goes. Ahmed working it towards mid-wicket. Zaib is in pursuit, could be a second, but no. Gay quick across the ground from deep mid-wicket to get to the ball inside the circle. So just a single to Ahmed, on to 37, 261 for 9. Zaib, will he toss it up? No, it goes back, Davis, and just works it away. It was slightly short of a good length out towards Gay at mid-wicket and takes 1. Davis moves on to 9 off 17 balls, 262 for 9.
Phil, can I just ask you what you think of this? I'm just slightly curious. Ben Sanderson bowled beautifully at the front. 7 overs, 3 wickets under his belt. Now, unless there's some fitness thing that we don't know about, would you not have brought him back to bowl at number 11 rather than Saif Zaib? I know it's a difficult one. Zaib bowled nice. It's no reflection on Saif Zaib. He's bowled perfectly well, but I just wonder whether in the circumstances, looking to polish off the innings as quickly as possible, I just wonder whether they might have brought him back into the
I think 9 times out of 10, I'll come back to the 10th.
Here's Kerrigan starting a fresh over, worked away into the onside by Will Davis, who moves into double figures, 10 to him, and 263 for 9, Leicestershire's total.
Well, let me look at it this way. The reason he won't have done is because he thinks that it's more difficult to score boundaries off the spin. That's that in a nutshell. And they're two lower order players. Obviously, we've seen Ahmed can't play.
That's a dot ball as Ahmed coming down the pitch to Kerrigan, but in the end just defends it back to the bowler.
Davis, number 11, so he's thinking spin is going to be more difficult for these guys, I think.
Here's Kerrigan in again, bowls to Ahmed, who cuts, and he's going to get a single out to Emilio Gay, who's sweeping down there at extra cover. One more to Ahmed, 38 to him, 264 for 9.
Yeah, so I think 9 times out of 10, yes, this is the potential 10th one. He's gone that way. Others would go the other way. The score will tell us who's right.
Here's Kerrigan bowling again to Davis, who whips that away out towards deep mid-wicket, and he's going to come back for 2. Good bit of fielding out there by Ben Curran, but there was always 2 on, I think, if they went straight away, which they did.
First time it's been a 2, though. Of the last previous 17 balls, just singles.
Yeah.
12 to Davis, 266 for 9, but they've done a useful job, these two. They've put on, 23 runs for the last wicket so far. Here's Kerrigan in again, bowls to Davis, drives up to Rob Keogh, just in a little bit from the edge of the circle, and again they set off with a single straight away. It's good running, it's good awareness. One more onto the total, 13 to Davis, 267 for 9.
Shot coming.
Ahmed on strike on 38.
Oh, not a shot coming.
Not a shot coming, as he just nudges it out away through the gap
strike.
between backward point and extra cover. Emilio Gay comes in from the cover boundary of the field. He's pinched the bowling, and this is clever cricket, 39 from Rian Ahmed. Now Davis is 13, 268 for 9, and as you can hear there from the announcement, of a tidy spell from Simon Kerrigan, who's making the most of his opportunity in this competition that's been given him by the departure to the 100 of Graham White. 2 for 47 off 10 for Simon Kerrigan today.
Yeah, Ahmed off the penultimate ball of that over deliberately took the single to get himself into the last over. He wanted to be on strike, and he's 16 years old. It's very mature. He could have had a whack at that one, didn't. Still got the strike.
Zabe to bowl the last over. Down the wicket he goes and does hit firmly in the air through mid-on. Bounces a couple of times before into the clutches of Proctor. At long on it goes, and he gets his throw away nice and quickly, so it is going to be just the single. Ahmed on to 40 for the first time in his senior career. Davis awaits as Zabe is in, bowls to him, hits it hard down into the ground, two-handed just about above his head from Safe Zabe. Makes as though to backhand the ball at the stumps, makes sure Ahmed gets back into his ground, doesn't let it go, of course. In he goes and bowls again to Davis, who whacks it into the stumps this time. Bails are off. Safe Zabe didn't get a hand on it, so no appeal. I suspect Ahmed had got down his bat down into the ground anyway. He obligingly picks up the bails for umpire Watts, hands them back to him, but 2 dot balls. Good stuff from Safe Zabe. Davis frustrated. 13 off 22. Zabe is in to him. Bigger down on one knee, hit out towards wide mid-wicket. Proctor has to run away to his right. Can't pick up the ball cleanly. And so it is going to be 2 to Davis. 271 for 9, Leicestershire. I think they'll be disappointed by and large, but they've got something to work with. They've got a reasonable score on a pretty decent track, although there is a bit of turn outside off stump. Should be stumped. No, he'd slid his back foot into the ground and risking doing so to the old quad muscle. But he managed to get it back down and the groin as well. And I think he's a fit young man, Will Davis. He spends a fair bit of time in the gym.
Good bit of cricket by Safe Zabe. He backed away, Davis, and came down the wicket a wee bit.
It's been a very good over, actually. Just the 3 runs from it so far. Last ball bowls him, and he punches the air. Safe Zabe as a wild yahoo from Will Davis, and he thumps his thigh pad in irritation because Safe Zabe very much had the best of that last over. So Leicestershire, having promised much really throughout the innings and not really delivered, finish on exactly 271 all out. Northamptonshire will need 272 to win.
What a good last over that was. And Radis, it was an interesting sort of conversation there about who would bowl out. And you know, I may well have gone for Ben Sanderson, the experienced seamer. And Vasco went the other way, went with the spinner, with the young spinner, Safe Zabe. And I think, you know, to be fair to Vasco, I think he's called that one right on balance. And good on him.
No, absolutely. It wasn't the obvious option
No.
by any stretch of the imagination, but
Yeah.
but Sabe justifying it. He's bowled nicely, and I mean John Sadler, Northampton's acting head coach, did make the point after the previous match that neither Rob Keogh nor Sabe have actually bowled anything like the number of overs that they would have liked to have bowled across all cricket this year, really. And Sabe that if he can really work on his bowling, I mean, obviously we know what a talented batsman he is, and usually, although not necessarily today, an excellent fielder as well. He had a little bit of an off day in the field. But if he can work on his bowling and can become not just a sort of a part-time fill-in 3 or 4 overs, but a man who you would back to bowl 10 overs in white ball cricket, then it's certainly going to add to his value to Northamptonshire moving forward. And his figures today, 10 overs, 3 for 37. So.
Yeah, and if you back that up with Simon Kerrigan, 10 overs, 2 for 47. Between the two finger spinners, that's 20 overs, 5 for 74. And that's really where Northants sort of broke the game away from Leicestershire. But having said that, 271 still needs getting. It's 5.5 and over 50 overs. The wicket is spinning a little bit. I think Northamptonshire will be very happy that Callum Parkinson is not in the Leicestershire side. I think Callum Parkinson would want to have a twirl on that for 10 overs. But it's all set up for an interesting second half, I think. A team full of confidence in Leicestershire and a team lacking in confidence with the bat in Northamptonshire.
Yeah, and of course a long tail today, as we've been saying. If you're just joining us, Northamptonshire making one change from the side that lost to Nottinghamshire at Grantham earlier in the week, with Freddie Heldrick coming in for Tom Taylor. Well, that's obviously on the bowling point of view a spinner for a seamer, but it also means that Simon Kerrigan is going to have to bat at number 8 if required. James Sales at 7, making only his 3rd appearance in first team cricket for Northamptonshire, aged 18, although we follow the example of Rian Armin, who played beautifully for his 40 not out off 42 balls, aged 16 years and 364 days, whatever it is, 17 tomorrow. So it does mean that Northamptonshire have a little bit of a long tail. Just run through the bowling figures.
I was going to say, go on then.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, do you want me to just rattle through them? Jack White, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 53. Ben Sanderson, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30. James Sales, 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 32. Freddie Heldrick, 6 overs, 1 for 49. Simon Kerrigan, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 47. Sabe, 10 overs, 3 for 37. And Rob Keogh, 4 overs, 0 for 18. So I suppose the standout figures there: Sanderson 3 for 30, Zabe 3 for 37, and Kerrigan 2 for 47. So there we go, 271 all out. 2 issues, I suspect, will be just across Northamptonshire's mind at the moment. First one is chasing 272 to win. The second one is the fact that because they've bowled the overs so quickly and half an hour ahead of schedule, just hope the lunch is ready. Nevertheless, 271 all out. There we go, 272 that Northamptonshire will need to win. They'll be starting that run chase at around about 25 minutes' time. We're going to nip off for some lunch. Hope you do the same, and that you'll join us again at around about 2:30 for the resumption of this Royal London Cup match at Wantage Road. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Wantage Road, where I'm pleased to say we're just about to resume this Royal London Cup match between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. I'm Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton. Joining me on commentary today, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, and Phil Rowe, Northamptonshire's former assistant coach. And they are resuming just a moment or two late because we actually had a little bit of drizzle during the lunch interval. So we were saying actually on commentary before lunch that it was coming over a little bit overcast, and after a beautiful sunny start, a little bit of drizzle coming into the air and just delayed us for 2 or 3 minutes. But we're going to be underway pretty much on time with Northamptonshire beginning their chase for 272 to win this match. Leicestershire bowled out for 271 off the last ball of the 50th over, with Louis Kimber top scoring with 63. Useful contributions too from Aaron Lilly, 46. Rishi Patel, 41. And Riyam Ahmed, just, 16 years old, 17 tomorrow, who weighed in at the end with 40 not out off 42 balls. Pick of the bowlers for Northamptonshire, Ben Sanderson, 3 for 30, picked up the first 3 wickets. Sabe, 3 for 37, and Simon Kerrigan, 2 for 47. You're going to see Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay coming out to open the innings. And Phil, we were saying just over lunchtime that it's one of those where probably most Leicestershire supporters might think Northamptonshire are favourites, and most Northamptonshire supporters probably think Leicestershire are favourites.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting way of looking at it. I think that's about right. It's probably 50-50, therefore, and that's how I see it sitting up here. A couple of good partnerships from Northants probably breaks the back of the game. But they've got to do that, and the wicket it's not a belting pitch, it's not a bad pitch by any means, but it's a pitch you've got to get yourself in on, and then it will turn a wee bit. So I think a steady approach would be set up the game for Northants.
Well, here's Will Davis, who's going to start off from the David Capel end, bowling to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos is playing first ball back down the pitch for Davis himself to field, and there's no run. The field, a slip in place, and the 2 men out for the power play. We have a third man, fairly wideish third man, and a deep backward square, and then a cover, or rather a point really, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, very close in there, almost a catching position to save one, and a backward square. As Davis running away from us, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives back down the pitch, just eludes the grasp of Will Davis and runs up to mid-off, where Lewis Hill, the Leicestershire captain, fields, and there's no run. Northamptonshire, as we were saying before lunch, by leaving out Tom Taylor for this game, or resting him, and bringing in Freddie Heldrick, it does mean that Northamptonshire have, on paper at least, rather a long tail, with Simon Kerrigan due to go in at number 8. So he'll be having a nasty attack of vertigo at some point as Davis comes in, bowls to Vasconcelos, drives up to mid-off. Again, Lewis Hill fields, and there's no run. James Sales will be in at number 7. And the top 6, Vasconcelos, Gay, Curran, Keogh, Proctor and Zabe, will need to make a dent in this, you feel, if Northamptonshire are going to get over the line for what will be their 3rd win in the competition, but too late to take them into the knockout stages. Here's Davis again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives back down the pitch. Smart fielding off his own bowling by Will Davis, and there's no run, so 4 dot balls so far. Vasconcelos, 206 runs at 34s in the competition so far. Made 88 here against Somerset on Sunday, and got a 50 in the home match against Derbyshire. He's got off to a start on any number of occasions without really going on and making an innings of real substance. Here's Davis in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives to extra cover. Very well fielded there by Aaron Lilly at extra. He's stung his right hand, I think, in stopping that one, but I must admit they had 4 runs written all over it. It was a good bit of fielding. But now he's down on his haunches, and I suspect he's done himself not a great deal of good there.
It was struck very hard, wasn't it? And he kind of did a reverse cut down to his right-hand side, and it's caught him on the thumb, I think, the bottom of the thumb.
He loves to play the old soldier, though, honestly.
Last ball of the over coming down. Will Davis into Vasconcelos, full toss, driven up to mid-off. Once again, Lewis Hill fields, and so a maiden to start with. the end of the first over, Northamptonshire no runs on the board, no wickets down.
Yeah, it was an interesting over. It was very full in the main from David, looking to swing the ball early on. Getting Vasconcelos early would be a big scalp, so get it up there, try and swing the new ball whilst it will swing. And another day, it could have been 3 or 4 fours, actually, because Vasconcelos hit pretty much every ball in the middle of the bat, but found fielders with the majority of them. But, yeah, good tactics from Davis. Get it up there, try and swing it when it's new, because it doesn't stay new very long, as we know.
Best of 2 for 44 in the competition. This is only his 4th game. Will Davis came into the team for the 5th game. Ed Barnes, by contrast, who's going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the Wilson Centre end of the ground, has played each and every one. Best of 2 for 34 in the 1-run win over Surrey. In he comes to bowl to the tall Emilio Gay, who is driving, getting up onto the front foot, and Northants up and running as it's slightly wide of Lewis Hill at mid-off. Leicestershire skipper moves to his right and picks up. Throws to Harry Swindles, the wicket-keeper this season, and going forward as well. On the bounce next to the stumps. Gay is up and running, as I say, with that single.
Well, Lewis has kept quite a lot, hasn't he? And,
yeah, he was a senior wicketkeeper up to the start of this season, and they've decided to go with Swindles, and his wicket-keeping has improved, as you could hope, under Paul Nixon, markedly over the season. Barnes is in and bowls, cut nicely by Vasconcelos, down to 3rd man. Ben Mike is the fielder down there. The other man out of the circle is at deep square. It's like... Is it out there? Can't quite see it. It's Aaron. It's usually Lily out there on the boundary. Probably is. So singles from each of the first 2 balls. It has, as I say, filled in over Wantage Rose. As we've been saying, there was a little bit of drizzle.
I think it's drizzling now, actually, Richard, to be honest.
Looking at the crowd, in goes Barnes and bowls outside off stump. Big step forward from Gay and lifts his bat over the line of the ball. There are no umbrellas up, though, other than looking around in those now pleasingly uniformly white seats around the ground.
I was just looking at the boxes at the far end where our colleagues in the written media sit at the other end of the ground. There's like dark smoke glass, and it just looks as though there's a little bit of drizzle in the air. It's not much, but just a little bit, and the radar would suggest that as well.
Barnes, arms swinging, is in and bowling straight to Gay. All the time in the world to just step forward and guide that out into the offside. Kimber running in from extra cover makes a stop, and there's no run. Looking like Davis to pitch the ball up and try and get a little bit of swing. Ed Barnes. See him gaining confidence steadily throughout the season. Was by no means a fixture in the side at the start of the season, but he's done well. In he goes and bowls to Gay. Good delivery on off stump, and he just has to adjust slightly. It was sort of middle and off. Good fullish delivery again. Tall left-hander just leant forward, played it out into the offside. There's no run. He just wheels his arms over. Wide-shouldered, looks capable of going big at any moment. Keeping the slip in though, Rishi Patel early on. Short fine as well on the edge of the circle as Barnes is in. Gay. Little trigger step across into the offside or towards the offside from Gay. And the defends a good line and length delivery off, middle and off, out into the offside. End of the over, 2 singles from it. A relatively unfrenetic start to the start of the Northamptonshire reply to Leicestershire, needing 272 to win the game. They are 2 without loss after 2 overs.
I think good signs from a Northamptonshire perspective, and possibly also from a Leicestershire perspective, because the bowlers have been there or thereabouts. From the Northants perspective, we look calm, look steady, look organised. I would like to see both the guys, when they defend the ball, a little busier. Just get their head up quickly and look to see if they can pinch a single. Just show some intent there. Not to do anything different technically or tactically, but just a little bit more intent into the defensive shot rather than just absorbing the ball. and everyone can relax and the fielder can pop in on his own time and field it. That aside, nice steady start.
Here's Will Davis starting over number 3, running in from this David Capel end, bowling to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who runs that down to third man, one of the 2 fielders on the boundary during the power play, and they come through for a single. 2 to Vasconcelos, and Northamptonshire 3 for no wicket. I think there was just a little bit of mizzle in the air. It's nothing very much. It wouldn't damp the pavements, as they say, but and there's certainly no, as Richard said, no umbrellas up. But just looking at the radar, there's just a little bit of drizzly stuff in the area. I don't think it's anything very heavy. There's some heavier rain down, but well south of us, over the sort of Cotswolds at the moment. Here's Davis in bowling to Emilio Gay, who's pushing forward up on the onside, up to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I've got an app, other apps are available. I've got an app called Rain Today, which is usually very accurate, and it tells me that rain will start in 7 minutes.
Oh, right, not 6 or 8.
7.
But 7.
So that's 14:48. We'll hold them to that.
Yeah, let's do that, or I want my money back. Yeah.
It looks not too bad over where the weather's come from. There's a little bit of thicker cloud, but nothing too awful. Here's Davis in again, bowls to Gay, who's, I think he was looking to drive, square drive, and it finished up going off the outer portion of the bat safely enough down to third man for a single. 1 more to Gay, who joins Vasconcelos on 2, 4 for no wicket.
The question I'd ask Emilio there, not now because it would be strange to shout down from our position, but would be, where were you hitting that ball? Because it was a sort of indeterminate, firm push. And I think if he's accurate on where he's trying to hit it, then he makes a better position into the ball.
Here's Davis in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, who punches that nicely, crisply off the back foot, but just up to short extra where Rishi Patel fields. And there's no run. Test match, they are back on at Lords, and India made a good start there after being put in by Joe Root, 92 for no wicket. England without Stuart Broad, of course, for the rest of the series, but with James Anderson, who some speculation that he might not have played at Lords, but he is in the side. Here's Will Davis running into bowl to Vasconcelos, who drives up to mid-off, where Lewis Hill fields, and there's no run. Busy energy about Leicestershire in the field in these early overs. Plenty of bubble out there, bit of noise. It's one thing you notice, Phil, and I know we've had this conversation before on commentary, but Northamptonshire do have a tendency, and it's certainly seen at Grantham on Tuesday, to go very quiet and very flat in the field sometimes.
Yeah, it's always been that way, I think.
Here's Davis in bowls to Vasconcelos, who's aiming to cut. It was a bit too close to him for the stroke. Beats the bat, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Harry Swindles, and 3 overs gone. Northamptonshire 4 for no wicket, chasing 272 to win. Just run down the other scores of relevance to Leicestershire in particular in the other matches in Group 1 today. Derbyshire 215 all out at Derby. Surrey are 8 for no wicket in the 4th over in reply, and Cardiff, Yorkshire bowled out for 230 in the 49th over, so Glamorgan needing 231 to win. And at Edgbaston, Somerset 287 for 8 in their 50 overs against Warwickshire. They're at lunch at the moment.
Ed Barnes to continue is in to Gay, who is studiously leaning forward. Perhaps just shape back into him a little bit. Just thinking in terms of turning his wrists on it, as it was, just defended it back down the pitch on the onside.
I think to Radaz's point there about Northampton being quiet, I think Graham White is a big loss in that respect. Graham leads by example in the field. He's been running the second team at times, and that's given him a sort of a broader awareness. And I think he brings a lot to the group. And with him there, I think it is quiet. Without him there, it's quieter.
Barnes is in, exactly the same delivery, almost possibly a little bit straighter, but elicited exactly the same shot from Emilio Gay. Solid, not a big stride, but a solid forward defensive press.
And that's an example there, Rich, on that ball where I think he could have got his head up, and if he just deflected it slightly squarer with a bit of top hand, total control, could have called his partner through. Just be a little busier, a little bit more intent. Otherwise, the bowler can settle onto a line and length.
Because there is that big wide open space at square leg. Barnes is in, outside off stump, and Gay looking, I think, to maybe dab it down to third man, gets a thick bottom inside edge and it bounces down, taken on the bounce by Swindles, moving to his right. Wasn't so very far away from chopping it on, inadvertently, of course. Gay gets away with it, another dot ball, 4 without loss. Have to keep half an eye on Duckworth Lewis after 10 overs with these showers around, but there's it's white, lightish grey cloud behind it, and they are moving reasonably quickly, the clouds. So in goes Barnes and bowls. Fuller driven hard down into the ground, and he's got that one through somehow. Absolutely threaded the eye of the needle for 4 there. Gay leant forward, it bounced over a desperately reaching Barnes, and neither Davis at mid-off, who scrambled across to his left, nor Hill scrambling across to his right, or indeed vice versa, because they actually crossed, which gives you an idea of how close it was, how close they both were to getting that. Neither could get there, so perfectly placed in every possible way by Gay. Picks up 4, the first boundary of the innings. Stands over his back, you heard him tapping it on the ground there as Barnes is in to him again, and off his direction now as a consequence perhaps of that 4, and that one is easily turned through the vacant square leg area down towards Lilly, who is on the square leg boundary. So 5 off 2 balls for Gay, who moves on to 7, Northampton 9 without loss, coming towards the end of the 3rd over.
Just an update on my weather app. It now tells me that no rain is expected for the next hour. So we can all relax.
That 1448 rain is
Put the washing back out.
was a myth. In goes Barnes and bowls on towards middle and leg, and Vasconcelos is turning it into the leg side, but only as far as Ahmed at mid-wicket. Nonetheless, a decent over as far as the home side are concerned. 9 without loss after 4. Vasconcelos with a couple from 12 balls faced, actually. Emilio Gay's almost also faced 12 balls. He, on the other hand, has picked up 7.
So just one ball in that over, slightly over pitched, and Emilio Gay chopped down on it and timed it so well that it ballooned over the bowler's head, and as Richard said, dissected the very straight mid-on and mid-off. It was sort of like a Mike Hussey shot. He used to keep his shape so well and get his wrists in so late that you thought he'd clothed it, and then it raced away as the kind of top spin unwound through the field, which is very frustrating because you're chasing that and it goes away from you.
He could play a bit. Here's Will Davis starting the 5th over, bowling to Emilio Gay. Square drives for 4. Lovely shot by Emilio Gay. The one in the previous over, the straight drive, which, as Richard said, he just sort of threaded it through between bowler, stumps and 2 fielders, was very much Emilio Gay's trademark, I think, the straight drive, but that was a nicely played shot as well. Ran away for 4. Gay up to 11 and Northamptonshire to 13 for no wicket.
Great work over the boundary by Craig Harvey with his footwork.
Oh, yes, I noticed
Head groundsman, lovely touch.
Make sure he didn't pick it up.
He
Here's
didn't.
Davis in again. Bowls, that's the straight drive. And that is Emilio Gay's strength. If it's up there, he's very strong back past the bowler. And he played that one to perfection, and it runs away for 4 more runs. 17 for no wicket. And Emilio Gay has made 15 of those. I was just looking at the radar. There's sort of round about Oxford, there's some quite heavy looking rain. The stuff up this way is much lighter and patchier, but there is some about, I suspect, for the next half an hour or so. But hopefully it won't be heavy enough to drive the players off the field. Here's Davis in again. Bowls to Gay defensively forward, pushing it up to Rishi Patel, who's on the perch there at short extra, and there's no run.
Yeah, I've just seen a replay of the straight drive Emilio Gay a couple of balls ago, and it's a very elegant shot, isn't it? Keeps his hands high through contact, full face of the bat with a bit of a flourish. His innings down at, I think it was down at Kent where he got 100
Yes.
down there, was full of that shot.
It was a classy innings. I was fortunate enough to be commentating on that, and it was very, very good to watch. Here's Davis in bowling to Gay, who's nibbling at that outside the off stump. Just did enough to beat the outside edge. Goes through to Harry Swindles. It's quite breezy. I think one of the the points that may count in our favour is the fact that the breeze, I think, has certainly strengthened since first thing this morning. It's coming away from the west, or probably the southwest, actually, from our left, tugging at the flags both on the old scoreboard and on the indoor centre at the far end of the ground. Here's Davis in again, bowling to Emilio Gay. Works that away off, I suspect, middle and off. And it goes down to backward square, deep backward square for a couple of runs. 2 more to Gay, 17 to him, 19 for no wicket. And it is now drizzling much more noticeably. You can actually sort of see it now against the sight screen at the far end. I suspect they'll just give it a few moments to hopefully mean it'll clear away. It is light enough that the umbrellas are certainly not going up. Perhaps they didn't even bother to put them in the bag. Forecast was very good actually for today. This wasn't expected, but it is drizzling here at Wantage Road. Here's Davis in again, bowls to Emilio Gay, plays that up to mid-wicket, and again he came quite a long way across, and I suspect he took that off, what, middle?
Yeah, I think middle at best. Again, it could be middle and off. It's something that he's always done, and I've chatted to him about it probably 5,000 or 6,000 times over the years. A conservative estimate. When he goes across his stumps in that way, if he's playing the ball up to mid-wicket, mid-on, good, because his head's forward and he's getting good contact with the ball and good access to the ball. When he goes across that far and the ball's going square of the wicket, that's when he's in trouble, because he can't continue to hit every one of those. So the good signs for Emilio is when he's going across, if he's hitting the ball to mid-on's right hand or straighter, happy days. When it's going to mid-on's left or squarer, then he's in danger of LBW.
It's Vasconcelos who is on strike to Eddie Barnes, who is in and bowls to him. Wristily whips it away off a middle and leg out towards Aaron Lilly, who's on the square leg boundary, takes one. There is this bit of mizzle in the air. It won't be doing Leicestershire any favours in terms of, not that there's any real shine on these white balls anyway, not that lasts anyway, but in terms of gripping it for the bowlers, it's not much fun, and the field becomes a little bit slippery. It can help the batting side considerably in those circumstances. 20 without loss, Duckworth Lewis showing 15 at the moment. Just to give you an indication, in goes Barnes and bowls, drags his length back, and the direction is a bit better as well, just on off stump or just outside. The tall Gay stands up tall and plays it firmly out towards point, where Rhodes moves to his left and quickly fields, and Hill has seen enough and takes Patel out of slip, strengthens the offside cordon.
That's off his forecast now. It has certainly changed. It's now suggesting that we might get a little bit of drizzly stuff or a shower pretty much through the rest of the afternoon.
Barnes, a very straight run is in and bowls fairly straight. Mid and leg defended by Gay. On the walk almost. He has so much time out there. He and Vasconcelos both. Was that something for 2? It's the eternal cry of the county cricketer. Add 2 to the score. 30 for 2, 25 for 2. Anything as long as it's 2. Barnes is in and bowling. Fuller this time. Driving is Gay. Can't get there, Hill. Never looked like he was going to get there. Did his best, Leicestershire's captain. Scrambled across and put in the dive, but he never looked as though, as say, really was going to get there. And a nice shot from Emilio Gay. Placed beautifully once again, and over the covers it goes into the Royal London advertising hoardings in front of the Wilson Indoor Centre, where I shamefully once had to attend a speeding course.
Oh yeah,
many years ago.
You're not the only one on this bench to be able to put his hand up for that. Yeah,
it was worth it. Well worth it. Because that'll take 3 points. Sully and otherwise clean licence. In goes Barnes and bowls on off stump, and Gay is dropping the ball out behind point on the offside. Rhodes is quickly onto it, and both Vasconcelos and Gay agree there is not a run to be had. 24 without loss remains the score.
Mind you, 3 more points, you'd qualify for the quarterfinals this time, wouldn't you? So.
oh, Radis, that's brilliant.
was many. I don't know what competition it would have been at the time. What competition the list A was then? Cheltenham and Gloucester. I don't know what it was. Has had a few different incarnations over the years. In goes Barnes and bowls. Gay waits for a slightly short of a length delivery. He's trying to shape back into him, Barnes, and it just sort of sits up nicely for him to turn into the wide open spaces on the leg side and take one end of the over. 25 without loss after 6 overs. No real alarms for these two Northamptonshire openers.
You're talking about different incarnations. I was looking at the various list A matches over the years, and obviously, as you would imagine, being local rivals and very often in the same group. 65 meetings in list A cricket since going back to 1964, of which Northamptonshire have won 32 and Leicestershire 26, and 7 no results. But the very first one in the second round of the Gillette Cup in 1964 was one of the shorter games. Leicestershire bowled out for 56 by David Larter and Mike Kettle, the left armer from Stamford. And David Larter, new book about his life has just been published very recently, which is well worth a read.
Did you write it, Radders?
I didn't write, no. No book about Northamptonshire cricket that I haven't written.
I was going to say.
No, a chap called Richard Say has written. It's very good. I've had a flick through it, and we managed to find him some nice pictures to use. But yeah, Northamptonshire winning on that occasion by 10 wickets. That was way back in 1964, the old Gillette Cup.
David Larter was massive, wasn't he, Rudders?
6'7", 6'8", yeah, very tall man. Played for England. His England debut back in 1962. Had a relatively short career because of injury, sadly. Here's Will Davis bowling round the wicket to Emilio Gay, who works that away just behind square on the onside for a single. Fielded down there by Louis Kimber coming in off the boundary. And one more to Gay, who's dominated the scoring so far. 23 to him out of 26 for no wicket. Yeah, he finished, he played the end of the 66 season, helped Northamptonshire, of course, to second place in the championship of the 65, when they missed out on the title by 4 points, and then beginning of 1967 picked up an ankle injury, didn't play a lot after that. Here's Davies said, and that's a sumptuous extra cover drive by Ricardo Vasconcelos. We talked about Emilio Gay's trademark shot down the ground. That's probably Vasconcelos' trademark shot away through extra cover. Again, hands high, a little bit of width, and Vasconcelos taking full advantage. 7 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 30 for no wicket.
In the slot, wasn't it?
It was in the slot. It needed hitting. But he did it with some style, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's easy to watch, isn't he, Ricardo? Beautiful, beautiful shot.
30 for no wicket, and David Larter finished up there. They made a bit of a comeback in the old John Player League, first season of that in 1969, when of course they were operating off shorter runs, weren't they? Is Davis in, bowling to Vasconcelos, and just drops a bat on that, runs it down to third man, and they're able to come through for a single. One more to Vasconcelos, 8 to him, and Northamptonshire to 31 for no wicket. Yes, you had it at that time, the sort of mid-60s, David Larter, who was 6'7" and a bit, and Brian Crump, who was probably what, about 5'4", 5'5", opening the bowling. It's a bit like oh dear, it'll come to me, the comedian. Round the wicket comes Will Davis, bowling a Yorker to Emilio Gay, who jams down on it, manages to keep it out, and Rishi Patel sprints in from extra cover to cut off the possibility of a single. Stays on 31 for no wicket. It was Hilda Baker, wasn't it? Was a comedian, and she used to have a sort of stooge with a big tall. You're looking at me blankly. Somebody listening will remember. It was Cynthia. Cynthia, that's right. And she just used to sort of stand there, and there's like because Hilda Baker was very short and Cynthia was very tall. And
Was that the act?
That was pretty much the act, yeah. Here's Davison again, bowls to Emilio Gay, clips that away through mid-wicket, more runs for him here, running out towards the boundary, and it's gathering pace as it runs down the slope towards the new pavilion, and that's another boundary to Emilio Gay, and that was a beautiful shot. Again, timed very well. He goes up to 27, and Northamptonshire to 35 for no wicket.
Yeah, Davis has come round the wicket this over. I imagine looking to target Emilio Gay's front pad. It's got 2 straight and a little full. And, this is interesting. Lewis Hill very, very abruptly goes to chat to the umpire, I assume about the wet ball and how difficult it is, just anticipating possibly getting off the field and not reaching the 10 overs required for a game. That's his job, and I'd be doing exactly the same if I was him.
Well, they've got to play it though. They have to. Leicestershire, don't they? They have to win or they're out.
Well,
Yeah. So nothing to be gained by taking a point from the game, but they are unhappy about the conditions a bit. Rishi Patel came across with a rag and dried the ball there.
You can just see there's just this little bit of drizzly stuff in the air. Here's Lewis Hill continuing round the wicket, bowling to Emilio Gay, drops it down on the onside. Think about a single out to mid-wicket, but there isn't one there. As Ben Mike comes round to field, end of the over, 7 gone, 35 for no wicket, with Gay on 27, Vasconcelos on 8. There's going to be a natural break anyway for sanitisation. The umpires are having a bit of a chat here, Richard. I just wonder.
But it's getting lighter where the wind. You can see the dark cloud is going away from us now. Having kept them out there for this period, then I don't think there's any mileage really taking the teams off now. I think.
Looking at the radar, it's just a narrow strip of lightish rain that's just running down. So hopefully, if it's coming more or less west to east, then it shouldn't be with us for too much longer. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Where it's coming from, it does look a wee bit brighter. And surely, having stayed out there for this long, they're not going to come off now.
I'd have thought so. Ed Barnes, being a North Yorkshireman, should be more than comfortable in difficult conditions. Having said that, he started running in and then looked up to see Vasconcelos just stepping into his position, so he wasn't quite ready to go. So politely pulled out of the run, turns, walks back to his mark. Big Leeds United supporter, Ed Barnes.
Oh, well, you can't have everything.
In he goes.
Well, I can tell you that Northamptonshire are 36 for no wicket in the start of the 8th over, needing 272 to win. Decent start here by Emilio Gay, who's made 27, and Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's on 9. All this in reply to Leicestershire's 271 all out. Louis Kimber top scoring for the visitors with 63, 3 wickets apiece for Ben Sanderson and Save Zabe, and 2 for Simon Kerrigan. Bit of drizzle falling here at Wantage Road, but they're playing through it at the moment. 272 is the target. Northamptonshire in the 8th over, 36 for no wicket.
Ed Barnes is in, bowls outside off stump, forced nicely up his toes by Gay, out to the point boundary for 4 more. Kimber has to put on the brakes as he almost goes over the advertising hoardings down there on the point boundary. Slightly unexpected update there. But
yes.
Radders leapt into the breach manfully.
Yes, I wasn't expecting that, but never mind.
40 without loss. The start, which was solid, is becoming good for Northamptonshire. 40 without loss after 7.2 overs. Vasconcelos at the moment playing second fiddle to Emilio Gay, who's looking in very good touch and going to 31 off 28 balls.
Yeah, I was asking the batters to be a little bit busier and show a little bit more intent in defence, and I don't think necessarily that they've done that. What they have done, though, is they've pounced on anything over length or offline and hit it for 4. They've done that brilliantly.
Barnes is in and bowls again to Gay, full hit hard down into the ground, and he's furious with himself. Emilio Gay feels he missed out there. It was fullish, but did look to shape back into him just a touch, perhaps. So forgivable, surely, that he should slightly mistime it. Bounced down into the pitch, and Barnes himself made half a stop as he followed through.
Yeah, you'd think he'd just sort of turn around and hit his middle stump out of the ground. His reaction to not getting that ball away. Just needs to stand on a little bit more of an even keel at times.
Yeah. He waits, crouched over his bat, and then he sort of stands up a little bit taller as Barnes comes in and drops a little bit short on the leg side and pulled away. Didn't try and overhit it, which was probably the key there for Emilio Gay. Just helped it around the corner with something of a little bit of a stylish edge to that shot. Pick up nicely, picks up 4, and Barnes scrapes angrily at the return crease as though his foot slipped. Perhaps it did. It does tend to be bowlers tends to blame the pitch sometimes when it isn't always entirely
There
at
was
fault.
a guy that I did a lot of work with at Northants, Jeff Arnold, who was the bowling coach here for a number of years. G.G. Arnold would do that every time. When I used to watch Test cricket in the 70s, every time Jeff went for a 4, he scratched away at his footholds. Never happened if it was a dot ball or a good ball. His footholds were absolutely fine then. His initials, obviously G.G., led to him being called Horse, but it did take say a number of years to understand why. He said to me one day, why do we call him Horse? And I said, well, his initials are G.G. And he nodded and said,
So why do we call
it?
Well, maybe, yeah. Again, Hill showed the ball to the umpire there. Once it had gone into the covers, and he said, well, sorry, just got to get on with it. Barnes is in to Zabe, who's driving hard downhill, should get there, and does, and is about to hurl the ball at the stumps, can't pick himself up, and he's rather lost his temper a little bit, Lewis Hill. He doesn't feel, I don't think, at the moment, that the conditions are right to be playing in. The umpires are getting on with it. He did lose his footing there as he sort of slid across and was trying to get in position to throw the ball at the stumps. And again, the rags are out. Leicestershire making the point fairly obviously.
I think this is fringe now, Richard, to be honest. I think this is actually quite
it's filled in a bit, hasn't it? Yeah, over the church. And the players are coming off now. What point are we at? 7.5 overs, 45 without loss. Well, we are going to be off for a few minutes. It can't be a slow hand clap because it has filled in a little bit, Radis, you're right.
It has just blocked in a little bit in the last 10 minutes or so, and whereas it was that sort of mizzle that you have to strain your eyes to see at the far end of the ground, it is now raining quite a lot heavier, and Lewis Hill still having a bit of a, not heated, but a strong exchange of views maybe with the umpires, and just making his point that, as Richard was saying, that it probably for the last 10 minutes or so would not have been pleasant fielding out there by any stretch of the imagination. But there's no doubt we are going to be off for a while now. It really has blocked in a bit, and the covers are now coming on, and I'm afraid we are going to get a delay. And of course, it being still a match in the group stage, once we get through to the knockout stages next week, then if you lose time, if you come off the field, then I think you have a half an hour grace period. For some inexplicable reason, for the group matches, you don't. So my understanding is that I think it is just a rule that changes once we get to the last 6 teams. But we will, as if we're assuming we're off for longer than 7, 8 minutes, whatever it is, we will actually be losing overs. So there we go. It looks as though we're going to be our old friend DLS getting involved. But the players heading off the field, the covers are on, and Northamptonshire 45 for no wicket with 1 ball to go in the 8th over. Rain has stopped play, and so we'll leave you for now until there's something else to tell you. Of course, needless to say, as soon as we get a decision or as soon as the players are back on the field, we will be back with you. But for now, from all of us here at Wantage Road, it's goodbye for the moment. Welcome back to Wantage Row, where I'm delighted to say conditions have improved markedly in the last half an hour or so that we were off after that sort of bout of heavy drizzle, really, that drove the players off the field after it had been drizzling much more lightly for, I suppose, about, 10, 15 minutes before that. Eventually just got a little bit too heavy for them to stay on, so they came off. But now the drizzle is blown through. Clouds are much higher. There's even a little bit of a hint of sunshine out there at the moment. And fingers crossed that we can get through the remainder of this match without interruption. They're due to start in just a few minutes' time. The umpires, I imagine, will be on their way very shortly. The official start time is given as 3:45, which I make just about 2.5 minutes' time. We know that there are now 48 overs in the innings. And the DLS target has been reduced to 266. So it is 266 required by Northamptonshire in 48 overs for a win under the DLS method. And we were talking earlier about obviously how much time you might lose and the fact that the rules are different in the group stages to the knockout stages. And I suppose because they will be able to work backwards, the fact that Northamptonshire actually got through their overs fairly quickly has actually worked to our advantage there. And obviously rather fewer overs lost than would have been the case otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. 10 runs off the target, 2 overs. So I think both sides, neither side will have too many issues with that. Basically, Leicestershire did have a big issue with staying out there as long as they did. I did have a wander out into the car park, and the windscreens of the cars, they were very wet, actually, really wet, and the concrete as well. There's even almost 1 or 2 puddles. So hopefully the outfield has dried sufficiently to be okay now. But
there is, I was just looking at obviously keeping an eye on the weather radar that we have, and there is some rain not too far away, but it's mostly to the south of us. I think hopefully we can get away with the next hour or two, which is really obviously all we need to hopefully get this game done and dusted one way or the other. But we have 1 ball remaining in the 8th over. Northamptonshire 45 for no wicket, 7.5 overs. So 1 ball to go in the 8th over. Emilio Gay has made 36 of those, looked in good nick. From Northamptonshire's point of view, Phil, I suppose they'll be hoping that that rain break hasn't just broken the batsman's concentration, in particular Emilio Gay, after he looked very good in those opening few overs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the good news, if there is any good news for Northants, is that only 2 overs lost means really these 2 guys should now adopt the mindset of their starting innings again. So forget that you've been in, forget that you've got to restart, and that can be difficult. Actually, you're starting again because the game is pretty much as long as it was going to be in the first place. Easier said than done, of course. And the ball might skid on a wee bit for a few overs, as the covers have been on, so we'll see.
Take it away, Richard.
Barnes, 2 finishes over, comes in and bowls very full, driven hard down into the ground by Vasconcelos, who again is disconcerted to see it go straight into the hands, on the bounce, of Rishi Patel at extra cover, and then he puts a foot into the air. Ooh, disappointment. That sounds like we've lost the line. I think we are back with you. Sorry about that, folks. We just had a little problem with the line down to the various studios, but all being well, you can hear us now. End of the over then, 45 without loss remains the score. And Leicestershire going to make an immediate change. They're giving up on seam, understandably perhaps for the time being, and going to see what George Rhodes can do with his occasional off-spin, which is more effective as in terms of economy, really, than in terms of wicket taking. But the two obviously go together, because a little bit of economy can lead to wickets falling.
Yeah, well, certainly in the first innings, Northampton spinners did pretty well, didn't they? It was the 20 overs of finger spin, the 2 slow left armers, Kerrigan and Saif Zayeb, that really made the difference in the Northampton attack. I think they bowled 20 overs, 5 for about 75 between them. So Leicestershire will be hoping George Rhodes, although he's an off spinner, 2 left-handers in, so it's a similar sort of matchup, can do a similar kind of job. The ball definitely did grip, and there were some that turned dramatically. In one particular ball, Simon Kerrigan got Louis Kimber out with a fantastic delivery. And yeah, George Rhodes will be looking to do similarly, I'm sure.
The power play situation is it will still be 10 for the first power play, and then 29 in the middle and 9 at the end as George Rhodes starts off his first over with a ball right on the money. This is blocked out into the covers by Emilio Gay. No run, slip in place. And here's Rhodes from the David Capel end, bowling round the wicket to Emilio Gay. Again, props forward, pushes it out in the offside. Runs down towards backward point, and there's no run. The field for Rhodes, slip, backward point, extra cover. And then a man that's sort of short mid-on, just on the drive there, mid-on, mid-wicket. Short mid-off, rather, on the drive as that ball is played out towards mid-wicket by Gay, and there's no run. Then a mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square, and a man back on the boundary at deep backward square. And the other boundary rider is out at long off, down underneath us in front of the Spencer Pavilion. So those are the 2 out, long off and deep square. There's Rhodes, sun out at Wantage Road, driven up to the man at long off. That's Aaron Lilly by Emilio Gay, and they're through for a single. 1 more to Gay, 37 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 46 for no wicket. Yes, our apologies, we had 1 or 2 little technical issues today, one of which took up a good part of our lunchtime in getting it to work again, but hopefully you're hearing us loud and clear now. Not quite sure the reason for it. Can't be the usual one if you can blame water getting into the works, but I don't think it's rained quite that heavily enough to cause an issue on that score. Here's Rhodes, and the wicket bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives away. The gap between backward point and extra cover goes down to the man sweeping on the point boundary. And Vasconcelos through for the single. He's into double figures, 10 to him, and Northamptonshire 47 for no wicket.
Leicestershire still having to dry the ball between deliveries if it runs across the outfield at all.
And that was despite them going over with a rope, didn't they? They did do the obligatory sweep of the ground. Here's Rhodes around the wicket and bowls, and that's driven away through the covers by Emilio Gay. And once again, he's threaded it through the gap, and despite the fact that the outfield is a little bit wet, it's just skimmed away over the outfield and well chased down towards the boundary. But it still managed to cross the rope, and Emilio Gay carrying on where he left off before the rain break. 41 to him off 36 balls, and 50 up for Northamptonshire off the last ball of the 9th over. 9 gone exactly. Northamptonshire 51 for no wicket. Gay is 41. Vasconcelos 10.
Yeah, George Rhodes kind of firing it in pretty quickly. That one just pushed outside off stump and pounced on again by Emilio Gay, who's jumped onto anything that's over length at all. The Northampton spinners did try to spin the ball a little bit. They're both sort of quite attacking bowlers. Simon Kerrigan particularly, obviously, has bowled a lot of overs in 4-day cricket, so it tends to get a bit of purchase, save as well, likes to spin the ball. And I think that's going to be the weapon, really, is to try to attack with defensive fields for the spin throughout the Leicestershire ball. If you fire it in, I'm not sure it's going to grip at that pace, and then you've got to be incredibly accurate as well.
Yeah, not necessarily the biggest spinner of the ball. George Rhodes as an off spinner. There was no obvious signs of turn for him, it has to be said, in that over. Gavin Griffiths is going to take up the attack for the Foxes from the Wilson Centre end of the ground, bathed in sunshine again now, thankfully. Griffiths been very sort of hit and miss with the white ball so far. Well, actually, white and red ball so far this season. Will it be good Gavin or bad Gavin?
We normally have good Gavin against us, Richard. He normally bowls well against Northampton.
Well, let us hope from Leicestershire's point of view that he's inspired by the fact he's playing against the Steelbacks. Well, the Steelbacks in this competition, or is it just Northamptonshire?
It's the Steelbacks.
Teams do change.
Well, Steelbacks in all white ball.
Right. Griffiths tosses the ball right hand to left hand, pulls up his socks. That little familiar stutter at the start of his run, and then he goes in and bowls to Vasconcelos. Decent delivery on off stump. Played out into the offside, forward defensive press by Vasconcelos out towards Rhodes, moving to his left at point, and there's no run. 51 without loss, 215 more needed then, the target having been reduced by 10. The number of overs available to Northamptonshire to get those runs reduced by 2. But at the moment, very much on target. Griffiths is in and bowls short and ducks underneath it. Vasconcelos. One signalled for the over by umpire Watts, but thought for a minute he might take that one on. But it was quite high, and he would have struggled to keep it down, I suspect.
I think perfectly called, Richard, and that's a really good batting decision. Because yes, he could have hit it, but he would have been out of control. And a few of the Leicestershire batters got out in similar fashion with an injudicious decision to play.
Griffiths is in. Again, it's short, but this time it sits up very nicely, and he does pull it away down behind square. Unfortunately for Vasconcelos, it goes not quite straight to Aaron Lilly on the backward square boundary, but he doesn't have very far to move. The Tamesider, Lancastrian. And it is just a single as a consequence.
And yeah, even in the white ball game, there's plenty of room in the 50-over game for decision making. A lot of batting is about decision making, and he made a good decision to leave. The next one was more in his area and pulled that very hard. Unfortunately, say straight to the man. But yeah, decision making, making few mistakes, is part of batting. It's something I've talked about a number of times, where the best players, the players who have longer careers, make fewer mistakes. Yes, they're very talented as well, but sometimes no more talented than the guy who doesn't make a career. He just makes more mistakes than the others.
Griffiths is going to come around the wicket to Gay outside off stump, and it's a little bit short. Gay stands up tall, he is tall anyway, and forces it out into the offside, but Kimber, who's on the edge of the circle there in the covers, moves to his left and makes the stop, and there's no run. Gay exuding menace as far as Leicestershire are concerned, rolls his shoulders. He's built like a almost light heavyweight, really. You can see him in the ring at the Olympics, can't you?
He loves his boxing.
Does he? Well, there you go.
He's a big Floyd Mayweather fan.
He looks like he spends a bit of time in the gym as well. As in goes Griffiths, bowls to him. Again, it's a little bit short, but this time instead of trying to force it out in the covers, he lets it come onto the bat and then just drops it down towards short third man stroke backward point. Rhodes has to move to his right to field, and Gay almost jogs a single. Again, good batting by these Northamptonshire openers, not taking too many risks, and as Phil said, basically playing themselves back in, having had to go off for however long it was, 25 minutes, half an hour or so. 53 without loss. Griffiths is in and bowling to Vasconcelos, who's leaning forward in a sweet piece of timing, but he doesn't get it past Kimber on the edge of the circle. 3 or 4 feet either side, and that would have probably raced away. Didn't put any real weight into the shot, it was all timing. But direction in terms of the batsman was concerned, as far as the batsman was concerned, not quite right. End of the over, 53 without loss. Vasconcelos has 11. Gay has 42.
Yeah, so I think that's the end of the first power play, the first 10 overs. So more fielders can now retreat. So it makes boundary hitting more difficult, but it does make strike rotation slightly easier with less men converging within the 30-metre circle. It's something that both these guys need to continue to work hard at. They've both made good strides at, and strike rotation is the thing they need to improve at. Sometimes against spin, they can get a bit dotted up, as we say. So with a couple more holes, gaps to put the ball into, they'll be looking to do that and keep the score going safely around 4.5 and over for the next 5, 6, 7 overs.
George Rhodes continue bowling his off-spin round the wicket from the David Cape end. Appeal against Emilio Gay, and he's out. And George Rhodes just sliding that one on to Emilio Gay. Possibly just looking to, again, play slightly across the line, aiming into the onside. Looked a pretty good shout from where we are. And Emilio Gay goes for 42. Rhodes makes the breakthrough, and Northamptonshire are 53 for 1.
It looked to me that it was a slightly slower ball and pitched on, straightened for the left-hander. I think it hit him on the back leg, and it was, it looked very, very easy to give out. I'll just wait for the replay, but it just looked like he beat him. He was trying to work the ball sort of slightly leg side, I think, so closed the face a wee bit. The ball gripped, as we said it might do. Yeah, that's exactly right. He was looking to play 2 square, actually, on reflection. Should have pushed the ball straighter up to mid-on, went sort of mid-wicket square leg, missed it, and was bang in front.
Yeah,
It did straighten, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
It just looked as though he was looking to play just slightly across his front pad, as you say. Maybe certainly looking to play onside, and as you say, possibly just looking to play a little bit too square. Anyway, he's out. He goes for 42 after a very promising start. 39 balls he faced. He hit 8 fours, but he's now back in the pavilion, and his place is taken by Ben Curran. Of course, 3 left-handers at the top of Northampton's order. So Curran coming to the crease. The comparison, we're talking about the power play. Leicestershire at the end of 10 overs was 63 for 2. Northamptonshire 53 for no wicket, but they've immediately lost their first wicket off the first ball outside the power play, which is always a little bit frustrating for the batting side. But there you go, 53 for 1. Ben Curran coming to the crease. He's had a couple of good scores in the competition so far this season. 55 in the opening match against Glamorgan, albeit on a losing cause, and then 94 to help set up victory against Somerset at the county ground on Sunday. It was nice that his mum was able to be here that day. Of course, the wife of the late and much missed Kevin Curran, Northamptonshire all-rounder and captained the side in 1998, and lots of people with associations, of course, to David Capel were here for David Capel Memorial Day on Sunday, I say including Ben Curran's mum, Sarah. He's now facing his first ball from George Rhodes. Again, round the wicket, and he's off the mark straight away, just driving out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. So Curran's away with a single, and Northamptonshire 54 for 1. Just keeping you up to date with what's happening elsewhere, and in particular, of course, the other matches in the Royal London Cup of relevance, in particular to Leicestershire, if they win this one. I tell you, in the Test match, India have moved on to 147 for 1 down at Lord's after being put into bat by Joe Root. His Rhodes in bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives back down the pitch. Rhodes fields, and there's no run there. In the Royal London Cup matches in Group 1, in this particular group, his Rhodes flighting that one up to Vasconcelos, drives for a single, out to deep cover. Vasconcelos to 12 and Northamptonshire to 54 for 1. At Derby, Derbyshire 215 all out. Surrey are 120 for 1. So they need another 96 to win off 28 overs with 9 wickets in hand. At Cardiff, Yorkshire 230 all out. Glamorgan 78 for no wicket in the 20th. Here's Rhodes round the wicket to Curran. Plays it again back down the pitch. Rhodes fields and there's no run. Yeah, 78 for no wicket in the 20th, so Glamorgan needing another 153 off 30 with all their wickets intact. Here's Rhodes in again, bowling to Curran, who again plays it back down the pitch. Ben Curran got a little bit of time just to play himself in, doesn't need to go hard straight away. He's on 1, Vasconcelos 12. The end of a successful over from George Rhodes, breaking the opening partnership by dismissing Emilio Gay. 11 overs gone, Northamptonshire 55 for 1.
Just the other score is the Somerset score that's key there. If we're going to assume, and I think we must really, that Surrey are going to win, looks like Glamorgan are going to do these sides a favour by beating Yorkshire, he says.
And at Edgbaston, Somerset 287 for 8, Warwickshire now 88 for 3 off 14. So they've rattled on a bit. They need 200 off 36 with 7 wickets in hand. 3
down, though.
Yeah.
Somerset probably the favourites in that one. Round the wicket comes Griffiths and bowls. Cone in the air, caught! Slices it straight to backward point where Rhodes takes a very straightforward catch. I beg your pardon, Vasconcelos. Not the greatest shot that Vasconcelos has played in his life. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Went through with the drive on the front foot anyway and just sliced it away into the hands of George Rhodes, the welcoming hands of George Rhodes. And no wonder Vasconcelos looked to the heavens there. He has given it away a little bit. And suddenly, Northampton were going so nicely at 53 without loss after 10, are 55 for 2.
55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 for 2. 55 One brings two, bang bang, as they say far too frequently. But it was right on that occasion. That's that's poor cricket from Ricardo. That you won't find too many bigger fans of that guy than me. But when he gets out in that fashion, having just lost a wicket, you have to say that's careless. It was a loose shot. The ball was a bit of a nothing ball, really. It was a decentish length, but about sixth stump, outside off stump from around the wicket, and he kind of flailed at it, didn't get his head towards the ball, didn't get his foot towards the ball. It's not a straightforward pitch. You have to get yourself in. You have to wait for the ball to be fuller to drive. And he perished square of the wicket on the offside. Pretty comfortable catch from a thick outside edge. So he was rightly disappointed with himself. Another left-hander comes out in Luke Proctor. Northampton need that. We talked about it at the beginning. Northampton need two decent partnerships or one very good partnership, and have yet to do so.
Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton listeners. Yeah, Northamptonshire have just lost a couple of quick wickets. Revised target after a break for rain, 266 the county need off 48 overs, and they're now 55 for 2 at the start of the 12th over. In there at the moment, Ben Curran, who's made a single, Luke Proctor, who's just gone in and hasn't yet faced a ball. They came off for rain with Northamptonshire 45 for no wicket in the 8th. They made a really good start, but then two falling quickly. Emilio Gay, LBW to the off-spinner George Rhodes for 42. That was 53 for 1. And in the next over, Vasconcelos carving one to Rhodes at backward point off the bowling of Gavin Griffiths, and he went for 12. So Northamptonshire just going to have to regroup a little bit here. 266 in 48 is the target. Start of the 12th over, Northamptonshire 55 for 2.
You missed just one delivery if you're listening only online. Delivered from around the wicket by Griffiths to Proctor, defended out into the offside. No run, needs to having to obviously start again. In goes Griffiths and bowls slightly short and onto the legs. Comfortable for Proctor to turn it away. Down behind square on the leg side. Lilly gets to the ball and a decent throw, full pitch into the gloves of Swindles beside the stumps. Just a single. Proctor off the mark. He and Curran a single apiece.
Swindles Lancashire in the past.
No, he's a Leicester boy.
He's a Leicester boy, okay.
Born,
well,
yeah.
The ball was bowled, struck and fielded by ex-Lancashire players, and I wondered whether Swindles, who was a wicketkeeper...
Not caught by one, no.
Okay.
On that occasion. Yeah, there's 6 ex-Lancastrians at Leicestershire at the moment. Griffiths, obviously, another. Yeah. As you say, Harry Dearden, Aaron Lilly, Callum Parkinson. In goes Griffiths. Bowl. Slow ball bowled! Inside edge onto the stumps. He was looking for the drive. Curran there, thick inside edge. And goodness me, the game has swung in the space of, what is that, 9 deliveries? And 3 wickets have fallen. Curran inside edge onto the stumps. And Griffiths has 2 in and over. Northampton suddenly are 56 for 3.
And you'd have to say for all three wickets, pilot error, really. That was a very full ball. It was over length. It was wide. It just needed pushing through the offside or leaving alone. And Ben Curran got a thick inside edge on it. Another day that misses the stumps. But this time it wasn't that day. It rattled into the stumps and he's gone just for a single. So Northampton's now in quite a bit of trouble at 56 for 3. And Leicestershire, looking like the improbable at the start of the day, is now looking slightly more possible in terms of them qualifying.
Yep. Still need to depend on results and performances elsewhere, unfortunately. As I say, it looks as though Surrey are going to win. The key game, potentially, if Glamorgan beat Yorkshire, is Somerset against Warwickshire. And at the moment, Somerset on top in that game. All Leicestershire can do is concentrate on their job here.
Win the game you're in. Yeah. Win the game you're in. Just out of interest in terms of the game that they're not in, just to remind me, because I'm a bit hard of thinking sometimes, that Somerset-Warwickshire game, who do Leicestershire want to win that game?
They want Warwickshire to win the game,
okay.
And Somerset, having scored 280-odd, have got Warwickshire at 80-odd for 3
right.
in response, so not entirely dissimilar to this game.
And obviously there's a lot of cricket left in this game. Rob Keogh has just come to the crease for Northants. and maybe not quite as much in this competition, but he's in decent form generally this year. He's had a very strong year, and we need another strong Rob Keogh performance here. These two do bat well together, Keogh and Proctor. If they can get a partnership together here, then it gets Northants back in the game, and that's their job now, is for these guys to bat for 20 overs and then have a look at the scoreboard, really, after that point.
He's just asking gentlemen standing behind the sight screen, such as it is, the sight sheet, the black sight sheet, in a very pink shirt, to take a seat, and he has done now. So it's just his head, and that's much more acceptable than his luridly pink shirt.
His head's pretty pink as well.
It's been in the sun a little bit. There is still a gentleman or a lady standing up behind the bowler's arm. If she wouldn't mind, or he wouldn't mind taking a seat, has now done so. All is well, and the gentleman appears immediately and stands up. In goes Griffiths and bowls a horrible delivery down the leg side that is signalled wide. Nice take by Swindles, falling away to his left behind the stumps on the bounce.
Yeah, that was quite comical. They spent a long time getting people who were standing up, sat down. They all sat down, and then as the bowler's running in, a guy wanders out with a pint in his hand. Or it could have been a coffee, a beverage of some sort.
The only sort of saving grace there was he was wearing a black, well, he's still wearing a black polo shirt, so it wasn't too bad, I guess, as far as Keogh was concerned. Griffiths is in, bowls to him, very full, waits for it, strokes it firmly back down the pitch. Griffiths fields in his follow through.
3 and 10 balls. I was looking at that that spell. Wicket 1.1 ... wicket .1 wicket. 3 and 10.
Doesn't make good reading or listening, does it, Radisson?
It doesn't. 3 for 3 and 10 balls.
Dropping extra cover, Rehan Ahmed out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Griffiths as he goes in and bowls short and onto the legs of Keogh, and very easy for him just to get up on his toes and turn it out through the vacant square leg area out towards Louis Kimber. A deep backward square, and takes one nonetheless. Much applause for, well, much applause. There was one gentleman, whoever it was, decided that the Griffiths, having picked up 2 wickets in the over, was surely worthy of a round of applause. Thought there might be a little bit more than that. There wasn't. End of the over, 58 for 3 is the score.
Kind of thanks, Mum, is the response.
Cheers, Dad. Thumbs up. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot. The run rate at the moment required for to get to the total is 5.8. Northants going on at 4.8, so they'll need to increase it at some point. It's manageable now, but it isn't an easy wicket to score on at a risk that you're happy to take. So they won't want it to go too much sort of into above 6.5. I would have thought. They need to keep an eye on that.
Griffiths 2 overs, 2 for 5. A terrific start for Gavin Griffiths today, and now his George Rhodes has already picked up 1 wicket and held the catch to dismiss Vasconcelos. And he's coming into bowl to Rob Keogh, the first right-hander in the Northamptonshire top order, coming in at number 5 after 4 lefties. Here's Rhodes in, bowls to Keogh, who's just pushing that up to long on, where Aaron Lilly comes in off the boundary, and Keogh through for a single, 2 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 59 for 3. The field now changing over for the left-handed Luke Proctor. Played nicely for 44 in the last game at Grantham against Nottinghamshire, but a losing cause. Here's Rhodes in again, and bowls, and Proctor is again solidly forward, playing it back down the pitch. It's interesting with Luke Proctor, and we were talking earlier about Simon Kerrigan getting his opportunity in the Royal London Cup side after the departure of Graham White to the 100. Rhodes bowls to Proctor, who cuts that away for a single, out to deep cover. 1 more to Proctor, who goes up to 2, and Northamptonshire up to 60 for 3. Luke Proctor's another one I dare say probably might not have been in some people's first 11, as it were, for the Royal London Cup, getting his chance back end of the competition. Here's Rhodes bowling to Keogh, again just working that up to Lilly at long on, another single, 3 to Keogh, Northamptonshire 61 for 3. But in this cricket, as in every other format, he's just a handy man to have around, Luke Proctor.
He really is. I remember when we signed him, we actually signed him, we made the decision at Grace Road, funnily enough, and Luke was on loan and got a 70, and he scored runs in both innings of that game.
Here's Rhodes in bowling to Proctor, drives up to short extra and there's no run.
And I remember chatting to Rips about it, and Rips was onto the agent. Of course, going backwards and forwards, and in the end, we signed Luke over 3 years, and I think that's been a very good decision. He has had some injury. He hasn't perhaps won the games that he might have done for us, but he's a very handy man to have in any situation.
Here's Rhodes just flighting that one up a little bit more to Proctor, who waits for it and turns it away past square leg for another single. So 4 singles off the over, 62 for 3 at the end of 13. Proctor is 3, Keogh is 3. And at the moment, Leicestershire well on top here, but I think the other thing that Northamptonshire will be mindful of, and the reason I think that you're absolutely right in what you say, Phil, that these two, from Northamptonshire's point of view, just need to bat some overs, is the fact that when you look at what's to come, Safe Sabe, obviously recognised batsman, James Sales, hugely talented but very inexperienced, and then number 8, Simon Kerrigan, followed by Sanderson, Jack White and Freddie Heldrick. So there's not a vast amount to come.
No, there isn't. And I think in some ways that makes the job even clearer for these two, which is occupy the crease, pick up your singles. If you get something to hit, put your hand through it, run well, but low risk.
Griffiths into Proctor. Foolish. Be just swinging in a touch or coming in a touch anyway. Strokes it out towards mid-on, not entirely convincingly. And it'd be interesting to see what the new batsmen, the new young batsmen, when they get their chance, if they get their chance, come in and then make a Rian Ahmed, because sometimes they won't face too much leg spin, especially somebody with a good googly as well, which Ahmed has. So they'll also be quite keen to get him bowling, I would imagine, against Keogh before he really gets set. In goes Griffiths and bowls. Proctor is solidly forward. Out into the offside it goes, and there's no run.
Agreed, Richard. I think I'd try and get him on as soon as I possibly could, to be honest. You've got 2 guys in, they're on 3, so which is pretty much 0. So 2 guys in on pretty much 0. You can afford for him to bowl a few poorer deliveries as well, but get him into the game as soon as possible. This is a great time for him to bowl.
No signs of him rolling his arms, rolling his shoulders. Hasn't had the word yet from Lewis Hill, understandably enough, I suppose, but in goes Griffiths and bowls outside, well, actually a little bit short and pulled wristily. Not off too short a delivery, out towards deep backward square by Proctor for a single. Quick hands there.
Yeah, he comes in late, doesn't he? Yeah, the hands come in very late, which means the ball goes squarer than you think. It looked, the way he set up, it looked like he was going to hit it well in front of square, sort of through mid-wicket, and in the end the ball sort of went square of the wicket. His fast hands come in very late.
Griffiths back over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Keogh. Bowls short, and that is in the air as he pulls it around the corner. Just checked the shot a little bit. It was safe enough. There isn't anybody at backward square other than Kimber down on the boundary. So as long as he didn't overhit it, didn't quite get it out of the middle by any stretch of the imagination, but it was quite sensibly played in the end by Keogh. Picks up a single, moves on to 4.
And that's the decision again, isn't it? That's a decision. Does he play the full-blooded shot, or does he knock it on the head, as it were? He knocked it on the head, so good decision-making.
Griffiths back round to Proctor, who is turning his wrists on that one in defence this time, pushing it through the vacant square leg area out to Lilly at deep backwards square. Throws on the bounce to Swindles, next to the stumps. Single taken. Comfortably enough. Proctor sporting a very short haircut. Buzz cut almost. Taking his helmet off, gives his head a scratch.
I think that's an optimistic view of his.
Am I being generous in the amount of hair that's up there?
I'm only saying that because he's out there, 150 metres away from me.
There looked to be a covering of sorts.
Lightly tonsured.
In goes Griffiths and bowls, taken off the legs by Keogh out towards deep mid wicket. A lot of ground for Kimber to make up, running in from deep backward square. Does so, but a comfortable 2. And although Griffiths has got wickets, I'd now be looking to bring Ahmed into the game from that end of the ground, possibly.
Absolutely. You know, he's a young leg spinner that I say we, meaning Northants, if I could use that we don't know a lot about. He, as you say, bowls a good googly. He probably will get some assistance from this pitch, a little bit of assistance. It's certainly gripping. The leg spinner will grip the ball. Will get grip more than the finger spinner. Let's get him into the game now. Northants will not want to take risks. So we can get the boundary men in the right position. If he does bowl a bad ball, it's likely with the leg spinner to go to one of the boundary fielders for a single. That's why leg spinners do so well in white ball cricket. This is the time for him to bowl, not later once they're in.
Still the slip in for George Rhodes, who's starting another over round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, who's working that away into the onside. Just in front of square, and they pick up a single. One more to Proctor, who goes up to 6. And Northamptonshire to 68 for 3. Second wicket has fallen at Lords in the Test match. India 153 for 2. Pujara the man out. That named Anderson's bowling quite nicely for England. 14 overs, 2 for 23.
He's got a future, hasn't he?
He's promising. Give him a game in the Royal London Cup. Here's Rhodes bowling to Keogh, who on drives beats the dive of Rhodes, trying to cut it off of his own bowling. Goes up to Aaron Lilly, coming in from the boundary at long on. One more to Keogh, goes up to 7, and Northamptonshire to 69 for 3.
I've just seen the picture of Luke Proctor in the Cricketers Who's Who. Yeah, fair enough. He's not much up there, is it?
That's a short haircut, isn't it? So to speak. Sorry, Proc. Actually, amazing. Proc does. He cuts hair. He brings his scissors and
very short.
And he cuts his own hair, but he cuts others as well, and he's very good at it.
Leicestershire had a cricketer who was a good hair. Genuinely, he worked as a barber. Jamie Sykes, I don't remember the left arm spinner.
Yeah.
Here's Rhodes round the wicket again to Proctor. Again, works it just almost the identical stroke to the first ball of the over. This time it went just behind square instead of just in front. The result was the same. Another single to Proctor, who goes up to 7. Northamptonshire to 70 for 3.
The strangest thing Luke did during lockdown was make a bird box. There you go.
Here's Rhodes round the wicket again to Keogh. Just plays that down in front of square, and that's a really good bit of fielding by Rishi Patel to cut off the chance of a single. I thought there was a single there all day, and Patel making really good ground, cutting the ball off, backing his bowl, which is great to see. Another on drive by Rob Keogh, up to Lilly at long on for a single. Keogh up to 8, and Northamptonshire 71 for 3. Well, I suppose Nottinghamshire, who we saw play on Tuesday at Grantham, they've got Tom Barber, haven't they? So he's handy. Former Lancashire and Warwickshire left-hander and leg break bowler of the 60s, Bob Barber. There's a few.
So that's kind of the same joke twice there, isn't it? Right, it's just clear. That's not two separate jokes, is it?
It's reinforcement. Cut away by Luke Proctor to backward point. Again, another excellent bit of fielding by Rishi Patel that cuts off the possibility of a single. We're here all week. 15 overs gone.
I thought you were about to say that.
71 for 3. Proctor is 7. Keogh is 8.
I can add one further comment, which is Luke Proctor during lockdown. The strangest thing he did is definitely not build a bird box. He's quite a strange character. He'll have done many stranger things than that.
One or two of his teammates asked who your most eccentric teammate is. Did pick out Mr. Proctor. So, yes, I guess there are some interesting stories to be told. But in the meantime, Gavin Griffiths is going to continue from the Wilson Centre end of the ground. 2 Keogh bowls. Not ideal length, stays on the back foot towards the legs and just turned out towards mid-wicket. Big open space around square leg, but he picked out Patel at mid-wicket. He needed to turn his wrists on that a fraction more. Would have been 1 or 2 easy runs to be had. 71 for 3 remains the score. Run rate is obviously, with those wickets, fallen a little bit. Still not far off 5, 4.7. Required rate 5.9. Griffiths, not trying to push it through, is in, and nice high left elbows. He strokes that one off the back foot out into the onside. Never looked like piercing the field. Patel ran across from mid-wicket in front of Hill at mid-on to make the stop.
Another wicket at Edgbaston, I'm afraid, Richard. Warwickshire 108 for 4 now in the 19th over. Michael Burgess is out.
Oh, he's a big player.
Burgess, former Leicestershire player.
Yeah.
And he is, yes, he's doing really well there, isn't he?
He's done well.
He did pretty well at Sussex, really, in the end. But he moved back up to the Midlands. He looked a really good keeper against us. In goes Griffiths and bowls and whipped away into the leg side. He has found that wide open space in front of square this time. Just a single, though. He did almost too well in a way. And Kimber got to it quite quickly. So just a single 2 Keogh, who's on to 9 though, playing sensibly these two. Just rebuilding solidly, carefully, not taking any risks. Griffiths looks like he's gripping the ball for a cutter as he runs in around the wicket, bowls to Proctor. I think he did probably just slightly roll his fingers across that one on off stump. Didn't really do too much as a consequence. Proctor is forward, didn't quite time it, plays it back up the wicket to the man from Ormskirk. Fields in his follow through, keeps hold of it. Ahmed is beginning to swing his arms at mid wicket.
Yeah, Proctor didn't really get hold of that drive. He's more of a nudgy deflector, accumulator. Doesn't play many big drives.
Crouching at the crease as Griffiths runs in and bowls to him, and he steps forward and plays it firmly back down the pitch again to Griffiths, who again keeps hold of it. I'm in favour of bowlers doing that. I don't like chucking it away. There's not much point, I know, trying to shine these white balls anyway, but even so, as a bowler myself, albeit only in club cricket, I always used to like have hold of it straight away, and I'll do the polish.
Yeah,
Thanks very much.
Absolutely.
But it also hurried things along a little bit, didn't you? You weren't waiting for the ball at the end of your run-up. Griffiths is in past umpire Watts and bowls. Good line and length and forward went Proctor, carefully, respectfully dropping the ball out into the offside. End of a decent over from Gavin Griffiths. 72 for 3 after 16. On comes the helmet, which means that George Rhodes will continue from the David Cable end of this Wantage Road ground.
Another good over by Griffiths. He may look unthreatening, but what he's done in this spell, his control of length, I think, has been very, very good. In that last over, there's 6 good examples of that. To Keogh, just dragging his length back, sort of back of a safe length, to get Keogh to play off the back foot. And when strike was rotated, Luke Proctor gets on strike, and he's a little bit full of a good length. So all 6 balls were a good length. 3 of them to Keogh, back of a length. 3 of them to Proctor, fuller of a length, and dealing as well with the right and left hand. That's a very good bowling in 50 over cricket. You can set a field to that, and wins the over for his team there.
George Rhodes to continue from the David Capel end, 1 for 16 off 4 overs for him so far. Wicket of Emilio Gay, LBW for 42, 72 for 3, so 194 more runs needed off 192 balls for Northamptonshire. Required weight 6.1. Here's Rhodes round the wicket, bowls to Keogh, who looks to drive, just goes up to the man tight in there on the single and extra cover. That's Will Davis, takes the opportunity just to stretch his legs, trot the ball back into George Rhodes, and that ball is worked away through mid-wicket for a single by Rob Keogh, and man there at mid-wicket who is
the captain, I think.
The captain, yeah, who's looking annoyed with himself because I think he felt he should have stopped that, and he didn't, and they just got through for a single. I think also he may just have. Did he turn his ankle maybe just on that?
I think he was more upset that he let the ball through, and then it's a classic in that sort of situation. There was not a run on. There was not a run out on. All he needed to do was really stop the ball. And I have this saying: keep your fumbles in front of you. So if you just patted the ball in front of him, there would have been no run. But trying to pick it up on the slide, more difficult, and it slipped through his grasp. So that's why he was disappointed, I think.
10 to Keogh, 73 for 3. Here's Proctor facing short, cut away for. Again, another single goes out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. One more to Luke Proctor, who goes up to 9, and Northamptonshire up to 74 for 3. Yes, the sort of role that Proctor was looking to play, I think, in the previous match against Nottinghamshire at Grantham, and he batted quite a long time for 44. His Rhodes around the wicket, bowling to Keogh. Again, just turns that out to deep mid-wicket for another single. 11 to Keogh, 75 for 3. And then, having done that and having played pretty well for 44 and looking to anchor the innings, went for a pull and just picked out the man. It was a touch unlucky, but again, in all the circumstances, it just wasn't what Northamptonshire didn't need at that stage up at Gorse Lane. Here's Proctor playing this ball up on the onside of the pitch, and George Rhodes very quick to come across and cut off any possibility of a single. Stays at 75 for 3. Weather much more pleasant now than it was about an hour ago. Clouds much higher, much brighter. Still quite breezy. Big sweep LBW appeal. Not out, says the umpire now. You can have a chance. We're not behind the line here. You can have a chance to have a look on the replay. It looked a decent shout. The only two things I can think was whether he maybe... Did he get his front pad outside the line, or was it just sliding down? Either way, it's not out. End of the over, 17 gone, 75 for 3. Proctor is 8, Keogh 11, but it didn't look a bad shout, even though, as I say, we're not completely behind it.
Lewis Hill having a word with George Rhodes. Leicestershire have got to be very, very careful about any slight sign of dissent at the moment. They have a suspended points potential deduction hanging over their heads, sliding down maybe.
My screen's frozen, so I didn't get to see the replay.
Hit him in line, but for me it just might have been sliding down. Griffiths is in, bowls and on off stump. Rob Keogh is in defence. No big stride forward. Didn't really turn enough to completely convince the umpire. It was a risky shot. It was a risky shot, and I think people have struggled to sweep today for whatever reason. There's been a number of clothed sweeps. I think there's been an LBW to a sweep as well in the last year. And I will remember in a moment who that was. But straight back shots are the order of the day, I think. Use your feet, get to the pitch, and knock it straight for the single. Griffiths in, bowls to Keogh, who stands up tall, cracks it away through the gap in the offside, out towards Lilly, sweeping on the cover boundary, single taken. I'm used to replays, actually. We've quite a few of the clubs have got extra cameras now, and Leicester have a few extra cameras and a gentleman operating a replay and all sorts of bells and whistles, like it's watching on telly. And doesn't half make life easier, I must admit. But these are cameras that I think they're the ECB cameras, aren't they? They run nicely behind the bowler's arm, which is helpful even so. Griffiths is in. It's maybe slightly slower ball, floated down a little bit. Suggestion of oohs and ahs that Proctor might have been semi-deceived. I'm not sure he was there. He was a little bit late perhaps in flicking it away down the leg side. He rehearses the shot. It went down to long leg instead of backward square, perhaps in front of the groundsman's hut, or one of the groundsman's huts here at Wantage Road. So he just took a single. 77 for 3. Keogh registering determination in every inch, awaits the arrival of Griffiths, who bowls on off stump, and solid defensive shot, and he holds the pose. He's still holding it. Yep. Harry Swindles comes in and says, yep, we saw it.
Griffiths giving nothing for Keogh to drive. I don't think he's had one ball that's anywhere near a very full length. Certainly he's not driven Griffiths at all, which is great control. Rob Keogh is far happier on the front foot in terms of rotating, and very strong extra cover driver, but he's being pushed back a little bit, and successfully so by Griffiths.
Who is in and bowls, and he leans forward into that one. Keogh bounces high and fielded by Griffiths, or stopped by Griffiths away to his left. Davis comes in and completes the fielding. Ahmed bowls another couple of looseners in the outfield. Bright sunshine now. Players casting shadows. Floodlights, of course, as well, also casting shadows. The outfield, with the breeze and the sun, I would imagine will have dried by now. Certainly the rags that were being used by Leicestershire are not in evidence, as Griffiths is in. Played to mid-on, but a good diving stop by Lewis Hill, sliding across from straight mid-on, makes a stop, deflects it across towards mid-off, where Davis picks up. And there is no run. Another good over from Gavin Griffiths, who's bowling very tightly, and as a result is sitting at the moment on figures of 5 overs, 2 for 13.
Yeah, and those figures, if that continues, if it's 10 overs at a similar rate with another wicket or so, then that's going to be a match-winning contribution, I suspect. Change of bowling at the David Capel end, and
change of bowling from the David Capel end. Rehan Ahmed.
I think we're just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton. No, we're not. Sorry, apologies for that. A bit of a false start. I think they were just about to put us through to do an update. So Just apologise, we're having a few little technical issues today, but hopefully it's not spoiling your enjoyment too much, as they say. It is going to be the leg spinner. I've been looking forward to this. Rian Ahmed.
I think you'll enjoy it, hopefully.
Well,
Famous
16,
last words.
16 years old, 17 tomorrow. Hope the cake's baked. Ready for tomorrow, maybe the first driving lesson. 77 for 3, coming on at a really important stage of this match. Sun out, slip in place. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Luke Proctor, so opposite ends of the experience scale here. There's Ahmed in, bowls to Proctor, turns it in to the left-hander, and he just works with the spin down to backward square leg, but it's fielded there by Ed Barnes. And there's no run.
I'll be really interested to see if he can pick the googly.
He's in again, and that's propped forward by Proctor, and just drops it down in his feet. So Harry Swindles comes round from behind the stumps to complete the fielding, and there's no run. Tossing the ball from hand to hand, looking confident. Certainly reflected in his batting today. His Ahmed again bowls quite quick, and that's a little bit of a drag down.
Yeah.
It was the googly, I think, and it's pulled away for 4 by Luke Proctor. First boundary for a while. 13 to Proctor, 81 for 3, googly.
Yeah, that was a googly. Yeah, the arm was a little bit lower and it was a little bit quicker. Didn't land it as he wanted.
No.
What is important here from a Northamptonshire perspective is if you do get a bad ball, you have to hit it for 4, and that takes the pressure off the rest of the over against spin. If his bad balls are going for 1, then that builds enormous pressure.
81 for 3, Proctor to 13. Here's Ahmed in again. It's swept by Proctor, but again picked up smartly by Ed Barnes on that 45-degree angle, just saving one inside the circle at backward square. And now, with 2 balls to go in the over, Ahmed switching to bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. And that ball didn't bounce a great deal. It's just pushed out on the offside. It's quite quick for a leggy, isn't he? He's not a loopy leg spinner.
No, he's quick through the crease as well.
He's a fizzy
Yeah.
leg spinner, if you can imagine that. If you haven't seen him bowl before, which I haven't until now, here's Ahmed bowls, and that's the reverse sweep brought out by Luke Proctor. And he's got hold of that, and it's running down for 4. So a couple of boundaries in the first over off the 16-year-old, courtesy of Luke Proctor. 17 to him, 12 to Keogh, 85 for 3 at the end of 19. 181 runs more needed by Northamptonshire to win. 27 overs to go. Required rate 6.2. We're going to have a drinks break and a sanitisation break, so I can just bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere. It is tea at Lord's now, with India 157 for 2 on the opening day of the second test. Now in the Royal London Cup, Group 1 matches at Derby, Derbyshire 215 all out, looking very good indeed for Surrey. They're 173 for 2 off 30 overs, so they need just 43 to win off 20 with 8 wickets in hand. That would put them up to 10 points and would certainly send them through. At Cardiff, Yorkshire 230 all out, Glamorgan 123 for 1. So they need another 108 to win, 21 overs to go, 9 wickets in hand. So Glamorgan, you think probably nicely on course there, but still time for things to go wrong. And at Edgbaston, Somerset 287 for 8, and needless to say my screen has just gone down and disappeared. There we go, 287 for 8. Warwickshire now 123 for 4.
As Griffiths goes in, and he's whipped away in the air through the leg side, but out through the vacant mid-wicket area by Keogh. So the last 6 balls now have resulted in 3 fours for Northamptonshire, and you can feel the pressure being released a little bit around the ground. 89 for 3. As these two pick things up a little bit. 17 and 16, Proctor and Keogh, respectively. Griffiths is in again to Rob Keogh again. It's slightly short of a good length. Keogh stands up tall and plays it firmly, but only as far as Hill at mid on. So the Warwickshire would 1, 2,
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 for 4. Need another 165 off 27 with 6 wickets in hand. So to see who's in there now.
Was that over, Richard, of Ahmed, was that his normal pace, or was he a little bit quicker than normal?
He looked a fraction quicker than normal, but he does tend to be quicker than you might expect from a leg spinner. Griffiths is in fuller on driven, but again, only as far as mid-on by Keogh. Didn't put his full weight into the shot. But he usually hits his length reasonably consistently. The drag down of the googly was unfortunate, but the reverse sweep was a good shot.
It was a good shot.
It was
and
a good
that's
shot.
experience there, isn't it? That's saying, I'm not going to let you bowl at me. You're on, well, I don't know, it's not on debut, but you're early into your career. It's an important phase of the game. I'm not going to let you settle. Get the reverse sweep out, and he played it very well.
He did. Now lots of pointing out there because Griffiths and Hill have decided to make a change in the field. They're sending Rishi Patel back from conventional mid-wicket out to the boundary, which means Ed Barnes has to come in from third man to short third on the edge of the circle. Griffiths in to Keogh, who does work it out towards mid-wicket. Hill is going to get there before Patel, running across to his right from mid-on. Single taken. Patel, having come running in, is going to stay there for the left-handed Proctor. 90 for 3, run rate back up to 4.6, required rate 6.2. That won't concern Northants at this stage. Just building this partnership nicely now. It is worth 34 for the fourth wicket. Griffiths around the wicket to Proctor, who is getting a foolish ball swinging into, or coming in to him, that he's looking to stroke out straighter perhaps than it went, perhaps a little bit further on towards the legs than he realised it was going to, and he ended up hitting it more or less straight to Davis at mid-on. Had to check the shot, rehearses a more forceful, what looked like a sort of lift through straight mid-on, which he didn't play. Is that an old-fashioned, is that a Newbury bat? Is that it is, yeah. I recognise one of the few that I recognise these days. In goes Griffiths, and that one is turned off the stumps, judging by the reaction of the bowler, who no doubt says something to his fellow Lancastrian as he jogs past him. He would have been appealing for LBW, but Proctor played it with a high degree of certainty, turning it away off his legs down to deep backward square for a single. End of the over, 91 for 3.
Yeah, Luke Proctor, a couple of drives again in that over, which didn't pierce the infield. He's far happier going square of the wicket on either side. He can be a very difficult guy to bowl a dot ball at, Luke Proctor, because he plays it very late, kind of squirts it leg side always into a hole and opens the face through the offside to find gaps as well. So in many ways, this is an ideal situation for Proctor to play in. With boundary riders out there, he's looking for the gaps to rotate. If he gets a very poor ball, as he did in the last over, he will climb into it, and it's important, as I said earlier, that these two do put the bad balls away and rotate pretty well to keep that rate. It's now at 6.3. Whilst it stays below 6.5, I think it's manageable. They won't want it to get too much above that.
Here's Rian Ahmed to start his second over, conceded a couple of boundaries to Proctor in the previous one. And here he is without the slip this time, and that's, again, turned away down to backward square for a single. We're fielded down there by Rishi Patel, and Proctor up to 19, and Northamptonshire up to 92 for 3. Yeah, it's interesting, Phil. That's precisely what didn't happen at Grantham on Tuesday with Liam Patterson-White and Fatty Singh, the young 17-year-old left armour. They just allowed them to bowl at them, I think, for a long period, totally lost momentum, and then fretted and got out.
Right.
Here's Ahmed in again, just flighting that one up a little bit more to Rob Keogh, who's on the front foot, driving out to short extra cover, fielded there by Will Davis, and there's no run.
Big gap at extra cover for the leg spinner might be inviting.
Here's Ahmed again, bowls to Keogh, again defensively back down the pitch for Ahmed to field, and there's no run.
He has just dropped his pace slightly from his first over.
He has.
He was a bit of nerve in the first over, you know.
Really sort of fizzing it down, wasn't he, in the first over. Here he is again, bowling to Keogh. Stands up tall, punches it up to mid-on, fielded by Aaron Lilly, and there's no run. Some vocal support coming from down below us. I'm not quite sure who it's for, actually, whether it's for bowler or batsman. Animated crowd. Reverse sweep goes Rob Keogh, meets it on the full, I fancy, and that runs away for 4. So
wow, he hit that hard.
He hit that very hard, and it was very full. I think he actually did meet it on the full in the end.
He did.
Really paddled it away behind square for 4. almost took out the Northamptonshire mascot, Steeler.
Oh, unlucky.
Who's, well, the fact it nearly took him out. 21 to Keogh, 96 for 3. 1 ball to go in the over. And Ahmed in, bowls to Keogh. It's a nice shot, stands up tall and punches it out to, off the back foot out to the cover boundary. Fielded out there by Louis Kimber. Top scored for Leicestershire earlier on in the day. Single to end the over, 22 to Keogh, 19 to Proctor, 97 for 3. Northamptonshire, 21 overs gone, so these two have put on 41 in 9. So obviously that little bit of regrouping that needed to happen. Scoring rates, the required rate rather, is still, say, hovering around 6.2, 6.3. So, as you've been saying, not too much of a problem thus far. And now I think we're going to see a bit of Aaron Lilly.
Yeah, just looking back at the reverse sweep there, Rob Keogh, he got himself across the stumps very early and showed intent. He obviously knew that he was premeditating the reverse sweep. The bowler saw something, and that's why the bowler bowled a full toss. So he drew the error in, and then still had to play a super reverse sweep, which he did off the low full toss that he received. So yeah, Rob Keogh showing good intent. He's an increasingly confident cricketer all round, Rob Keogh, and it's great to see because he sometimes has been somebody who's just got in his way a little bit, just doubted himself a wee bit. But he's this year, whenever I've seen him, he's looked very confident with bat or ball, and it's great to see because he is as good as there is around when he's feeling confident and backing himself. And Northampton will want him to continue in that vein.
Just looking, this is his 30th appearance in all competitions this year, so he's had a busy season. He's hardly been out. I think he's missed a game, has he?
Lilly is in. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Keogh, who goes back and whips it away wristily out towards deep mid-wicket where Kimber is the fielder. His poor Steeler not particularly popular. Slightly hang-dog, I do accept that, but he has a slightly gloomy expression, but he seems a fairly amiable sort of mascot. I've seen
his expression reflects the Northamptonshire psyche, I think.
Okay. Poor Steeler.
I don't know who's in the suit actually at the moment. I'm not sure who it is. So
what do you mean? What do you mean? Who's in the suit?
Sorry.
That's a big dog.
Oh, there's no Santa.
Walking on its hind legs. Oh, that's a job and a half, isn't it? Just getting in the suit's pretty unpleasant, I would imagine, at the best of times. Not missing any cricket because Hill, Lilly and Rhodes deep in conversation before Lilly is in to the left-handed Proctor. Very slow delivery, trying to give it a chance to turn. Proctor is having a look again at his fellow Lancastrian. Pushes it back up the pitch. Lilly bowls, slightly flatter, quicker delivery, goes back, forces out into the offside, but Rhodes gets across from straight extra towards cover and makes the stop. Lilly 2, tonsorally challenged. He's given up, basically, really. In he goes and bowls. Proctor waits for one. That was there to work away, and it was quite short, but completely mistimed it and prodded it off the sort of thick bottom part of the bat out towards Rhodes. Lilly decides to strengthen his offside. Patel comes across from mid-wicket to third man on the edge of the circle. Quite short, actually, and then goes in and bowls, and he sweeps and may have got a bottom edge, may just have missed everything. I think it's going to run down to the boundary for 4. The signal is 4, so it was a little bit of a bottom edge, not quite where Proctor was looking to hit it, but he won't care. It shows 4 in the book and brings up the Steelbacks 102 for 3, approaching a vital 50 partnership. Well, they'll be looking to go on making an awful lot more than that, but certainly it has more than steadied the ship. Lilly in again to Proctor, tosses it right up, and Proctor, having picked up his 4, shows his experience by just playing that calmly back down the pitch to Aaron Lilly. End of the over, 102 for 3. That's off 22 overs. Remember, 48 is the number of overs in the innings. So 26 remain, from which 164 runs are needed at 6.3 runs per over. The game quite nicely balanced now.
There's a nice bit of cricket in that over from Aaron Lilly. To begin with, he moved the fielder from mid-wicket to backward point, and there were 2 men behind square on the offside. he anticipated potentially a reverse sweep from Luke Proctor and said, well, I'm going to put 2 men there. You can have your single, or you can have 2 into mid-wicket because I'm in charge in this over. So you're not going to have your boundary. And then bowled it down the leg side, got swept for 4. So it was good thinking, poor execution.
Well, the brief spell of Rian Ahmed is over, and George Rhodes is back into the attack, bowling his off-spin round the wicket and immediately worked into the leg side for a single by Rob Keogh out to the man at deep mid-wicket. And Keogh up to 24, Northamptonshire to 103 for 3, 163 more runs required. This is one more over to go before the, if you like, the halfway stage in this reduced overs game, down to 48 overs in this innings. So we're in the 23rd now. Field changing round for the left-handed Proctor. They have a man back sweeping on the cover boundary, and then 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 in the ring on the onside. Deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square, and deep backward square is immediately into action as Proctor turns that ball down in that direction, fielded in front of the white seats in front of what used to be the old county hotel, where the players used to have their lunches in the... I first started watching here before they built the new pavilion. 24 to Proctor, 104 for 3. Here's Rhodes in again, played up to short mid-wicket by Keogh, and there's no run. It's fielded there by Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain. Rhodes in again, reverse sweep by Keogh, appeal for a catch behind by Harry Swindles. Just thinking presumably it maybe just to flick the glove. Not out, says the umpire. Harry Swindles and Rob Keogh exchanging views on the subject. Keogh still just rehearsing that reverse sweep. Is he going to try it again? Not this time. He's just punched off the back foot, back down the pitch. Fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. And now the field just changing over for what will be the last ball of the over. One coming across from the onside into the offside to reinforce the ring. 4 now, saving 1 in the ring on the offside. And he's moving his backward square a little bit finer. Here's Rhodes, bowls to Keogh, who plays that out to the man coming in off the boundary at deep mid-wicket. And they come through for a single. Ben Mike sends in his return. End of another over, 23 gone, so 25 remaining, 105 for 3. Proctor is 24, Keogh is 25. Northamptonshire need another 161 to win, and they have 25 overs in which to do them, as we take a break for sanitisation, drinks and any other refreshments that may be on offer.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the key partnership of the game. Certainly it is. Got Northamptonshire firmly back on track. Warwickshire fighting back a little bit against Somerset as well. Remember, needing 288 to win. They're 145 for 4 now. They need another 143 from 23.2. You never quite know.
Matty Lamb and Dan Mosley in now, and against Northamptonshire, they put together a terrific partnership, put on 114 in 13 overs for the 5th wicket for Warwickshire, so they have a bit of form.
Glamorgan look well on their way to victory against Yorkshire, 135 for 1. Need another 96 from 17, 9 wickets in hand as Lilly goes, staying around the wicket to the right-handed Keogh, who goes back and tucks it away off the stumps out towards deep mid-wicket. Always only ever going to be just the single. He moves on to 26, anticipated by the lightning fast electronic scoreboard. That's the 50 partnership, unnoticed by the Wantage Road faithful.
Unfortunately, the reason it's unnoticed, it doesn't have last wicket fell up there.
Ah.
So we've had this once or twice before, even with sort of 100 and even 200 partnerships, nobody notices.
Lilly is in, bowls, drops a little bit short, so Proctor can go back and pull it without any great violence out towards back towards Ben Mike, beg your pardon. Just backward of square on the boundary. He comes jogging in, follows his throw in really for the right-hander. Comes in behind square on the offside at backward point. Lilly into Keogh, who forces in the air for a few feet, taken on the second bounce at deepish mid, off by Lewis Hill. Just for a second. I'd have thought he'd scooped it up too high. Lily in again to Keogh, who goes back to a delivery on the leg stump this time and just turns it calmly out through the vacant square leg area. Single taken. Keogh on to 27. Surrey have almost won against Derbyshire, 200 for 2, chasing 216 to win. So that one is all over pretty much as outside off stump Lily bowls, chopped away, tinnily off the bat from...
Made a horrible noise,
didn't it? Didn't time that one at all. Normally be examining the bat at this stage. Proctor picked up one, hit it into the ground. It was perfectly safe. It just wasn't timed at all. Kimber was the fielder coming in from deep extra. Lily is in flatter, quicker delivery, but onto the leg stump really, and goes back. Keogh and wristily turns it out into the leg side, picks up one. Fairly unthreatening over for the most part there from Aaron Lilly, that was milked very successfully by the two Northamptonshire batters. Lilly 2 overs for 10. George Rhodes 1 for 22 from 6 at the other end.
So that's halfway. 24 overs gone out of 48, 110 for 3, 156 needed in the remaining 24. Asking rate 6.5. And Phil, you were saying a few moments ago that you thought as long as it was sort of at or below 6.5, then there was nothing too much to worry about. But if it starts to get above that, then maybe there's just a sense that they need to go a little bit harder.
I think that conversation mid-wicket will have been about where we're going to score off Rhodes in particular.
Here's Rhodes starting another over. Reverse sweep is the answer, but it's only going to be a single as it goes out to the man at deep cover. Yeah, Proctor was thinking about a second, but it was a good bit of fielding out there in front of the West Stand and keeps it to a single. Feet off the floor, dreaded Nelson, 111 for 3. Northamptonshire Keogh up to 29. Field changes over for the left-handed Proctor. And Rhodes from this David Capel end. Again, round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who drives out to Lewis Hill. Good tumbling stop.
Excellent bit of fielding.
Yeah, that extra cover. And it was just anticipated
yes,
well.
Exactly. He set off, didn't he, before it was struck. Set off square. Knowing that Proctor hit square, really good bit of fielding that.
Here's Rhodes again. Bowls to Proctor, who's just almost turned around by that one. There's a little hint of a leading edge. Back down the pitch. Rhodes fields off his own bowling. He's doing a good job for his side here. Picked up the wicket of Emilio Gay when he was going really well. Here's Rhodes, just flights that one up a little bit more to Proctor, who drives straight to Lewis Hill at extra cover. Another dot ball. And this is just very reminiscent of, as I say, Grantham on Tuesday, when the spinner's just got a little bit of a stranglehold. You could see the batsman starting to fret a little bit. Batting first rather than second on that occasion, of course. His Rhodes in. Goes for the sweep, Luke Proctor, and as it didn't take anything on the way through, it's signalled as a wide. So one more onto the total. Off Nelson, 112 for 3. Rhodes in again, bowling short, punched away, and this time beautifully fielded previously in the over, but this time Lewis Hill not managing to stop that one cleanly, and they concede a single as it goes out to the man sweeping at deep extra. Hill visibly annoyed with himself. 113 for 3, Proctor 27. Keogh on strike for the final ball of the over. Just moving the field round a little bit again, strengthening the offside for Keogh. 3 saving 1 in a line on the offside. And they still managed to pick up a single as it was hit to extra cover. Dived away, Rishi Patel got a hand to it, but just basically deflected it out of the way of Will Davis, who was fielding immediately behind him, and they were able to come through for an easy single. End of the over, 25 gone. Keogh is 30, Proctor is 27, 114 for 3 Northamptonshire, 152 more runs needed off the remaining 23 overs, and that asking rate just ticking up now to 6.6.
Yeah, the last over was one that Northants won't want to repeat too many times. Every ball hit the middle of the bat, and fielders were hit 3 times out of 6 when they could have been, close the face, open the face, drop the ball short. Something could have been done to try to score a single, but only 3 off the over. So well bowled, George Rose. Well set field, but we need to rotate better.
In comes Lily, staying around the wicket. Same story. On the back foot, played firmly by Keogh, out of the middle of the bat, but out towards mid-off, where Hill is the fielder. Lily hurrying through with bowls outside off stump, just enticing or inviting the drive. Gets it, but not timed, really, on that occasion by Keogh. Out to Rhodes it goes. Lily is in, forcing out into the offside. Good fielding again by Rhodes to his right off the back foot. And he is getting a little bit angsty now.
It is. It's ticking, isn't it? It's ticking.
He needs to get, from his point of view, he needs to really get hold of one. That's bowled by Lily. He just held it back a little bit, leant forward, didn't overhit it sensibly. Kept his lid on his determination to get it away. Clipped it out towards deep mid-wicket, settled for 1. 115 for 3. 31 to Keogh, 27 to Proctor. Lily into the left-hander. Floats it down to him. He tries to whip it away off middle and leg. Thick inside edge down to Rishi Patel at short fine leg. Outstanding over so far from Lily. Can he come out of it strongly? Can he bowl another dot ball to finish it? In he goes. Back goes Proctor. Forces out through the offside gap at extra cover, but not plugging the gap, but down there on the extra cover boundary is Kimber. So it was just 1. I think just the 2 singles from the over. And 2 pretty good overs as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Just squeezing a little bit. 116 for 3 off 26. 150 then exactly needed to win. And the required rate just creeping up, 6.8.
So yeah, 6.0, pretty obvious comment warning. But every time they score a 1 and no more than a 1, then the rate's going to nudge slightly further north. So a couple of decent overs required. So the challenge for the batters in this situation is to go through some gears. So take a little bit more risk on, show a little bit more intent, but not throw the kitchen sink at something. We don't need to do that. We're not in that situation. So it's about managing risk, backing yourself. You know your strong areas, try and execute those. So I think a little bit more intent is what will serve the next few overs.
George Rhodes starting his 8th over, round the wicket to Proctor, who picks up a single as he dabs that down into the onside. There's half a moment they thought possibly about a second, but Rishi Patel was quickly up there from backward square to field, coming up towards mid-wicket, in fact, and they're able to come through for just the single. 29 to Proctor, 117 for 3. Very tidy George Rhodes so far. 1 for 26 from his first 7. Son of Stephen Rhodes, of course, Bumpy Rhodes, of Worcestershire fame for many years. And another single conceded there by Rhodes as that's worked into the onside by Rob Keogh. Out to deep square. Keogh to 32. Northamptonshire to 118 for 3. We're saying about Rob Keogh, who's been pretty good in all competitions for Northamptonshire this year. Here's Rhodes bowling to Proctor, who again is going to pick up a single. 3 singles off 3 balls, driven out to Ben Mike out there on the extra cover boundary. 1 more to Proctor, 30 to him, 119 for 3. Championship, Rob Keogh 607 at 43. In the blast, 347 runs at 50, with 3 50s, and high score so far of 35 in the Royal London Cup so far this season. Swept away by Rob Keogh, and he's just beaten that, because that's run away for 4. 2 men out on the boundary, and he's just split the 2 of them, dissected them to perfection. Goes away under the covers, so somebody will have to crawl underneath them. Keogh to 36 and Northamptonshire to 123 for 3. And as you say, Phil, just needs a boundary and over, really. And
yeah,
suddenly from Northampton's point of view, the world looks a brighter and happier place.
Yeah, and I think that sort of slight more intent, we now see that. So he's just gone to a slightly higher risk shot, which is the sweep. He played it beautifully. The hard square sweep is what we call that in the coaching fraternity, and that's the way to play it. Head forward, hands forward, hitting it high to low. Beautiful shot.
Watts Rhodes got in response. Another sweep by Keogh. It's heading out in the same direction, but this time it is fielded by the man just in front of square at deep square, in front of the main scoreboard, and it's just a single for Keogh. It rehearses the stroke, having got up to the non-striker's end. 37 to Keogh now, 124 for 3. And Rhodes now is going to bowl the last ball over the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, which he does, and Proctor sweeps, and he's going to pick up a single down to deep backward square. So slightly more rewarding over as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. At the end of it, 125 for 3. Proctor is 31, Keogh is 37. 141 more runs needed off 21 overs. And the required rate, having gone up and up and up in recent overs, has just come down a touch from 6.8 to 6.7.
News from Derby. Surrey have won at a canter. 78 balls remaining. They won by 8 wickets, so they are through to the knockout stages. Leicestershire need Glamorgan to beat Yorkshire, and they also need Warwickshire to beat Somerset. Both those results still very much a possibility. Warwickshire have fought back very strongly against Somerset, and it's absolutely 50-50 there, if not 60-40 in favour of Warwickshire. But Northants are fighting back strongly here. Possible update coming.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, and Northamptonshire 125 for 3. This match very much in the balance. The target, which has been cut down after rain, is 266 for the Steelbacks to win this one off 48 overs. In there at the moment, Luke Proctor has made 31, Rob Keogh 37. These two have put on 69 runs for the 4th wicket after Northamptonshire lost 3 wickets in 10 balls. Gay out for 42, Vasconcelos for 12 and Curran for 1. 126 for 3 with that single. We're in the 28th over. Northamptonshire need another 140 to win.
League to continue.
Yeah, Lily's giving up the single to Proctor through mid-wicket now, so recognising boundaries are important.
He comes, bowls to Keogh, who goes back and chops it away through extra cover. It's a long chase out there on from the cover, the sweeper position, out to the deep extra cover position for Ed Barnes. 2 taken by Keogh. Ben Mike starting to warm up. It tends to make things happen one way or another. In goes Lily, tosses that one up again. It's cut out into the offside, this time a little bit closer to Barnes. So Keogh has to settle for 1. Moves on to 40. 129 for 3. The grey cloud that's sort of gathering seems to be away to the east of the ground, which is where the clouds are going, really. So fingers crossed we're going to be okay. Lily in around the wicket to Proctor, who clips in, but only as far as Patel, who's down there at short fine on the edge of the circle. No
Just had a quick glance at DLS, which is currently 134, which is always a good guide. So Northampton's just behind that at the moment.
Lily is in, and he goes back. Proctor and Ristley clips him out in towards the mid-wicket area. Barnes, I think, gets there first. Oh, it's Sam Evans who's on the field. I thought he was a little bit shorter than Eddie Barnes. So somebody is off at the moment. Leicestershire, one of Leicestershire's travelling 12th men out there, as Lily stays round to the right-hander, who sweeps, doesn't get it all by any stretch of the imagination, and it rolls rather out to Barnes, who's actually at deep backward square. So single taken by Keogh. Moves on to 41, keeps the strike. 131 for 3, 135 needed to win, so almost exactly halfway there. Northants, they have another 120 balls to get 135 runs. They are on target, Redders, at the moment.
It's very nicely poised, isn't it? Yeah, 20 overs to go, 135 to win. So touch under 7, 6.8. It's been hovering around there for a little while. But we do have at least bright sunshine now here at Wantage Road, which is very welcome after the rain earlier in the afternoon, which I don't know if it's forecast you saw this morning, Richard, but it seemed to be forecast for this part of the world. But we just had a little bit of drizzle, but the radar would suggest there's nothing too close to us at the moment. And it is going to be Ben Mike coming into the attack. 7th bowler tried by Leicestershire. After Northamptonshire used 7 as well. And it's Mike coming into the attack to bowl to Rob Keogh, who's on 41. Proctor on 33. Partnership worth 75 for the 4th wicket. And here's Ben Mike bowling his first ball over the wicket. Bigger, well, I say big appeal. It's sort of strangled appeal as Keogh was aiming to hit that away over mid-wicket. Missed it. And maybe just got a little bit of a nick on it, because I think otherwise the appeal may have been a little bit more concerted and enthusiastic. Ben Mike looking just a little bit stiff, I think.
Just feeling his left ankle, his front ankle. That's not a great sign. I hope he's going to be able to get through his spell okay.
Here he is again, bowling to Rob Keogh, who does get it away through mid-wicket this time, but he hasn't timed it particularly well. They're only going to get a couple of runs. It's a stroke that usually Rob Keogh plays pretty well through that. But he just didn't quite get all of it, but they're able to come through for a couple. 43 to Keogh, 133 for 3. Northamptonshire having lost Emilio Gay for 42. Ricardo Vasconcelos for 12 and Ben Curran for 1. 2 wickets for Gavin Griffiths, 1 for George Rhodes, and all those wickets falling, I say, in the space of 10 balls for the addition of just 3 runs. 53 for none, becoming 56 for 3. Here's Mike in bowls to Keogh, who drives uppishly past extra cover, running away towards the boundary. Is it quite going to get there? No, it's not. Very well fielded out there by Louis Kimber. And they've come back for 3 runs. That was uppish. It was in the air. And there's a despairing dive by extra cover, but it just eluded him. Didn't quite go to hand. Ran away for 3. So Keogh goes up to 46, 136 for 3, and the batsman now in earnest conversation. Rob Keogh going almost down to the other end to speak to Luke Proctor.
Well, there was a definite run-out chance there, because Luke Proctor was determined there was 3 and Rob Keogh wasn't so sure. Had the throw gone to the bowler's end, I think Rob Keogh could have been short.
Here's Mike round the wicket, bowls to Keogh, to Proctor rather, left-hander, right-hander. Not easy, not difficult to work out really. Turns it round the corner for a single down to deep backward square. 1 more to Proctor, 34 to him, 137 for 3. Proctor's down on his haunches now, so I hope he hasn't done himself a mischief.
Every ball that Ben Mike has bowled, or after every ball, he's walked back to his mark and he's getting plenty of encouragement and advice from Lily and Lewis Hill. I hope it's not too much for him. He just needs to bowl wicket to wicket, really. That's simple. Keep it simple. Here's
Mike in bowling to Keogh, and he's going to pick up runs here again, working it away through mid-wicket. They've gone through for 1, and there's an easy 2 as it's chased back there towards the boundary by Sam Evans on his 12th man. 2 more to Keogh, 48 to him, 139 for 3. Worth mentioning that the last time these two sides met in this day match from the Royal London Cup at Grace Road 2 years ago, Northamptonshire winning by 29 runs, with Rob Keogh scoring a century. He had 102 on that occasion, out of 290 for 6. Ben Curran got 69. Leicestershire coming up just short, 261 for 9. Here's Mike in bowling again to Keogh. He's going to pick up more runs here. This is better over for Northamptonshire, and he's coming back for 2. That brings him through to 50s. He turned it away down to deep backward square, and half century for Rob Keogh. And now, as on so many previous occasions this season, when Northamptonshire needed a score, he's the man who's come up with it. 50 off 56 balls for Rob Keogh. He's 50. Proctor is 34. The end of the over, 141 for 3. Northamptonshire needing 125 to win. 19 overs to go. And, well, again, a couple of decimal points ticked off the required rate. Was 6.8, now 6.6, and it just goes to prove the point you've been making, Phil. A couple of overs without doing anything too violent can just make a big difference in the context of this chase.
I just thought there Leicestershire just sort of lost their way a wee bit. There was a lot of conversation going on between each ball, and there was no real pressure built in the over. It was a bit too straight. I think he should bowl straight, but that was sort of leg stump rather than off stump, and his length wasn't perfect, so he's getting tucked either side of the wicket, right and left hand. And when it goes behind square, it's easier to get twos, which they picked up at will really in that over. I'm just looking to see how many was off that over. So that was 10 off the over, and so yeah, there was a bit of disappointment. There's a bit few looking at shoes, but
just edged ahead on DLS now as well for the first time for a while.
Yeah.
Umpire's telling everybody, what's he saying? Calm down a little bit. Lilly is in around the wicket to Proctor, who just waits and leans forward and calmly turns the delivery out through mid-wicket for a single. Mike comes in from deep mid-wicket to field. Look, just to be calming things down a little bit there. What's the umpire? Not quite sure whether words had been exchanged. One trusts not.
Wouldn't argue with Chris Watts. He's a big guy.
Lilly staying around to the right-handed Keogh, who steps back and waits for it and clips it out towards mid-wicket. The athletic Kimber comes in. Limber at the moment. He's a big fella, Kimber, and he doesn't look as though he's running particularly quickly. He's got a slightly languid running style, but he does move fairly quickly. You wait till you're 40, Louis Kimber, you won't move quite that quickly. Lilly tosses that one up. Back goes Proctor and misses out a little bit there. Cuts it hard down into the ground, but hits it too straight, essentially. Straight out to extra cover where Rhodes fields. Lilly is in again, a fuller delivery, and he can lean forward and turn his wrists on that one. Out towards mid-wicket, picks up one.
And the thing, obviously, about the previous over that went for 10 is that Northampton can now kind of knock this around safely for 4. Shouldn't be looking to take a great deal of risk here. With the more pace on the ball from Ben Mike, it is more difficult to squeeze dots from a fielding side. So it'd be interesting to see how many more overs he gets, because he had leaked at the beginning of his spell.
Lilly is in, quicker, flatter, fuller delivery, but comfortable now for Keogh. Goes back and plays it firmly out towards mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, in terms of economy, Ben Mike is the most expensive of the seamers that Leicestershire use in this competition regularly, 6.71 runs per over, but he has picked up 7 wickets. And that's what sometimes you just get a wicket from him. In goes Lilly, tosses it right up, and a little bit of a leading edge from Proctor as he looked to turn that on the leg side, and it bounced out towards Rhodes, who is at straightish extra cover. End of the over, 145 for 3, 121 needed off 18 overs with 7 wickets in hand. And I would say Northampton's now the favourite. Now umpires in consultation. Wonder what about? Have words been said? Lilly's looking across. As I say, Leicester have to be really, really careful at the moment, because they have points deduction hanging over them in the Championship and or this competition.
Aaron Lilly is, I wouldn't say he's lost his head, but he's fired up about something. Words have been exchanged. I wonder whether he's just trying to get a reaction from Rob Keogh, but the umpires are clamping down, and the captain's now telling him to calm down or we're going to lose points, but he's not looking particularly keen to listen.
He does need to, because Lilly was one of the offences, and it was the most stupid offence. When an appeal was turned down, he sort of literally took his cap off and threw it on the ground like a big kid, essentially, and was reported by the umpires because it was such an obvious show of dissent. And that was one of the totting up offences that led to the ECB
Lewis Hill's
closing the suspended.
Quite an animated conversation as well with Ben Mike, isn't he?
Well, Mike's been behind 1 or 2 as well.
Well, here he is, Ben Mike in again, bowling to Rob Keogh, and that's a decent enough ball. Plays it up to extra cover, and there's no run, and immediately looks at the toe end of his bat. Doesn't sound as bad as Luke Proctor's has once or twice today, which has sounded, I think, he summed it up perfectly, Richard, when he said it was tinning. That's exactly what it sounded like, sort of trying to hit a soft pear with a tin tray, wasn't it? It wasn't a pleasant sound at all. Here's
Wouldn't that be sort of splotchy?
Splot, maybe. Perhaps a hard pair, an unripe pair. Here's Mike in bowling short to Keogh, who pulls. Doesn't middle it at all. It goes up to mid-wicket where George Rhodes half stops it. And they, again, can't take a run. So 2 dot balls to start the over. And still, Aaron Lilly and Lewis Hill having a full and frank exchange of views about something or other.
I suggest they send him down to third man. He can have a chat with some of the crowd about it. Just get him out of the way so he can't. He gives it no oxygen.
Here's Mike in again. Bowls to Keogh, drives, and he's caught at mid-wicket. And, well, whatever was going on, it just led to a momentary loss of concentration. Good, smart catch at mid-wicket by George Rhodes. And Rob Keogh just having a look back, so as though something was said as he was walking off. But he's out, and Ben Mike has picked up the wicket. Keogh goes for 52, and Northamptonshire 145 for 4.
Hill is still saying something as well, so let's hope there are no repercussions.
Well, it looks that there was something going on, wasn't there? There was a bit of feeling going on, and whatever has happened has led to Rob Keogh playing a poor shot, chipped it to mid-wicket. So, from a Leicestershire perspective, you hope that doesn't result in any points being disciplinary points being awarded to them, and therefore competition points being taken away from them. But if it was intended to rattle Rob Keogh, then it did rattle Rob Keogh, because not only did he chip it to mid-wicket, but he kind of walked off the field backwards, looking in as though something had been said to him. And actually conversations are still going on now. Luke Proctor in animated conversation with Lewis Hill. So there's a bit of feeling. The umpires are together. Ben Mike's involved. It's all a bit weird. Leicestershire, unfortunately for them, they do have a reputation here for disciplinary issues. It has happened in the past. They have been deducted points for breaching disciplinary limits in the past, and this looks like it might be another occasion.
Well, the suspended points sentence was, I think it's 12 in the Championship if another offence is committed over the next 12 months, or 2, I think, in this competition. I will check that. 2 in white ball, or making sure that isn't just the T20 competition. Let me check it.
Was it a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, Richard? I think they did actually get points deducted in Championship cricket.
At the start of the season as well. And that was a real blow.
Well, whatever's gone on or been going on, I just noticed still Luke Proctor and Aaron Lilly are having a chat out there. I hope it's... I think the umpire's now stepped in. The umpire said,
Enough.
Cool it. Enough is enough. Just giving a gesture with his hands to say that's it. Well, here's Ben Mike rolling round the wicket, having picked up a wicket with his previous ball. He's bowling to the new batsman, Saif Zaib, who's off the mark straight away. Pushing it out to deep point. Important innings this for Saif Zaib, you feel. One more onto the total, 146 for 4. Zaib off the mark. He's made some useful runs in, again, all formats this year. A bit of a breakthrough season for him, certainly in red ball, including a maiden championship century. He's made some handy runs in this competition without really making a substantial innings yet, which I'm sure he'll be keen to do today, particularly given the circumstances. Mike comes in, bowls to Proctor, who plays it up towards Aaron Lilly, coming in from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Bright sunshine now, very pleasant evening, still cloud around, still this stiff breeze that we've had for much of the day, coming from the southwest.
Just to confirm, should there be one or more fixed penalty issued to a Leicestershire player within 12 months of the hearing, which was about 3 weeks ago, the club will be deducted either 12 LVCC points.
As Mike comes round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, drives up to mid-off, going for a quick single, as it's fielded there by Will Davis, who just ends up rolling the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. And Proctor is safely home, takes the bowling for the start of the next over. But success there for Ben Mike, accounting for Rob Keogh. Proctor is 37, Zaib is 1. 31 overs gone, 147 for 4, 119 more runs needed, and there are 17 overs to go.
Either 12 LVCC points, 2 RL points, or 2 Vitality T20 Blast points. The more serious the breach, or breaches, the more likely it is the points will be deducted. So it is the discretion of the panel. But given that if they were to qualify, the quarterfinal is on Saturday, it's all going to be ridiculously squeezed in. They brought us some tea, bless them. In goes Lily and bowls, and it goes back. Proctor tucks it away towards square leg and picks up 1.
The thing about all the verbals and the unsettling, whoever initiated it and so on, whoever got involved in it, is only get involved in it if it gives you an edge. If it distracts you, don't get involved in it, because that's exactly what the opposition want. I'm not pointing anything. I don't know what was said, who started what, but it led to Rob Keogh getting out, and there were kind of quite a few ramifications on the field. But yeah, Save's got to keep knuckle down here.
Lily is in. Zabe just waits for it, tucks it away, out towards mid-wicket, gets off the mark. He's off the mark, I beg his pardon, already.
The net result of all of that is the run rate is now 7 and over, and Rob Keogh's out. So it hasn't particularly benefited Northamptonshire, that's for sure.
Lily is in, drops short, cuts it away, chops it away, really. Proctor on that occasion, out towards the extra cover boundary. Leicestershire supporters already getting in touch. That's that for the suspended points then. We couldn't even last one game.
Well, we don't know. The points will be issued on the field at the time, so we may get some feedback from on the field, but we may not. It is done immediately on the field for a disciplinary issue.
Do they not simply, as that one is worked by Sabe out into the leg side, picks up 1? It did say it was at the discretion of the disciplinary panel. Would they not simply say, yes, it is going to be reported rather than...
Well, they would issue points, and then what happens as a result of breaching the points would be to the disciplinary panel.
Right.
Yeah, the umpires on the field will say, you're now on a warning for this. We are reporting you for whatever you are on street.
I will check. We will check. In goes Lily, drops short, pulled away for 4 by Proctor. The ball got what it deserved.
So even if the umpires have intervened, and even if they have intervened and said this is a breach at this level, this is the issue, it doesn't necessarily mean that the sanction is going to be
imposed. Okay.
Yeah.
But if it is, it will have to be done quickly. We will find out afterwards. Just keep a lid on it for once, Leicestershire, for goodness sake.
They certainly tried, whoever was at fault, and I don't know which team it was, certainly tried the patience of the umpires.
It did go on, didn't it?
It did.
It really did go on, and Hill was desperately trying to pour oil on troubled waters. Lily was chuntering away. 155 for 4. Round the wicket he goes and bowls down the leg side, and must have been something on it, maybe a little bit of pad. It was half stopped by Swindles down the leg side. No wide signalled by umpire Watts. So end of the over. 155 for 4. 111 more needed of 96 balls. Rate at the moment 4.8. Required rate 6.9.
Yeah, at this stage, as we look out right now with a new batter in, and having seen how the wicket's played and so on, 6.9 and over for the next 14 overs, 16 overs. That looks a tough ask. Win prediction would be Leicestershire favourites at this point, but if Save can get in and these two can stay together for 10 overs, then that brings Northampton right back into the game.
Latest score from the other matches that we're keeping an eye on at Edgbaston, getting very tight there. 288 to win. Warwickshire now 198 for 5. Here's Mike round the wicket, bowling to Save Zabe, who's going to pick up at least a single as it's driven out towards deep cover. They're going to come back for 2, and they're going to make it fairly comfortably. I don't know if it's my imagination, Phil, but I just get the impression that Luke Proctor isn't moving terribly well. Just between the wickets, he just looks as though he may be labouring a touch.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's carrying a leg, I think, by the looks of things.
Yeah, he just looks he's just a little bit of a gentle hobble. Anyway, 2 onto the total, 5 to Zabe, 157 for 4. Here's Mike in again, bowls to Zabe, just wristily runs that down to third man. There is a third man down on the boundary, so Zabe picks up a single 6 to him, 158 for 4 in the 33rd over. Remember, if you're just joining us, Leicestershire bowled out for 271. We then had some rain at the start of Northampton's reply, which has cut the requirement down to 266 in 48. DLS at the moment 163, so Northampton just slightly behind. Driven by Luke Proctor up to mid-off, Will Davis fields, but they set off straight away for a single. Proctor's, it's almost as soon as when he stops running, he starts giving it the limp. It doesn't look to be 100% there by any means, but nevertheless he was through quickly enough there. 44 to Proctor, which is what he made at Grantham on Tuesday. 159 for 4.
Warwickshire have lost another wicket.
Ooh. Here's Mike, and again bowls to Zabe, who again repeats the stroke from earlier in the over, running it down to third man. Picks up another single, 7 to Zabe, 160 for 4.
They need 85 more runs to win against Somerset off 13.1 overs with 5 wickets in hand.
Glamorgan were looking pretty much home and hosed against Yorkshire last time I looked. They looked to be
182 for 3, 49 or 48 balls they need. You never quite know, but yeah,
No.
Looks good.
Mike round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, and I think he just got a bit of a bottom edge on that. He was just starting to go up to appeal for LBW, and then he realised that it had just taken a little inside edge, bottom edge. As Proctor was looking to turn that round the corner, it went down to fine leg, and they came through for a single. 45 to Proctor, 161 for 4.
Did really well to get something on
He
that.
did.
It did not get up.
It didn't bounce.
It absolutely squatted, didn't it?
He was absolutely dead. He got a little feather on it, didn't he?
Here's Mike round the wicket again, bowling to Zabe, who tried to play that stroke again down to third man. This time, though, he just finds the man at backward point. And he doesn't get a single. End of the over, 161 for 4, 33 gone, so 15 overs left. Proctor 45, Zabe is 7. And Northampton needing over 105 to win off the remaining 15 overs.
Phil, now talking about creative language, Brunty recalls an occasion about a parking ticket that wasn't. Does that ring any bells with you? He stuck a fake yellow parking ticket on your car, which he spotted from the office window. He said, the language.
Really? He's talking about me, is he?
Yes, he's talking about you.
I have no recollection of that.
Racing all the way down to it, he said, swearing the whole way there.
Yeah, that sounds like Martin Brunt humour. Oh, I think I'll erase that from my memory, but it's very believable. So juvenile, that man.
Change of bowling now. This could be interesting. Rehan Ahmed is coming back on at the Lynn Wilson Centre end of the ground. He's got a new man, relatively new at the crease in Safe Zabe, who is on 7, not out of 7. He's looked comfortable so far. Luke Proctor very well established on 45. Northampton, well, the rate required has crept up to 7 now. With that wicket of Rob Keogh.
I think she's a good change. Yeah, a very good change when the new batter's in.
He is in, and bowl drops very short, and had to wait and wait for that one. Luke Proctor managed to pull it away. Everybody on the leg side is on the boundary with the exception of short, fine leg. And in the end, hit it more or less straight towards Davis on the long on boundary. So he got away with conceding just a single from that ball. Rehan Ahmed. Mid-wicket is in now for Safe Zabe. Again, it's horribly short. Again, it's pulled away, and again, he's found a fielder. But he should find fielders, really. Difficult for the left-handers with everybody on the boundary on the leg side. That said, it is a big old boundary. There is a big gap between mid-wicket and backward square and long on. Ahmed is in. That's a better delivery. Lovely little googly that goes past the outside edge. Finally got one right. Rehan Ahmed there. Popped forward and missed it by a couple of inches, actually.
Lovely bit of bowling, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Sort of delivery, lovely to watch. In he goes again, and bowls, tosses it up, and he's swept out to deep backward square, where Ben Mike moves to his left, gets his throwaway. Single taken 47 to Proctor.
He bowls at a good pace. It's difficult to use your feet against a bowler who spins it both ways, and he's bowling that quickly. So sweep is a good weapon.
In he goes and bowls short outside off stump. Back goes Safe and chops it out into the gap. In the covers out to Louis Kimber, who's got company out there now. One of the 12th, Leicestershire 12th men has joined him, giving him someone to talk to. He's been on his own most of the time, most of the innings he does tend to be. Ahmed is in to Proctor, who sweeps in the air. It's going to drop short of Mike, a little bit top edge, but he didn't really go through with the shot. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say he was looking for that one to drop short of Ben Mike, for all that Mike is looking up at the clouds in frustration. End of the over, 166 for 4. 100 needed, exactly 100 needed off 14 overs at 7.1 runs per over.
And you do feel, as we've talked about earlier in the game, Northants have got a longish tail today. I mean, tail is a strong word, isn't it? They've got a number of people who can hold a bat, but perhaps don't score as quickly as they would like to and maybe needed. So the onus really is on these two and the next man, James Sales. Not long, you haven't got any time to get yourself in. Only 14 overs remaining and 7 and over. It really is bat on ball.
Ben Mike starting a fresh over and cut away and beautifully caught at backward point. And that's another wicket, in fact the wicket really that Leicestershire wanted. It's Luke Proctor cutting to backward point, a brilliant catch by Patel. And Rishi Patel's having a pretty good day, made runs at the top of the order, 41 off 33 balls and taking off. As a superb catch at backward point. And Ben Mike has struck 2 hugely insignificant blows for Leicestershire, and I just wonder if they're calling the physio on and whether in catching that, maybe Rishi Patel's just done something to a finger, but it was a superb catch. And it's the end of Luke Proctor, who goes for 48, and Northamptonshire 166 for 5. Still need 100 to win. Now just 5 wickets in hand and 83 balls remaining. Sort of catch that can win a match, really.
Yeah,
diving away to his left, took it low, didn't he? One-handed, brilliant, yeah. And it was travelling. It was
well struck. It was a short, wide ball. Didn't really deserve to get a wicket as such. That's what the fielders are there for. Luke Proctor cut it very hard. You know, you may say, why did he not get it down before it reached the fielder? He hit it very hard. He was looking for power. The fielder dived full length to his left, to his wrong hand, as it were, and it stuck. So a very good catch and good support for the bowler. Another Northants batsman gets out, went in, and now we've got Saif Zabe at the wicket. He only faced 9 balls, and James Sales, who obviously is just walking out to the crease. He's 18 years old, his first season and playing any first team cricket at all, and it's a big ask now for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, brilliant catch by Rishi Patel, and there's
who is limping off. You're right.
Yeah, I just wonder if he did something. I thought it might be a hand, but possibly it's not. Maybe he just jarred something as he fell.
Well, having taken the catch, he leapt up and flung the ball into the air, didn't he? Enjoy a celebration.
Indeed.
So I hope it wasn't during the celebration that he's hurt a left knee or something, or landed on that. But
just think of that awful case with Ollie Stone, wasn't it? Who was celebrating the dismissal of Moeen Ali in his last match as a Northamptonshire player. Celebrating the dismissal of Moeen Ali, jumped up, landed, did his knee, didn't play again that season. Which was a few years ago.
I didn't realise that's how he picked up.
Yeah, that was the
one of his many injuries.
Yeah,
bless him.
And then of course he moved to Warwickshire for the start of the following season. That was his last match in Northamptonshire colours. Well, it is, as Phil was saying, James Sales coming out, and I just wonder, Phil, how safe Zabe's going to play this now, as he hasn't been in there very long, and all of a sudden he finds himself as senior partner, and with an awful lot now resting on him if Northamptonshire are going to get close. Here's Mike in, bowling the first ball to James Sales, who is off the mark immediately, turning it away to deep mid-wicket for a couple. So, nice start for young Sales, which I'm sure will make him feel an awful lot better. 18 years old, playing schools cricket for Wellingborough School at the start of this season, and playing Northampton's Academy, and as many young cricketers have, of course, around the country, finding himself playing first team cricket in the Royal London Cup. This is his 3rd match. Played 1 not out on debut and 18 not out at Grantham. And he's in behind that one from Ben Mike, pushing it out the offside. And you can see Leicestershire now, well, sort of invigorated by that last wicket in particular, and a lot more energy visible out there. And why not? Leicestershire certainly on top now. And Ben Mike is taking out any frustrations he may have on the footholds at the moment. He's giving it a fearful going over.
Yeah, sometimes on a used pitch, the footholds they obviously repair them, but they will crumble, and then you get a bit of a bowl there, and that can be difficult to land your front foot. He did feel his ankle, didn't he? And I think after his first ball, so there's probably a bit of a bowl, so you've got to get right in the middle of it or outside it.
168 for 5. Sales on strike facing Ben Mike. And it's a no ball called by the umpire. It was a full length ball, almost a Yorker length, dug out by James Sales.
He did get outside it. He got in front of it. I think, Andrew, you asked how Safe should play it from here. From this position, James Sales needs to get himself in. Safe's got to keep him company and look after him and make sure he scores at least a runner ball, whilst James Sales gets himself in over the next 6 to 8 balls. But really, we need to take the game deep from this position. We can't win the game in the next 5 overs, but we can lose it.
Can't lose it, yeah, absolutely. Well, a free hit. So what can James Sales make of it? As Ben Mike comes in bowls outside the off stump, and Sales cracking that one away through extra cover. He's only going to get as a single as it goes out there to Louis Kimber, sweeping on the extra cover boundary in front of the west stand. One more to James Sales. 3 to him, 171 for 5. I notice he bears the family name of Grimwood among his first names, which was his dad was DJG, of course. He's JJG. Grimwood, yes. Here's Mike coming round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who drives nicely away through extra cover. He's going to pick up 1. I think that's all there's going to be. As again, the fielder out there sweeping on the boundary is quickly to the ball. It's Ed Barnes out there, isn't it?
I think that one's Gavin Griffiths.
Oh, Gavin, of course it is, beg pardon, yes. You're quite right, it's 93. And Griffiths quickly to the ball and cuts off the possibility of a second run. Zabe is 10 and Northamptonshire to 172 for 5. There's Mike in again, bowls to Sales, drops it down to backward point, but no run for him there. And that's the end of another successful over for Ben Mike, at the end of which 172 for 5 Northamptonshire, 94 needed. They have, 13 overs remaining. Safe Save is on 10. James Sales is 3.
Ben Mike's also got a couple of splendid family names. Benjamin Wentworth Monroe Mike.
Oh, I like that.
Wentworth Monroe.
Yeah.
A golfing, walking family.
It sounds like a sort of, it sounds like very much an Edwardian amateur, doesn't it, really? It's
Yes.
like Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford.
You can see him sort of tucking a sled to the Arctic or something, can't you? Captain Scott. 172 for 5, then run rate creeping up, ever upwards at the moment. 7.2 it is, as Rehan Ahmed goes in and bowls short to Safe Save, who pulls him over mid-wicket for 4. Too short from Ahmed, who has bowled more short balls in this spell than I've seen him bowl in his entire senior career so far. This is his, I think, 6th game in this competition. And he's been pretty much on the spot throughout, but maybe just feeling the nerves a little bit at the moment. He is in again to Seb. Again, it's a little bit short, pulled to mid-wicket, but this time doesn't quite get it all, and George Rhodes does well to scramble to his left and make the stop.
It's a very fast action, isn't it? Fast approach, fast action. So there are things that can break down with it, but it does mean that it's difficult to use your feet against him.
He is in again, tosses that one up the googly as well, and Zabe was prodding at it a little uncertainly out into the offside. It went, fielded by Barnes, sprinting in, didn't throw particularly kindly to Swindles, who half stopped it. No overthrows.
I think the reverse sweep is definitely on here with only one man to beat there. At backward point.
Ahmed is in again, and that one squats down a little bit. He'd gone back into his stumps there. Zabe came down on it just in time, turned it out through the vacant square leg area down towards Ben. Mike takes one. Warwickshire going nicely against Somerset again now. They're 231 for 5, 57 needed off the last 10 with 5 wickets in hand.
Matt Lamb, 68 not out, played really well against Northamptonshire and doing likewise today.
Morgan 2 going well against Yorkshire. Suddenly, this game may just matter. In goes Ahmed and bowls an absolutely rank long hop to young Sales, who has to wait and does manage to pull it away, having waited as long as he did behind square, and a long chase round the boundary for Sam Evans, back on of course for Rishi Patel, and he picks up a couple.
Yeah, because he's bowling so many poor deliveries, I think we don't need to take the game to him. Just sit in and pick up your ones and twos, looking for at 8 and over safely.
In he bowls again. Again, it's too short onto the legs. Not as short quite as the last ball, but back on his stumps. Sales can just wait and turn it calmly out through square leg. So good start by James Sales. End of the over. He's moved on to 6, 180 for 5. Safe Sabe has 15. 86 needed off 72 balls. In the balance. Very much in the balance.
It is in the balance. I think, Leicestershire probably favourites, but it is in the balance. It's sort of one good over, swings it one way, one bad over, swings it another way. So it's very very closely poised. There's a nice little smattering of a crowd in. The weather's now set fair, so this could be a bit of a thriller. I hope it goes all the way.
George Rhodes coming back into the attack. He bowled 8 overs earlier on, 1 for 35. Picked up the first wicket out of Emilio Gay with his off spin, so he's got a couple left to bowl. If Lewis Hill decides he wants to bowl him out, he's bowling from the David Capel end down below us. He's going to be bowling to James Sales, and they're just sorting out the field for him, which at the moment he has a deep backward square on the boundary, deep mid wicket on the boundary, and a long on the boundary, cover sweeping out on the fence, and a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid wicket, and a backward square, just all in the ring. So 5 looking to save 1 in the ring, and here's Rhodes just trotting in away from us, bowling down the leg side, and that's turned away by James Sales. I'm not sure how much whether he's got bat on it or pad on it. It's 2 more to the total, whatever, and it was indeed run. So deftly played around the corner there by the teenager. He goes to 8, 182 for 5.
Went a very long way across there.
You could see the leg stump, couldn't you?
There's Rhodes in again, bowls to Sales, who drives that back down the pitch. Rhodes fields, and there's no run, and Sales merely puts his hand on his head. Not sure what else he could do with that one, to be honest. Here's Rhodes in again, bowls to Sales, works it out just wide of the man tight in there at mid-wicket, goes up to long on. Will Davis comes in off the boundary, and they're able to come through for a single.
That's good cricket, Jimbo. Score it or run a ball, and let the senior man make the hard yards at this stage. He can come into his own once he gets himself in. A bit like his dad, he used to play the off-spin really exclusively through the leg side. He could go the other way if he wanted to, but just thought, why would I? I can get all the runs I need on the leg side at lower risks. That's the way that his father used to play off-spin. It looks like James has got some of that about him as well.
183 for 5, 9 to Sales. Zabe on strike now, and he's just looking to run that down towards third man, but there is a man at short third in the ring. That is Ed Barnes. And there's no run.
Just straighten a fraction.
Yeah, that turned. Yeah, that did. It was well played, actually.
Here's Rhodes in again. Bowls to Zabe, who punches it away off the back foot out towards deep extra cover. Aaron Lilly comes in off the boundary, wings in his return back into the gloves of Harry Swindles, and 1 more to Zabe. Takes him to 16, and Northamptonshire to 184 for 5. 82 more runs needed.
Having a look square of the wicket on the leg side, James says. I wonder if he's thinking of a sweep.
There's Rhodes, and he doesn't sweep. He just comes across his stumps and turns it down to deep mid-wicket for another single to end the over. 1 more to Sales, 10 to him off 11 balls. Zabe is 16, 185 for 5. So 37 overs gone. We have 11 left. Northamptonshire need 81 to win. They have 5 wickets in hand. Where's your money?
It's in my pocket.
Very sensible. Very sensible.
That's where it's staying.
Impressively composed young man, Mr. Sales.
Yeah, he's got very low resting heart rate. He's kind of unflappable. Well, perhaps when he's played for a few years, he'll become flappable. But at the moment, he's unflappable, which is not a bad trait to have as a batter, particularly in a run chase. So that experiment with Ahmed has changed again. It's stopped again.
Yeah, I have to take him out of the account, really. Just couldn't find any rhythm today for some reason. 4 overs for 27 runs for Rehan. So Aaron Lilly coming back on at the Wilson Centre end of the ground. Round the wicket, he tosses that one up to Sales, who waits and waits, and once it's under his eye line, clips it away through straight mid-on, down towards long on for 1. And not the responsibility back to Zabe, but in fact he's almost caught Zabe up in terms of his scoring. He's taken 11 off 12 without taking any real risks. Zabe 16 off 16, is it? Or is that 19?
Yeah,
no, 16 off 16.
Run a ball.
Yeah, run a ball. Round the wicket goes Lilly to the left-hander, who is forward, popping it out into the offside. Barnes is quickly onto it from just backward of point. So dot ball. 80 needed as Lilly goes in and bowls. Zabe is pushing it past Barnes on that occasion. He scrambled across to his left, couldn't get there. Kimber casting a long shadow, comes in off the boundary and field. Single taken. Crowd not sure. One of the shadows from the floodlight pylons right across the pitch at the moment, but not in a really awkward position for the bowling from this end anyway, from that far end anyway, as back goes Sales, and again emphasises the composed nature of his batting in this game so far by just calmly turning it out towards deep mid-wicket and jogging a single.
How long before Safe Zabe gets the reverse sweep out, I wonder? He's having a look at the man on the deep square boundary.
It's on, isn't it?
It is definitely on.
As Lilly is in, and that one might just have turned and straightened a touch, and he went forward in defence. Rather thick outside edge out into the offside. Something there for the spinners. Lilly just jogs in and bowls. That's a little bit wider and a little bit shorter, and Zabe can go back and drop it away into the gap in the covers. Kimber again is the fielder, but a pretty good over from Aaron Lilly. Just the 3 singles, or was it 4 singles from it? 189 for 5. 38 overs have been bowled. 10 remain. 77 needed. And even I can do the math, as the Americans call it, on that one.
Just looking at that game at Edgbaston, Richard, Warwickshire now 245 for 5. They need 43 off 49 balls. And Matt Lamb still going strong. So that's
they're going to win that one.
That looks odds on at the moment. Looks as though, in all probability, Glamorgan will beat Yorkshire. Ooh, it's getting interesting, isn't it? Book up for Saturday. Here's Rhodes starting his final over, bowling round the wicket to Safe Zabe, who's playing that back down the pitch, defensively fielded by Rhodes, and there's no run. Here's Rhodes already back at the end of his mark. Bowls to Zabe, who looks to work that away on the onside, thinks about a single. The very, very good bit of fielding by Harry Swindles, the keeper, who flicked the ball onto the stumps. There was an appeal for a run out, as there was a certain amount of indecision between the 2 batsmen as to whether there was a run there or not. In the end, Sales sent Zabe back, and Swindles throwing down the stumps, but the umpire says Safe Zabe was back in his crease. And the Leicestershire supporters now bursting into song.
A kind description for Stench's chance.
Here's Rhodes again, bowled to Zabe, who plays that up to Lewis Hill at short extra. 3 balls, 3 dots so far in this over.
It's building.
Here's Rhodes in again, very full length and dug out by Safe Zabe. Plays it up towards mid-on, and Rian Ahmed comes in to field, and They're able to come through for just a single, so Rhodes in his last over has conceded just 1 run off the first 4 balls. Northamptonshire 190 for 5 now. Zabe up to 19. And Rhodes has done a really good job here going into this over.
Very well. He has bowled well.
9 overs, 1 for 40. And not much come off this, just a single off the over so far. Bowling to Sales. And there's another dot ball played up to Lewis Hill at mid-wicket. And Harry Swindle's now looking as though he was going to come down the pitch and have a word with changing the field. He was going to have a chat with George Rhodes. He's only got 1 ball to bowl in his spell. And Lewis Hill looked as though he was going to come across from mid-wicket into the offside. And obviously thinking about changing the field here. There's a lot of debate and discussion going on. I don't know who's taking the minutes.
I'm just looking for a cut-off time on the board, if there is one. I can't quite.
It is 6:27, so they've got about 35 minutes. Eventually, I think all that's happened is that deep mid-wicket's been pushed round a bit more, driven back by James Sales. Bowler fields, just a single off the over, off the last over bowl by George Rhodes. And that's a terrific stint by George Rhodes, done a really good job for his side. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41. And at the end of the over, just a single coming off that one, 190 for 5. And Northamptonshire now needing 76 to win off the last 9 overs.
Yeah, it's a well bowled George Rhodes. That's a very good spell, and he picked up the important early wicket as well of Emilio Gay, which kind of set the pack tumbling a wee bit earlier in the innings. Undoubtedly, it has been far harder to score against spin all day, so it's going to be interesting to see how Lewis manages his resources here. He's gone to the experienced Aaron Lilly from the far end. He's played a lot of white ball cricket and bowled a lot of tight overs. So Northampton need to make the run in, no pace on the ball.
Lilly goes in and bowls, and it's turned to mid-wicket. Lilly himself goes in pursuit, slides and picks it up. I'm notified on Twitter that, quote, Glammy are messing it up. So I haven't seen their score at the moment. Let's check what Glammy are doing.
211 for 5. They need 20 off 11 balls with 5 wickets in hand.
Oh, what's happened there?
Oh,
Stuck in mud or something?
Goodness me.
Like something
that would be cruel. That would be cruel. As that looked to be strolling it. Lilly is in. Back goes Sales. Clips him away in the air through square leg. There isn't a square leg, just Sam Evans down at deep backward square, so easy single for Sales. Moves on to 13, 192 for 5, 74 now needed off 52 balls. Required rate has shot up to 8.5. Lilly is in, goes back, Zabe, and chops it away. But they don't mind conceding a single off a delivery, Leicestershire, because it scoots the run rate up each time.
When was the last boundary? A long time ago, I think.
That mid-wicket pull from Zabe off Ahmed, perhaps.
Yeah, that's the one.
As Lilly is in, staying around the wicket, tosses it right up. Sales has to wait, and then just calmly plays it firmly out through the vacant mid-on, down towards Davis at long on. General post in the outfield, everyone. Sales now just starting to rehearse a bigger shot, so to speak, a big swing of the bat. As Lilly is into Zabe, looking to cut, and it's too close to him and too far up as well. It wasn't the one to cut, really. It was one to reverse sweep, I think, possibly there,
yeah,
but he didn't get it out, and he missed the attempted cut.
Probably was. 1 ball left this over. See if he goes this time.
Lilly is in, bowls to him, and he reaches across and turns it firmly out towards long on, where Barnes is the fielder. Another very good over for the Foxes. Aaron Lilly concedes just singles from it for 5 of them, I think it was, in the end. 8 overs now. He has bowled for 40, and the equation is that 71 more runs are needed off just 8 overs.
Well,
at 8.9.
I don't know what they do about the freedom of the city of Leicester, but they may need to give it to Joe Cook, because he's just hit the first 2 balls of the 49th over for 4. So it's now 16 off 9. And Joe Cook for Glamorgan As Paul, they were. I mean, they were cruising it. They were 180 for one, and then a bit of a clatter of wickets. Oh, and Joe Cook is out.
Stop it.
Joe Cook is out. So it's. Oh, I tell you what, that's going to be very, very tight. It's going to be watching games all over the place, like the old trophy in the helicopter, going way, way back into 1976 when. On the last day of the season, famously the old John Player League, the Sunday League, they had the trophy in a helicopter and were ready to go to one of, I think, 3 venues where it might need to go. It's just shades of that today. Not quite. This is just to get through to the elimination stage, not even through to deciding the trophy. Anyway, Gavin Griffiths is coming back into the attack, having picked up a couple of wickets. Vasconcelos and Curran in a single over. 195 for 5. Round the wicket goes Griffiths. Zabe plays that out towards deep mid-wicket. Aaron Lilly comes in off the boundary in front of the signal box and sends it a lovely flat return to the base of the stumps and keeps it to a single. Zabe is 23. Northamptonshire 196 for 5. And that asking rate now spiralling upwards. 70 runs needed off 47 balls. And all the time, you feel for James Sales in this situation. He's played nicely, but he's aware that if he gets out, so you've got Simon Kerrigan who can play, and then basically 3 bowlers.
And I guess the thing here, Northampton need to keep the run rate required below 10.
Yeah.
Because with about 5 overs to go, is with these 2 in, that's going to be a little interim target, I guess.
Here's Griffiths in, bowling to Sales, who's Griffiths taking a little bit of pace off the ball, and Sales still playing it away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Crowd starting to get into this now, especially the Leicestershire supporters present. 197 for 5. Sales up to 15. 46 balls remaining. Northamptonshire need another 69 to win.
Glamorgan need 13 off 7 balls with 4 wickets in hand.
These 2 young batters so far have played it perfectly. I think they really have. They need to keep going at this kind of rate.
Here's Griffiths round the wicket again, bowls to Zabe. And again, he takes a little bit of pace off the ball, but it was short. It had width, and Zabe looking to cut and just finishes up clothing it off a bottom edge, hard into the ground, and it goes back to the bowler. And there's no run. Zabe, I think, was gesturing to the dressing room as though he wanted something. It was a new bat, I thought, at one stage, but evidently not. Otherwise, they'd be heading out with one.
Glamorgan need 11 off the last over. That's a lot, given the position they were in.
Absolutely, it certainly is. Here's Griffiths round the wicket, bowls to Zabe. He's worked that out towards deep mid-wicket. And Aaron Lilly, old campaigner that he is, not that old, but seasoned campaigner, comes in off the boundary and doesn't attempt to do anything dramatic, just keep it to 1. That's all he needs to do. 1 more onto the total, 198 for 5. Zabe is 24. 2 balls remaining in this over.
What happens if the Glamorgan game's a tie?
Pass.
They have a better run rate, Yorkshire,
yeah.
I think, so they would be okay.
James Sales driving that one up to mid-on, 5th ball of the over. Fielded by Will Davis coming off the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion. 1 more onto the total. Sales up to 16, 199 for 5.
I'd just like Safe to just give the bowler a different picture. Just maybe advance down the wicket or back away a little bit. Nothing that's going to lead to something that he can't get himself out of, but just put a bit more pressure back on the bowler, show him something a little bit different rather than he can find him easily at the moment. He's very static in the crease. 4
singles off the over so far. Griffiths bowls round the wicket and he looks to try and drop that one down on the offside. It finished up going off an inside edge onto the onside, and they come through for a single. Hand sanitisation is the order of the day according to the umpires, gesturing to the dressing room. Which is 12th man Gus Miller coming on with the necessary. Leicestershire 12th man coming on as well. So 41 overs gone. We have 7 overs remaining in this match. And Northamptonshire are 200 for 5, so they need 66 off 42 balls. James Sales is 16, Safe Zabe is 25. And we're still keeping an eye on matters elsewhere as well.
Glamorgan need 9 runs off 4 balls.
Well, I wouldn't know where my money is on that one.
It'd be on Yorkshire in that one.
Who's bowling?
Just about,
Do you know
yeah.
who's bowling it?
It is, I can soon tell you. Bowling the last over
Matthew Waite, I think.
is... boom, 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 boom. Let's have a little look. It
Updates
is Matthew
time.
Waite, I think, yes. So I've got to be updating BBC Radio Northampton in just a second, although I think actually they've got a little way to go in the bulletin yet. They're still quite high up, but the two batsmen, Sabe and James Sales, just having a bit of a chat at that. Is that it looks as though Sabe's had a bit of a sharp haircut as well, actually. Looks as though he's lost a bit compared to the last time I interviewed him. Nobody hasn't let Luke Proctor anywhere near it.
9 off 3, and they've lost another wicket.
So that does probably look odds on Yorkshire, in which case, sharing in the other group, Durham have beat Hampshire by 9 wickets, a very comfortable win for the men from the Roca Riviera. So all the places now just starting to fall into place as far as qualification for the elimination round is concerned on Saturday. Richard wondering where he's going to be going or whether he's going to be sitting in the back garden. Here's Aaron Lilly starting a fresh over and bowling to Sabe. Works it into the onside, gone for 1. That's all they'll be. And Leicestershire, the outfielders really Ben Mike on that occasion. Quick to the ball, sending in his return. They've supported the bowlers very well here. 201 for 5. In the 42nd over, Zabe goes up to 26. And now James Sales eyeing up his options. Extra cover maybe. Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton now. Driven away by James Sales out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Looks to be a tough one for Northampton to win here. They are 202 for 5. We're in the 42nd over. In there at the moment, Zabe, who's made 26. James Sales is on 17. The target reduced to 266 off 48 overs after rain early on. Luke Proctor made 48, Rob Keogh 52 and Emilio Gay 42, but nobody has yet really taken the match, indeed the run chase by the scruff of the neck, all this after Leicestershire were bowled out earlier for 271. 204 for 5 Northamptonshire in the 42nd over. They still need another 63 to win. Here's Aaron Lilly in again, bowling to James Sales, just turning that one down behind square on the onside for another single. Fielded down there by Lewis Hill. One more onto the total, 204 for 5. Sales is 18. In the 42nd over. Here's Lilly once again. Round the wicket, bowling to Zabe. Goes for the reverse sweep, and he's not got hold of all of it, but he's got hold of enough of it just to clear the man at backward point. And they're going to pick up a couple of runs. 2 more onto the total. It's the option that we've been talking about for some time. And Zabe going for it there. 29 to him, 206 for 5.
I thought we should have got 3 there.
Yeah.
It's gone right the way to the boundary. It's the right option. Absolutely the right option. I'll go again.
Here's Lillian again, bowls to Zabe, who's pulled this one, and he's going to get 4 runs. First bounce, behind square, first boundary for what seems an age. And it's run away for 4 to save Zabe. And he goes up to 33. Sales is 18. 210 for 5. 56 needed by Northamptonshire. Off the last 6 overs, the asking rate 9.3.
Interesting reaction from Aaron Lilly there. Bowled an absolute long hop and got pulled for 4 as it deserved, and he's blaming the deep square leg fielder for some reason. I think he has to take that one on himself, I'm afraid.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a difficult one for Rian Ahmed. He was quite a long way away from it. No chance of getting there, and he just needs to keep a lid on it. Aaron Lilly sometimes. Glamorgan have been beaten, I'm afraid. So Yorkshire go through. They needed a 6 off the last ball, so Glamorgan beaten. Yorkshire are through, Surrey are through. Whatever happens in this game, Leicestershire are not going to be playing knockout cricket. On Saturday, it looks like in goes Griffiths and bowls, and a foolish delivery on the leg stump that is clipped down to Rian Ahmed at long leg. Takes a single, 211 for 5.
Yeah, sorry, I've gone very quiet. I'm getting Radio Northampton blaring in my ear holes at the moment.
Welcome to our world. Sometimes
it's
it does
tricky, isn't
happen.
it?
The feeds stay on, and you have to phone the studio and get to
you guys
switch
are
it off
good.
again. Griffiths goes around the wicket, past umpire Billy Taylor, and bowls. Zabe is down the wicket, lofting it, may get away with that
Safe,
one as he
that's safe.
top edges it out towards the offside boundary, and as Phil said, it drops safely, comfortably safely. Really, Ed Barnes came running in, was probably 4 or 5 yards from the ball when it plummeted to earth. Zabe picks up a couple, 213 for 5.
Yeah, he's looking to go over extra cover. I think that's a great option. Just didn't quite get there, and it got a bit lucky with a thick edge for 2. But that's a good scoring option. That's his boundary option, extra cover. I think if it's short, obviously through square leg.
Griffiths into Zabe again, who drives wristily out towards the fielder on the offside boundary, who is Sam Evans, single taken. There is something now to be said, Leicestershire supporters are pointing out, for incurring the 2-point penalty and getting it out of the way this season, potentially. So somebody have a word with Lily, and he can say something rude, and then we can start next season on with a blank page, rather than have the potential deductions hanging over our heads.
Professional foul.
Something to be said for it, as Griffiths is in. 2 Sales, who pulls him away for 4. Nice shot from James Sales. It was a poor delivery from Gavin Griffiths. It was sat up nicely on the hip, and Sales made no mistake, pulled it around the corner for 4. He moves on to 23, 218 for 5, 48 needed now of 32 balls.
Fun games at Old Trafford. Lancashire against Essex, match tied. Lancashire 250 for 6, Essex 250 for 8.
I think this one could go that close as well, couldn't it? At the moment, 9 and over. These two have played really well to this point. They've done, they're very inexperienced, particularly James Sales, and they're looking at to the manner born.
Griffiths is in again. Poor delivery down the leg side. Will be signalled wide. It didn't get up at all. Sales knew it was going to be signalled wide. Had a little poke at it, but it was safe. But they're accelerating nicely now.
That brought up the 50 partnership.
Sales, yeah. Well played. More to do. Can they get the Steelbacks over the line against their East Midlands neighbours? Griffiths is in past umpire Taylor, and bowls on off stump, and well bowled. Just depended back to him. He was looking to turn it into the leg side. Didn't quite turn his wrists on the delivery sufficiently. Went straight back down the wicket to Gavin Griffiths, a docked ball.
With the 2 overs coming off, does that mean that, I guess that influences how many bowlers can bowl 10?
Presumably 2 of them can only bowl 9, doesn't it? Yeah. You assume on that basis. Griffiths in, bowls straight, but stepped right across his stump Sales, but it was a very slow delivery. Had all the time in the world just to play it out calmly to mid-wicket. Evans came in, Sam Evans that is, to field. 1 taken. Sales keeps the strike. He moves on to 24 off 25 balls. Beautifully judged innings by the young man. Safe Zabe has 36 off 38. Northampton need 46 more runs off 30 balls. Run rate still at 9. They're keeping it at that, as you said, Phil, just below
Perfect.
10.
It's absolutely, they've done brilliantly. They've done absolutely perfectly to get themselves within kind of striking distance, as it were. That's the job of these two, and hopefully then they go and finish it off. Wouldn't that be fantastic to see two young ex-academy players, local lads, I'll call them that. Certainly one very local, one from just down the road in Buckinghamshire. But they've got Northampton right back into this game, and it looked a little bit of a reach. They've clawed their way back in. And Leicestershire will be a little bit jittery now. I'm guessing that Leicestershire may not know the Glamorgan result at this stage, so we'll still think they've perhaps got a chance of qualification.
I'm not sure. The body language is a bit flat. I think
someone's told
I'm
them.
guessing.
They've perhaps looked at
Just
Nick,
looking
they've perhaps
around.
looked at Nico, and that's given it away.
He's banging his head on the pavilion rails as we speak. These two have scored 31 off the last 5. So he was saying a run a ball. Well, that's just run a ball plus 1 run. Is change of bowling. Ed Barnes coming back into the attack. Square drive by James Sales away through backward point. And they come through for a single. 1 more to Sales. 25 to him. 221 for 5. And Well, whatever the result today, I think as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, there's going to be a heartening performance. Not as I'm sure spectators who perhaps haven't seen James Sale bat before, because he faced just a couple of balls here on Sunday, and obviously made some runs up at Grantham. But they may not have seen him bat before, and I'm sure they'll have enjoyed what they've seen today. He really has played a level-headed innings to at least keep his side in contention, and that's all at this stage you can really hope for. Here's Barnes coming round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who pulled that. That's enormous.
6 runs.
That's 6. That's gone. I thought it just about bounced over the fence, and indeed it has. It landed on the concrete on the road down by the old scoreboard where the groundsmen hang out now. Took one big bounce, like playing a shot into the green when the greens are a bit hard or frosty. And it skipped over the fence into the back road, and presumably either somebody's going to have to go around through the gate to try and get it back, or they'll have to get a new ball and hope that somebody throws it back at some stage in the next week or so. The man with the box of balls has come on for the inspection of the umpires. 42 to Zabe, 227 for 5.
If there was a place not to bowl, that was the
Yeah,
that was the place not to
it.
bowl, to the left-hander.
Yeah, I couldn't
With
have
that
put
short boundary down there.
couldn't have put it better myself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that was meat and drink really to save Zabe, who goes to 42 off 39. Northamptonshire now needing 39 off 28.
The young bowlers, I know, Phil, when you're coaching bowlers like this, it must make you want to quietly turn away and bite your lip before you say, well.
Yeah, yeah, I don't miss that, I have to say. I don't miss that. I remember a T20 game here against Worcestershire with the wind howling across the ground, and we bowled short at Moeen Alley, and he hit any number of sixes over there, which was not the plan we talked about.
Well, let's keeping Northamptonshire in contention. Zabe on 42. Partnership now up to 61 between these two for the 6th wicket. Here's Barnes, round the wicket, bowls to Zabe. This time throws it outside off stump. Zabe drives it away through backward point, but there's only going to be a single. Again, good fielding out there on the boundary from Aaron Lilly. Sends in a pinpoint return over the top of the stumps. One more to Zabe, 43 to him, 228 for 5. Batsmen have another mid-wicket conference.
Craig Harvey has found the groundsman at Northampton has just thrown the ball that disappeared over the boundary. He sent one of his staff out the back to get it. It's now back on the field. And as a batter, well, not as a batter because I wasn't much of a batter, but as a Northamptonshire supporter, I think it's nice to have the original ball back, right? Because you've faced that ball. You haven't faced this other one they've just brought on. You don't know much about it, so it's good to have the original ball back.
Well, welcome back, original ball. Here's Barnes in over the wicket, bowling
Sharp.
to James Sales. Drives up to long off for a single. And again, that's just what he needed to do. Get safe Zabe, I think, back on strike. One more to Sales. 26 to him.
Is there
229
a little
for
sort of
5.
lane up there
Yes.
between the house back
There is.
gardens? And
Yeah,
the,
little sort of back alleyway.
There is.
Jitty.
If you get along there early enough, you can climb over the back fence and onto the ground free of charge, as I know in my youth I used to do.
A few generations have probably done that,
Yes.
to be honest, because that fence has been there. But the old photographs going back well over 100 years, and that fence was down there. Here's Barnes round the wicket, full toss, and it's swung away, and he's going to be caught, and he is. And Zabe trying to club that full toss away, just gets it a bit high up on the bat. It loops out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's Aaron Lilly who's taken the catch, running in, straightforward catch, and Zabe's gallant innings ends. And I wonder if Northamptonshire's hopes have gone with him, and you probably heard that smack there was Zabe smacking his pads with his bat. He's gone for 43, 229 for 5. 37 now needed by Northamptonshire, just 25 balls to go.
He's played very well, Safe. I've got no real criticism of that option either. He went across his stumps. There's a short boundary with breeze across the ground to the leg side. He went across his stumps to sort of hoik it to the leg side. He got a low full toss, and it just didn't get the middle of the bat. Had it done so, it would have been 6. It got high up on the bat, and it was caught by the fielder coming in off the fence. So it was the right option. He played very well, a really good hand, and he died in a good cause. Still 37 needed. You do think the bulk of those are going to have to come from the bat of James Sales, but Simon Carrigan is no mug with the bat.
No, we've seen that this year, and certainly in championship cricket, he's made some very valuable runs. Obviously, he hasn't had too many opportunities. Didn't play at all, of course, in the T20, and has not played too much in the Royal London Cup, as we mentioned, just coming into the side following the departure of Graham White to the 100. He didn't bat against Warwickshire. He made one. Didn't bat against Somerset. And made one against Nottinghamshire at Grantham. So it's been sort of binary so far, probably fair to say. Well, he's at the non-striker's end because the batsman crossed while the ball was in the air before Aaron Lilly took the catch. So James Sales is on strike now on 26 as Barnes bowls to him, and he works that up towards long on. And there's going to be just a single. The fielder coming in off the boundary. It's Will Davis out there in front of the indoor school. So the end of a successful over for Leicestershire. At the end of it, 230 for 6, so 10 runs off the over. But the wicket of safe save. Sales is 27, Kerrigan is yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire need another 36 to win off 4, which is 9 and over.
So 2 right-handers in. Obviously, one hasn't faced a ball yet, Simon Kerrigan. James Sales is on strike. The equation now 36 off 24. Another way of looking at it is 9 and over. So I think Will Davis is going to bowl, I think, this next over from the David Capel end. The breeze is, well, it's not really helping. Generally, the breeze here helps to hit to the leg side from this end. It's kind of helping a little bit. But the shortest boundary is at deep mid-wicket. That'll certainly be in James Sales' sights to get it over there. The opposite side of the coin is that Will Davis will probably be bowling outside off stump and looking to get the ball hit into the offside. He's got fine leg and third man up, so he's going to sort of probably slower balls into the pitch by the looks of things.
Right decision. Griffiths, 8 overs, 2 for 34, just conceded 2 boundaries in those 8 overs.
I'm not sure. I think Gavin Griffiths is a handy death bowler, so time will tell. I would have perhaps given him another, perhaps let him bowl this next one. This is a big over, I think.
It is. Davis has been a little bit expensive. First 4 overs conceded 22 runs. In he goes from the Cape Lane. Bowls in the air. It's chipped back past him by Sales, and he's stuck out a right hand. Could have stuck, didn't. Made just to brush the fingers, didn't. Down too long on it went. Sales takes 1, moves on to 28, brings Kerrigan down on strike, 35 off 23.
Yeah, 35 is a number that you can hack. You can hack your way to 35. Have a few, an edge that goes for 4 and one just creeps over the boundary. You can get there. So it's Northampton by no means out of this game. It's still single figures and over needed, but they will need 1 boundary and over it to get there.
Davis, with every fielder on the leg side on the boundary in, bowls down the leg side. Did it just flick the pad? Must have done, because there is no signal from the umpire. It's taken by Swindles, who flicks the ball at the stumps. Kerrigan had lost concentration for a moment and just had to remember as he saw the ball coming back towards the stumps to put his bat back down. Did so. The throw missed anyway, but a dot ball after all that activity. 35 off 22.
Yeah, Davis looking to bowl into the wicket, get hit leg side.
Kicks up his heels and runs in. Bowls very wide outside off stump and will be signalled wide. It was outside the blue line.
That was what we call the double bluff, wasn't it? So he's got the fielders up behind square on the offside, looking to bowl and get hit to the leg side where the 4 fielders are out on the boundary. Simon Kerrigan backed away and Will Davis bowled it outside the wide line. Often happens when you're looking to hit the wide line, you just overdo it.
And he goes. Again, Kerrigan steps across and drives pleasantly, but he's picked out the man at extra cover on the edge of the circle. Evans picked up and was ready. Was it Hill out there? Ready to throw the ball at the stumps. But Davis had not got back behind them. So didn't bother doing so, didn't take the chance. Kerrigan off the mark then. 33 needed off 21 balls. Long off goes back for James Sales as in goes Davis, and it's clipped in the air. Should be caught at deep square. Is caught at deep square. The slightly slower ball as Phil has been saying, dug it into the pitch a little bit, didn't really come on sails, waited for it, clipped it, timed it quite nicely, but in the air, and pretty comfortable catch out there for Rhodes again, who has a very safe pair of hands. 2-3-3 for 7.
I think James Sales has played a nice innings there. He can be very pleased with his own day's work. He fielded beautifully on the boundary and bowled 5 overs pretty nicely as well. That ball was bowled into the wicket, as you say, Richard, pace off, looking to get hit into the leg side. And James Sales trying to kind of get a bit of top spin on it almost, with a bit of bottom hand to whip it just behind square. Got too much of it because it was a slow ball, and it ended up a pretty comfortable catch for deep square leg. But yeah, he's shown signs that he's at the right level at this level, and good on him.
The new batsman, Ben Sanderson.
I think the lack of celebration tells you all you need to know about the fact that Leicestershire know that they can't qualify now. There would have been a lot of whoops and high fives and what have you had that catch really meant something in terms of possible qualification.
In fact, the group now, I was just looking at the table, is ridiculously tight. And there's 3 teams at the top now with 10 points from 8 games, so they've got to work all that out on net run rate. Good luck.
Doesn't worry us, does it?
No, it doesn't worry us. No, we should be.
Sadly.
I should be having
17 days off or whatever it is.
Afternoon tea with the family on Saturday.
Davis is in and bowls down the, no, not down the leg side, over the top of the stump, stepped across there, Kerrigan, and looks in dismay back at umpire Taylor for not signalling a wide, but he banged it in short. Kerrigan stepped right across, and we might as well have had a go at it, really, and tried to pull it away down towards deep backward square for 4 or 6. Dot ball again.
Yeah, he's missed out there. If he took that, just a thin one, he gets 4.
33 off 19 as Davis is in to Kerrigan, who again steps across. Davis follows him to a certain extent. He chops it away into the offside. Kimber feels just 1 taken. So in the end, a very good over from Will Davis. Picked up the wicket in it, kept down the runs. Northampton lead 32 off the last 3 overs. It is now over 10 and over, 10.7. In fact, Ben Sanderson and Simon Kerrigan, 2 experienced cricketers at the wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. Very experienced with the ball in their hand.
Maybe less so with the bat.
Maybe less so with the bat in the hand. But be a famous victory if Northampton get home from here. It's a slowish pitch, isn't it, as well? So it's not easy for these tail enders to come in and put their hand through the ball. A lot of off-pace balls being bowled, a well-set field. It looks a very, very difficult game to win from here for Northampton.
Well, attempting to do so still will be Simon Kerrigan, who, well, he just loves the game, doesn't he? And they was saying in the dressing room, if there's any live stream from anywhere in the world, then Simon Kerrigan will be watching it. Let's see what he's learned as Ed Barnes comes in from the far end, the indoor centre end. Really good delivery from Barnes to start the over. Pace right off it. Excellent slower ball. And Kerrigan was through the shot, and almost threw a shot a second time before the ball went into the gloves of Harry Swindles. Dot ball to start the over.
Should ask you, Phil, did Martin ever play cricket? Did you play cricket with him? Was he a cricketer?
No, well,
he talks about it.
He's a very good.
He's a fantastic sportsman.
He's an all-rounder. Yeah, he's an all-rounder. So I think he would have played some club cricket back in the day.
Here's Barnes in, bowls to Kerrigan, forces it back down the pitch, but fielded in his follow-through by Ed Barnes. And there's no run, so dot at the start of the over. Still 32 runs needed now, just 16 balls remaining. It is now, sadly, academic for both sides.
Just for those unaware, Martin Bruntner, who we're talking about, Leicestershire supporter, is also a Great Britain Masters triathlete.
Is he really?
Oh, yeah. He's done all sorts of things.
That's running, swimming and cycling, isn't it? Here's Barnes, and again, bowls to Kerrigan, drives nicely up to extra cover, just fielded on the edge of the ring. I thought actually he got rather more off that than he had. It made a pleasing sound, but he obviously didn't time it particularly well. It's just a single for Kerrigan, 3 to him, 235 for 7. Seems rather energetic to me, that. I'm watching it on the Olympics, and I don't think so. So
Get your bike wet, wouldn't he? Surely.
Not while the car's working. 235 for 7, 31 needed, 15 balls to go. Barnes in, bowls to Sanderson, drives back down the pitch, and Barnes gets a good solid right hand on it and cuts off any possibility of a single. Exchanges a joke with umpire Chris Watts as he walks past. Good start to the over by Ed Barnes, just a single off the first 4 balls. And again, not for the first time this season, we're left saying, well, the thing with Northamptonshire, not only if they have 3 bowlers at the end, none of them are really going to be capable of hitting you sort of 20 off and over. Here's, oh, I don't know though, he's pulled that one out towards the mid-wicket boundary, and Ben Sanderson obviously has got the earpiece in and was stung by my comment and immediately latched onto a short ball, pulled it away for 4.
That's a great shot.
It was a good shot.
That's not a Ben Sanderson
it's
area.
not remotely a Ben Sanderson area, which is why I was somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he's obviously been watching the live streams as well. Watching Kyron Pollard or somebody. 239 for 7.
I've just seen the amount of runs these two have scored in List A cricket in the games they've played. I understand now the reasons for your pessimism.
Yeah, there's not a great weight of runs, is there really? Here's Barnes in, bowls again to Sanderson, who clubs that away down towards long on. They've come through for 1, they come through for 2. 2 easy runs for Sanderson. And sends in, the return comes into the gloves of Swindles on the bounce, but a good over from Ed Barnes, costing just 7 runs, including just a single off the first 4 balls. At the end of the 46th over, so just 2 to go, 241 for 7. Northamptonshire need 25 to win. They've got just 12 balls in which to get them and just 3 wickets in hand.
Going to need some extras, I suspect, here. Something like 2 high full tosses, a free hit, and a new bowler needing to be found. It happens, doesn't it?
5
It
wide.
has happened this season to Leicestershire. Naveen or Hack in the T20.
I remember a T20 game here against Leicestershire, where Leicestershire needed, I think, 14 off the last over. Northampton got a 6-run penalty for being slow, so that took that down to, I think, 8 runs off the last over. The first ball from Rory Clive, was 5 wides. And then he did 3 off the last over, and we hadn't bowled a legal ball.
I think I remember.
I remember it very well.
I could imagine you will. Will Davis is in to Kerrigan, who steps across his stumps, lifts it into the leg side, should be caught, is caught. Quite low down coming in there. The ball is following George Rhodes around, but let's say he has a wonderfully safe pair of hands, and he takes yet another catch. Kerrigan goes minimal celebrations from Leicestershire. They know their fate, that is for sure.
Yeah, and there's nothing really Simon Kerrigan can do about trying to make a win from here. He tried to pick it up over the leg side. It was the right option for him. He hit it reasonably well, but just too early, really. Got under it, and he got height, but he didn't get length, and George Rhodes took a... Well, it was a comfortable-ish catch. He caught it low down, but he was always in control of that. So Simon perishes for 3, which brings Jack White to the wicket.
Batsman, Jack White.
And he can hit a long ball, Jack White.
And it brings Kerrigan's aggregate run scoring in List A cricket on to 35 in 39 matches.
Wow.
Total runs.
He's under par, not in a good way.
He's under par. And an average of 3.18. Bless.
He's not here for his runs and gags. It's sort of dribbling away, isn't it? It's one of those sad things in 50-over cricket. You can tell sometimes from a little way out, sometimes further out than this, who's going to win the game.
But the energy went out of Leicestershire as soon as I think they heard, didn't they? It was very feisty for a while, and possibly may yet be repercussions about that. We'll find out afterwards. But in terms of the game as a whole, this particular game, I think, the steam has gone out of it rather. Davis is in to Sanderson, the batsman having crossed, whips it away into the leg side. 1 bounce to Rhodes at deep backward square, takes a single. Moves on to 7, 242 for 8, 24 needed off 10 balls.
It was the dismissal of Rob Keogh that really swung the game. If Keogh and Proctor had stayed together for another 10 overs, then Northampton were in a very, very strong position. There was a bit of argy-bargy and comments were made, the umpires were involved. And very soon after that, Rob Keogh chipped one up to mid-wicket and departed. And very soon after that, Luke Proctor was brilliantly caught by Patel at backward point. And there it was really then very difficult for Northants. Despite a very good partnership between young Safe Save and James Sales, it always looked at full stretch to get close.
Davis is going to go around the wicket to Jack White, who's a left-hander, steps back, makes a bit of room, cuts it nicely, chops it away towards backward point. Should be one. They think about a second. Yes, they are going to take it. And White, they're both big men. It doesn't take many strides to complete the single as far as they're concerned. Picks up a couple. I don't know whether the white stripes are still a thing, but certainly possibly not in cricket dressing rooms. But Jack White, of course. The Eminence Grise behind that very successful duo.
Are they a popular beat combo?
They are. Well, yeah.
Splendid.
The white stripes massive for a while. In goes Davis and bowls, and he drives very nicely for a one bounce four over extra cover. Proper shot from Jack White. It was pitched up. He backed away, made a bit of room, and drove it in the air all the way over straight-ish extra cover. And it bounced just once before crossing the ropes. A very pleasant shot indeed, and a very effective shot from Jack White. 18 needed off 8. Not quite out of this.
Oh.
Northamptonshire.
George Rhodes will know a lot about Jack White's batting because Jack White took him apart in a game against Worcestershire Seconds when Rhodes was bowling over at Kidderminster one day.
Davis in again, slower ball again. He drives again in the air, doesn't time it quite as well. Bounces out to the aforementioned George Rhodes, who throws. So just a single on that occasion to White. He moves on to 7 off just 3 deliveries faced.
Boundary now still keeps it interesting.
Yeah, outside edge, I think his favourite.
17 off
Sorry,
7.
Sorry, Sando, but I think that's favourite.
You'll
If they
say-
bowl him a cut ball, though, that's where he likes it.
This is Jack White's highest score in List A cricket. He's watching now as Davis back over the wicket to the right-handed Sanderson. Tries to tuck him up, but he's hit him for 6. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Over, long on. Well, he backed away. Davis tried to follow him. He did rather put it in the slot, almost chipped up by the strong Sanderson, and that changes things in a big way. Just an over remains now. 255 for 8. 11 needed off the last over.
One thing that's even more remarkable than that shot from Ben Sanderson, which was a fantastic on drive for 6, is that 2 spectators who have been here all day, now with 1 over remaining with 11
Have they gone anyway?
have left. They've just left now. Haven't seen that. Perhaps they've said, well, I've seen everything now. But I have seen, which I haven't, I have seen Ben Sanderson do that. He's done it to Luke Fletcher, actually, at Trent Bridge. So he is capable. And Jack White, as I said earlier, can hit a long ball. Now, I don't want to say this too loud in case Leicestershire ears listen, but if it's pitched up, Jack White, it's 50-50 because he swings the bat beautifully. If it's short, then not so much. And someone's just messaged me, outside edge, exclamation mark. I do apologise.
Yes.
That's a fair comment. That was absolutely fair comment, James Mellor, and well pointed out.
Well, it's interesting now because Northamptonshire need 11 off the last over. And, well, I must admit, it never occurred to me that it would come down to this. But I suppose after all the cricket we've seen over the years, and we've had some terrific games in the Royal London Cup this year, probably appropriate that it should come down to the last over with Ed Barnes bowling it. And Northamptonshire 255 for 8. They need 11 to win off the last over. And just 2 wickets in hand. Round the wicket comes Barnes. First ball driven by Jack White out to backward point. Fielded out there by Louis Kimber. And they're through for a single. 1 to White. 9 to him. 256 for 8. 10 needed off 5 balls. It's funny how you say about the spectators leaving the ground. At Grantham on Tuesday, when it went down again to the last over, they were leaving in their droves, and it was getting. That was, you could flag out from probably further out that it was going to be a tight game.
Perhaps they're standing by the entrances just
it
beat the
so
traffic.
they beat the rush.
They did, actually. We said at one point that they sort of lined up down the fence at the far end of the ground. But they've now they're not missing any cricket because there's a long conference going on, and they can't really.
Well, I think it
blame
might
them
be
for this.
don't bowl a waist-high full toss outside the stump like you just did and got away with. Might be the conversation.
Yeah.
It was not much in it, was there? I was just wondering what the odds were on another.
Well, here's Ed Barnes over the wicket to the right-handed Sanderson. Bowls. Sanderson drives down the ground. Certainly one. Going to be a tight for two. They're going to come for two. Jack White sprinting to the far end, and he's home for 2 runs. Well run, Jack White. Throw came in, went to the right end, but Jack White had settled very early on that he was going to go for 2. They had to, really. Sanderson to 15, 258 for 8. 8 needed, 4 balls to go. And the field, if you look, they've got two men in a sort of backward point position just on the edge of the circle. And then a man sweeping on the cover boundary, long off out, long on out, deep mid-wicket out, deep backward square out. Barnes bowls to Sanderson, clubs it down the ground. Going to be just a single as it goes straight out to the man at long on. 1 more to Sanderson, 16 to him. 259 for 8, 7 runs needed, 3 balls to go. We've had a 1, a 2 and a 1 so far. And Lewis Hill is there, proactive, as you would expect, having a chat with his bowler.
It's fine margins, isn't it? The first ball could easily have slid off the face of the bat for 4. It was a poor delivery, and that was a slot ball. Effectively, to a batter, it would have gone the distance.
Jack White, the left-hander on strike. Round the wicket comes Barnes. Bowls to White, full toss, clubbed away through the covers, and it's a super bit of fielding out there by Aaron Lilly. They're coming back for 2, and there's an appeal for a run out, and he's run out. Ben Sanderson is run out. That was a cracking bit of fielding out there by Aaron Lilly, because it was a full toss. Jack White absolutely laced it, and it went on the bounce to Lilly, who nonchalantly, as you like, stuck out his hand, fielded it on the bounce, sent in a really good return to the bowler's end, and Sanderson, who was sprinting back for the second, was short, so 1 run will count, but Sanderson is run out, and my goodness, 5 runs have come off the over so far. Northamptonshire 260 for 9. They need 6 runs off the last 2 balls. Jack White is on strike as Freddie Heldrick comes to the crease.
Just looking at that dismissal on the replay, Sando's he's played a lot of cricket. He thought that ball was going for 4 because he didn't really run the first run very quickly, and then had to scamper and didn't make his ground. When it was a good bit of fielding on the boundary and a very good throw, in particular by Aaron Lilly. But if he'd not looked at the ball and just run 2, he'd have got in comfortably.
Well, Freddie Heldrick is at the non-striker's end. Well, that really was a first-class bit of fielding, and particularly a first-class bit of fielding under pressure. And in this sort of situation, that really was an outstanding stop and return.
Yeah, they've corrected the scoreboard.
Yeah, 260 for 9. It took them a little while, I think, always when they run out and with runs to count and a wicket to count, it always just confuses the system a little bit. But we know where we are. 260 for 9, 2 balls to go, 6 runs needed. Jack White on strike. Barnes comes in, round the wicket, bowls to him. He's carved that away down towards backward point. They're only going to get a single. Freddie Heldrick was thinking about coming back for the second. The throw came in. And
that looked out to me.
Well, it was an appeal for a run out, not out, but just 1 run to count. So 261 for 9.
It looked like his bat was in the air when the keeper took the bails off there.
Yeah, it looked very, very tight. So Northamptonshire needing 5 to win off the last ball. And I think probably Lewis Hill, who's in conversation with Ed Barnes at the moment, the first thing he's going to be saying, and that did look tough. I've just looked at it. We've all just seen it on the replay, and
we all gave it.
Yeah, it looked a little bit tight. Anyway, Freddie Heldrick is
or out,
or out if you prefer. But it's the umpire's always in the best position. So anyway,
so Heldrick, is he a 6-hitter?
Well, no. I've seen very, very little of him bat. Phil, you've probably seen much more of him bat than I have.
He's unfortunately for this position, he's quite an orthodox player, actually. He's been well coached over the years. He needs to nick this one for 4 is what he needs to do. I know I keep saying that. That might be our best chance of getting a tie. But what a chance to make a name for yourself here.
Well, Freddie Heldrick, left-hander. He's on strike. 1 ball to go. Northamptonshire needing 5 to win, so...
I'd think about dropping my 3rd man and my long leg back, to be quite honest, for the Nick.
Absolutely. If he whacks it over long off for 4.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
But
Four wides would be handy, 5 on the total, that would do.
It's not been a brilliant over, actually, in many ways. There's been 3 full tosses.
Here we go, last ball coming down. Ed Barnes bowling to Freddie Heldrick, who has big swing and a miss. And Leicestershire have won this match by 5 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis, or 4 runs. 4 runs it is, because it would have been 5 to win. So Leicestershire winning by 4 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis method, but a terrific game with Freddie Heldrick not out 0, Jack White not out 10. Northamptonshire finishing on 261 for 9 in 50 overs. And Leicestershire winning them by 4 runs. Sadly for them, it's academic, because results earlier in the day elsewhere mean that Leicestershire sadly can't qualify for the elimination stages. Northamptonshire would have taken something fairly bizarre to qualify, and that wasn't very likely to happen. So it means that you and I, Richard, are both facing quite a long little spell away from county cricket, because both of us, our counties will not be playing until August the 30th.
which might be pleasantly restful, but I'm not sure that it's a brilliant boost of scheduling on that basis during the school holidays, with good weather planned and no county cricket for the kids to come and watch. Plenty of events at the Upton Steel County Ground, I'm sure here at Wantage Road as well. So hopefully the clubs will continue to take advantage of that good weather, financially at least, but not on the field. Plenty to think about in terms of the campaign as a whole for both counties, I would think. Promise, but ultimately frustrating. And Leicestershire's body language replicating that of the two Northants batsmen as they leave the field. They're a little bit down. George Rhodes is